we'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready! With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing Imagination Plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the minimap. The 2 Imagination Plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
crew is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload, to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Noosa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Noosa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Erangel and Livik. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Erangel. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination district can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination district, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point. In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new Supply Converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the Supply Converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the Supply Converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the Supply Converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
The well-loved Creation Mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter Creation Mode, you will notice that there are 2 new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects, and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in Creation Mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in Creation Mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in Creation Mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates. To better capture them up close, That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles.
A brand new gameplay, Noosa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Noosa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Noosa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Noosa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day number 4 here on week 1 of the PUBG Mobile Super League. My name is Flavor, and of course, to kickstart our matches for today, we're going to start off with some interview with some of the teams appearing here. We're featuring some of the best, and we're going to kickstart off with our representative from Team Vampire Esports. We have Tony K, and of course, we're joined in by our amazing translator. So thank you so much for joining in for the interview. Now, first of all, congratulations on getting your first ever winner chicken dinner yesterday, match number 2. So what do you think of your performance so far in PMSL?
ก่อนอื่นต้องขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยที่เมื่อวานสามารถได้ไก่มาถือว่าเป็นแมตช์แรกในเมื่อวานเลยแล้วก็คิดว่า performance ของเราเป็นไงบ้างครับช่วงนี้
ก็ไม่ได้ดีไม่ได้แย่ครับอยู่ในระดับมาตรฐานครับ
So he said it's so far so good just stick to the plan yep
Wow, look at that. So far, so good. And it most definitely is. You guys played remarkably well. And of course, in yesterday's match, you guys played very proactive, very aggressive. And you yourself managed to get 17 kills for yourself. So what made you perform so well yesterday compared to the previous days in PMSL for week number 1?
สำหรับเมื่อวานแล้วผลงานก็ถือว่าทำได้ดีมากและสำหรับตัวโทนี่เคเองเนี่ยฆ่าไปถึง17เลยคิดว่ามีแผนหรือมีกลยุทธ์อะไรตรงนี้บ้างไหม
ก็ไม่มีครับแค่กล้าเล่นกว่าวันแรกๆครับ
So he said no plan just go more aggressive today and we will see it
Wow, today we will see it. So that's not the best so far performance coming off from Vampire Esports, and we're definitely going to be seeing more. And of course, my third and last question coming in is, how confident are you as a team in Vampire Esports into getting that top 3 and getting that direct advancement into the next stage? And of course, what can we expect from Team Vampire Esports today for all those fans out there?
มีความมั่นใจแค่ไหนว่าทีมของเราเนี่ยแวมไพร์เนี่ยจะขึ้นไปเป็นหนึ่งในท็อป 3 แล้วก็แฟนๆจะได้เห็นอะไรจากผลงานของเราในวันนี้บ้างครับ
มั่นใจประมาณ 100% ครับผมก็วันนี้ก็อาจจะได้เห็นกินไก่อาจจะมา1เกมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับแล้วก็อาจจะยิงบ้านหน่อย
He said he very confident about 100% and of course today you may gonna see winner chicken dinner He's gonna make it.
Oh, wow, that is a proclamation right there. And of course, congratulations once again for the winner chicken dinner yesterday. And you're definitely going to see yet another one today. So thank you so much, Tony K, for that amazing interview. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all the best to Team Vampire Esports, and hopefully we see you guys perform again today. All right. And of course, after hearing out some of those amazing remarks from Vampire Esports Tony K, we have a little bit more time to actually have another interview slot in for the day itself. And we're joined in by the team from Shine Like Diamond. Of course, it would be great we can actually have one of our representatives join in for our interview. You don't mind? Oh, yeah, sure. A little bit surprised right there. Of course, it would be great if our amazing translator could also join in as well. So right now, we're joined in by PERSIJA. Thank you so much for actually joining in. Now, you guys got a lot of elimination points yesterday, and especially your teammate Kwan Ji. He himself got 11 elimination points, and everybody is amazed by your performance so far. Now, how is the team's energy today, and did you guys had a really good discussion after yesterday's matches ended?
Thành tích ngày hôm qua thì cực kỳ tốt và năng lượng nào mà mình có được ngày hôm qua và đội mình có thảo luận gì cho ngày hôm nay chưa?
Dạ, thành tích hôm qua tụi em đạt tốt thì cũng do tụi em cố gắng thôi ạ. Cố gắng vì tụi em cũng có ở 2 ngày ở trong đây để luyện tập và test thử cái không gian thi đấu, cho nên mới đạt được cái kết quả như vậy.
The result was good because we were trying our best. We practiced the whole day yesterday, and today we still keep performing.
Wow, those were the responses right there. And most likely you guys played really, really well. And of course, how do you evaluate your performance so far here at PMSL? And what are your thoughts about the other teams that's competing here at PMSL?
Em đánh giá về cái thành tích của đội mình cũng như đội bạn như thế nào?
Theo em đánh giá thì mặt bằng chung của đội tuyển trong khu vực này thì bắn rất là tốt ạ. Đội tuyển chủ nhà hay là Thái Lan, Indo đều rất là tốt. Nhưng mà em nghĩ thì Việt Nam vẫn sẽ giành kết quả cao nhất ạ.
I think all of the team is very good and competitive, even for Indonesia or Thailand. However, Vietnam will get the good result of the competition.
Wow, a little bit of positive energy to the other countries, but it's still that they're definitely going to be number one here. And of course, what are your expectations today? Because you guys did really well yesterday. What are your expectations and goal for today? Is it top 3? Is it number 1? What is it for you guys?
Em hy vọng mình đạt vào top mấy, top 1, top 3 hay là top mấy trong hôm nay?
Trong ngày hôm nay hả chị? Hôm nay thì chắc tụi em sẽ cố gắng để lọt vào trong top 5 ạ. Tại vì tụi em bắn thua một bảng gì đó một ngày.
Today our goal is go to top 5. Yeah.
So top 5 is the target right there. And of course, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Shine like diamond. Thank you so much for the amazing interview. So for those who are currently at home and for all those fans out there, be sure to cheer for your favorite teams, and you will definitely see some amazing plays being featured right here at PMSL. So we'll stick around, because after this, we're going to kickstart our matches right away. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Flavor, for the amazing interview. We're back here. You guys are tuning into the PMSL PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia with your casters here, which can be me, Choo Choo, and Sir Cloud. How are you feeling today, Cloud? I'm loving the cat, by the way. But speaking of the teams that are not well and pretty much up and down, I mean, like, there are teams that are not playing here today, right? We're talking about the teams that are quite in the bottom as well, but the teams that actually will be up there, all of them will be playing. If you guys happen to just be with us today, we have 3 weeks in total. We're almost done with week number 1. And next week, we do have a reshuffle of the group based on their ranking. So 1, 10, 11, 20 will be Group A. Second place, 9 place, 12 place, 19 place in Group B, and so forth. And same goes for the final week here, week number 3. We'll still have the league going on. Only the top 16 will make it for the finals. We're going to have to trim the fat. And how the weeks will actually work and how will impact towards the grand finals. So we do have the weekly bonus where the point will be awarded each week based on their weekly rankings. And so we tally up all week 1, week 2, week 3 bonus point, and that's going to be the initial points later when it comes to the playoffs. Now we're not done yet. We still have Group D, Alter Ego. Oh, you saw that. And Group E will not be playing. We're up to A, B, C, D only today. So VOIN still at number 1 spot. Where you've compared with FaZe, they got 28 points in between, where FaZe and Hale having a tie. So it's really down to the last line here. We're talking about last wire. Week 1 ending. We still have 2 more days to go. But the bottom 20. GE, if I'm not mistaken, they're not playing here today. FaZe Clan will not be playing. DBD will not be playing. RRQ not playing. So these teams, they have to bite their nails at the bench, at the bleachers, basically, because they cannot put up their ranks here for today. They are the number one spot. Definitely, they are taking the eliminations more than those ranking positions. If you compare with the chickens, they only have one chicken right now, but still at number one spot. It's just so crucial for them to actually know what they're prioritizing over. But FaZe, on the other hand, is chasing very closely behind. They are the teams that you should watch out for, because FaZe are the ones that really love to go for hunting, but sometimes they're hot and cold. Hill, on the other hand, is kind of a 50-50 for them. They balance out ranks and kills equally. RIQ, they're a bit creative, but at the same time, they just got caught in their own trap. But at the same time, this is sort of a different angle if you want to see for the top 4 teams here right now. They are the one that should be watched out for. Yeah, you say they are having the same awards and whatsoever, but at the same time, it just shows with this format, with the recent season as well, they can get those eliminations high up there. It's down to only those execution to translate the one knockdown to elimination. And these are the teams that are most aggressive by far due to how much damage they're being dished out. Yeah, they might not be secure those points, maybe just knocked down, but it's just about the closing side that they have a bit of a problem to deal with, especially RRQ. Yeah, but yesterday a lot of Thai teams coming out very strong when it comes to the top 5 and top 8 in total. As LD on there then has been a bit quiet, and now they're trying to slowly coming back into the match here. They are in the middle bracket right now. They are not down there, they're not up there, they're pretty much in the middle and balancing out and popping themselves up here and there sometime. But the thing is, they're waiting for them to bring back those day one performance in the screen, in our eyes, to give us a bit of a move, a bit of a proactive hunting to do. But we got it in the last minute in Miramar, but not so much in Erangel. It depends on circle still by the end of the day. Sanhok is always about the circle story. If you're not being favored, then good luck to you. But the team that perform on Sanhok every single time, mostly, is going to be Hero and Vampires. I have to give it for them. But GEEK SLATE is going to be up and down. PBE. Now, we haven't seen a lot from this team for the past 2 days. First day was great, remarkable plays. But when it comes to yesterday, I don't think they played yesterday. But the day before, they have been toning down for a bit. for PBE, I mean, like, I don't think it's a problem for them to actually catch up. They can actually adapt and adjust themselves very well in the manner of time. But for me, Yoodo Alliance, I want to see those consistency going. Right now, Yoodo Alliance yesterday was not so great. They're still up in the middle bracket, in the higher end of it, but not so much up there. I want to see more of Yoodo Alliance today. BTR, I mean, this is surprising. BTR is supposed to be like one of the most impacted team in this season. So when it comes to their roster lineup, right, we do have Riser back, UI with that, Swarvel, Satar, we have Liquid, Genforce, and Jeffrey. These are all-stars lineup, and Jeffrey is the coach. But we don't see much of them, and this is quite disappointing because I have so much expectation coming from BTR. I'm waiting for them to actually start the engines now. Oh yeah. For Boom, I think it's a bit of a high and low team. They're hot and cold, just within one match to the other, one map to the other. It's like so fast. They're switching off at those momentum. I'm not sure what is happening. They definitely have to figure out their mental state, how to maintain this consistency, how to have those stamina. But Box, yes, I agree. Box, when it comes to Mirama, when it comes to last a few Wrangle maps, they're booming out there. We're talking about Box. You're woken up the bees that have been in slumber for quite a bit for the first 2 days, and now they're woken up. I'm not sure if they're gonna go back to sleep today or they're gonna starting off really strong, but I hope they carry out the momentum yesterday until today. Now let me check for the grouping again. We don't have Group E, so we do have DX versus... I'm still waiting for DX Bacon in the next map Wrangle. That's the one that I'm looking out for today. I'm super excited when it comes to Pochinki fight later in Wrangle, but we have to go through Sunhawk first. We have no clue. Maybe we ended up there still. Bacon time. Do they have the swap happening for them? I don't see Armstyle. Is he be playing? I don't think he's playing. I don't think he's there. Oh, Armstyle got the style, right? His hair, it cannot miss that. There's no way for you to miss that. I don't think he's in the lineup. We're gonna have to wait and see if he's actually playing or not. I don't think any other. We also have to keep an eye out for Boom. when it comes to your lineup for this first match. I'm not sure who's playing and who's not right now. It's interesting, but we don't want to waste any more time here. We cannot wait and see the first map of our second last day of week number 1 of Sunhawk. Where will the circle be? Let's head into it right here, right now. But when it comes to the first brawl, it's always about Paradise Resort. So I have a feeling you might be looking at that over again. DX dropping right on top of Box Gaming. And but Box and Boom is like Box is like very widespread out. I think they're gonna take over Mong Nai for now. But also we want to see if there's anybody gonna challenge VOIN right now on Bootcamp. Nobody's willing to touch it so far. But the one you mentioned before around Docks Kampung Lakawi, that's gonna be the hotspot. TS Hill as well as PERSIJA EVOS is there right on top of each other. And the rest of Calvary trying to reloot themselves, but we do have PBE versus GEEK SLATE on top of this hill along the long houses here. GEEK SLATE not having too much to work around, only a couple of just shotguns, and that's it. PBE as well, and this is going to be a really tough start for GEEK SLATE. They're losing 3 out of 4, while PBE only are having a bit of a trade, only one of them for those 3. Oh, GEEK, I think Snowcheck is just going to build this one out. There's no way for him to actually survive that 1v3 here. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, like, we are doing the shit for ourselves, okay? By ourselves. So you guys give him a bit of a time. But Bacon Time, on the other hand, caught the last member of GEEK SLATE. That's going to be the rough top coming up from GEEK SLATE due to that's the last player remains. Now, this is definitely going to hurt GEEK SLATE quite a lot when it comes to the be in the middle bracket. We're talking about the middle pack chases to get those number 1 or the top spot. And that's going to be a bit of a shutdown for side of GEEK SLATE, so they have to wait for a wrangle next later. And I mean, like, GEEK SLATE, Sunhawk is always going to be the World Cup match, right? World Cup match, because it's going to be only played once a day only. So it's really tough for the players to get used and adapt themselves with a short amount of time and very little amount of time to play on top of Sunhawk. But Hill, on the other hand, they adjust and they adapt quickly. We're talking about how they realize that somebody else sharing the compound, lost nothing in the process, is straight away finding for different compound to work things around, realizing it's not worth fighting in the first few skirmishes.
Yeah, it is definitely not. So, but that's the thing, right, about teams that challenge each other. Things might happen, and unfortunately GEEK SLATE had to go out, and GEEK SLATE they had a decent record inside of Sunhawk, but unfortunately that just had to happen though. So yeah, but it's going to be PBE taking them out. I also want to note that since today GE is not playing, right, GE was always the team that just likes to crash into other teams' compound. They're always the naughty ones. But since this time they're not playing, looks like the baton has been handed to PBE instead.
PBE. When it comes to Sunhawk, they can actually push the numbers up. I'm not surprised if PBE even got themselves this chicken for this round. Because they are the teams that are really unpredictable. Sometimes they happen to hop drop with somebody else. They want to challenge. They want to go for aggressive. They want to go recklessly fighting for the skills. But sometimes just they caught themselves in a trap when being too hasty about making their decisions there. So I'm not going to say PBE are going to go anytime slow, because they are not the type of the team will go slow at all. But at the same time, they have to be a bit more calculative regarding how many teams are they when they're trying to rush into certain compound.
Yeah, definitely not a slow-moving team. Like what we saw during the wildcard, they are fast-moving, they know how to crash into compounds, they know how to win fights. So PBE definitely one of those teams to look out for. Despite today, they are at the bottom, but that's also, to be fair, GE is not here. If GE is here, then they will be at number 20. But now we put focus on the two Vietnamese teams. It's going to be Boss Gaming against D Xavier. Frankie did a little bit of scouting work there, but spotted out by Winnie, so he's A-OK. Luckily he didn't crash into the compound. If not, it's going to be all in onto Winnie.
Box Gaming, very wide separated amongst each other. Plans is every single person have to just survive by themselves and get themselves a checkpoint to reunite once again and have it another go in maybe the 4th or 5th phase of circle. Yes, it will work. It can work if you believe enough with your firepower, solo-handedly dealing with the entire squad by yourself. SEM9 on the other hand, they're taking their own time to get into the circle slowly but surely with those vehicles going on. PERSIJA, EVOS, Microboy having to be separated from the rest of the team. Not too far, but still within reach if support needed for Microboy.
Yeah, everyone's just spreading out because there's still a lot of space to play, right? So some scouting work perhaps, looking at different directions, so at least they don't get caught up all together in case like there are traps laid down around. But that shot from Kwang Ji does give a signal to Microboy, so he's okay for now. Okay, we have we have a substitution, it seems. So Zaxi, Redface, Microboy, and Lin X, I believe there's one of the newer players.
I think they're testing some new stuff here. Misery is not playing for the side of PERSIJA EVOS. I'm not sure what's the plan coming up on PERSIJA. We have to ask the co-senior later, but if we get the interview, that would be remarkable. But at the same time, I do want to see if there anybody else being swapped in and out so far. Keep an eye out for the side of Boom. Even I think Hill, are they swapping sometimes? Did they swap players yesterday? I think they did.
Okay, but looks like what we're focusing on right now is the high ground from SEM9, and SEM9 seems to be trading it back with VOIN. The circle is still kind of okay, but if the circle goes towards Quarry, it will be super duper challenging. But if it's not because of Quarry, then it's kind of fine. You can see most of the teams, they have their own spots right now. Only Boom is still on the other side. Alter Ego, PBE, the rest of them pretty much within the circle or just by the circle. I don't see strong gatekeeping coming in from any side yet. But maybe some movements as the game goes on will catch some other teams out by surprise.
Rotations made. Zaxi knock one down. PERSIJA EVOS with Microboy taking on Nizane. Team Secret. You're talking about gatekeeping straight off the bat. You mentioned it. It's going to be them being taken down on first contact. And SEM9 on the other hand will be parking themselves in between teams there. As LD Tronji spotted out Redface. PERSIJA, they are very segregated, but they know how to live and independent by themselves. They can definitely secure those eliminations. They'll be taking fights against TS. BT are in trouble as well as SEM9 start to exchange fires, be greeted, but we do have DX coming up from the back line.
Okay. So DX looks like they're going to ignore this compound. They're going to go somewhere else. If they choose to siege down this compound, not too bad as well. But I guess they don't need to really catch themselves in this compound, because this compound is not only there. Not only there's a road, but there's a high ground behind, so it gets tough in case the circle moves away, and then there's quarry behind, and that's not fun to play as well. But now let's see what is Guang Ji doing here with the nade. He may get Lin. Lin is in trouble if he goes down. Ooh.
Comes a spray. Chuan Ji spray and pray and just go back and retreat. Pull him back with the rest of the team. Just couldn't handle this by himself. A bit worried if he overextend himself in where he wasn't supposed to be as the front line. He's trying to open up the space to fight against PERSIJA EVOS, but the thing is he couldn't find an entry just yet. They've been holding their grounds quite well, coming up from Links. Tranji just trying to reposition himself on the flank side. Box on the other hand, running for they're trying to go for a hunt right now. I think they got themselves the momentum yesterday, and they're dragging it out and bring it today as well. The only team that lost a couple of members right now is going to be BTR TS. GEEK SLATE got the entire crew wiped out. Hill got only they lost only one player here. I think it's quite a good step for most of the teams out there.
Yeah, so far it's not as crazy as what we've seen before. Like before, like during this time, it's like 2 teams or 3 teams being eliminated. This time it's only GEEK SLATE, so it's a little bit chiller than what we've seen. It's of course good news for most of the teams, but now it may not be good news for Box Gaming. Might lose Levy there. Leo takes that long range shot. A good thing Levy managed to get himself to safety.
Leo got himself at high ground. Talking about quarry, it's going to be a multi-level terrain for these guys to deal with. The boys scratching their heads right now where to stand themselves. BTR 79DX already got the center, but the circle shifted again with PERSIJA now in the center with alongside SLD. Vampires guarding over towards the north, sort of the west side entirely. Right on top of Camp Charlie. Whoever passed across Camp Charlie is going to be a bit of a choke point for the side of SLD. They'll be gunning them down and keeping that quite hard.
Okay, here we go. So we got Boom still coming in a little bit later. Looks like they're switching their strategy. Slow and steady for them, but it's not going to be slow and steady for Sem9 as they're moving, but they're not moving towards a BTR. They are going somewhere else, and it does make sense because BTR is the one on the outside.
Ryzen trying to rise up to the occasion. BTR. Sem9 will be visited by Bacon. Time or Dab is actually breaching into their compound here. I'm not sure either one or the other. But PERSIJA will be looking through Sem9 the moment they try to reposition themselves in the back line. PERSIJA is always more than ready to take the fight out. Sem9 on the other hand, banned by the Mollies, being breached by Ratface, got shot down. Links X double down by the hands of Loyu.
Ooh, okay. Alright. That is pretty interesting. I'm looking at multiple screens right now because there are multiple chats sent to me. But anyway, Yoodo Alliance getting another one, but the nade toss on to Flex, and Flex is still okay. Luckily not taken down through that nade, still alright.
Ryzen finish off the X Lamborghini on the ground proning. It's going to be an easy task for him, not even breaking any sweat here with Ryzen going in. Now separated from the rest. Satar is quite too far off. Not really, just at the back line. He got himself vehicles, hop onto it, get into center. They don't have time to waste anymore. They're working as a duo. They cannot be late into the safe zone due to how many teams out there still having a full roster to pin them down. They get plummeted into this warfare and they have to go in there as fast as they can, find themselves a best position to hide for a bit. But boom, a bit tough of a spot to entry out into the safe zone. Yoodo Alliance already gatekeeping this side of the zone and this side of an angle. Just so hard for Yummy and the rest of the team to get into it because there's going to be more than one team. DX is around the corner as well.
Boom, going. Oh, someone decides to swim. Alright. Wonder what happened there, as of course the opponent would take advantage of that scenario. But we have 3 teams around the areas of cave. At the same time, Cave is somewhat within the circle, but for Boom, bad news for them. They're taking out the blue, but at the same time, Yoodo Alliance will be gatekeeping them.
Can he? Oh no! No time to waste it, and Kenny got shot! Due to the driving from Flags, he's definitely devastated with that driving of the buggy. Got stuck in between, crashed into those trees, and the entire team down, almost even. Yoodo Alliance living with only one man survived.
Ooh, PPE going up against PERSIJA EVOS now. Looks like the name will be tossed on the other side, but no one's there. Zuxi is the only one holding this ground. VPE, Vampire Esports, they can come on the other side and take advantage of this situation, but Momboy been naded and now he's retreated towards Cool. Alter Ego, they may come in onto PBE, they gotta get ready.
Oh man, the worst timing possible to make accidents coming up from Bacon Time. Self-nate their own teammate there. I just hope things are okay for the side of Bacon Time right now, because that's a blunder that should not happen when you're fighting another enemy. But PBE here, on top of Cave, so many teams around the Cave area, just on top of each other. Vampires and Alter Ego. One more team eliminated, while Yoodo Alliance, I mean, like, they got caught in an accident in between with their vehicles, and that should not have happened, but it happened anyway. Same goes for BTR, but Bacon Time also have a bit of a blunder. The entire team decimated, and the wrong time to actually have accidents. This is just so many accidents starting off today.
Alright, here we go. Rosemary currently in the circle, spots out Momboy. Oh, he's not only sieged by Rosemary, but someone's coming on the other side as well. Box Gaming, Winnie, see on the outside of blue, but managed to secure the elimination point onto Hale. They're tanking it out. Momboy currently down, and there's nothing that Cool can do about it. The only thing that he can do is just stay cool, hope for the circle not to be too far for him.
Alter Ego just gonna push himself up onto Cave. I'm not sure if they want to get into the dive of Cave or not. But Kid on the other hand against Razy 1v1, at least Team Secret still winning those 1v1 clutches, and Kid got himself as a 3 eliminations. He's the only one carrying the entire team right now. One of the teammates have been knocked down, bleeding out. It's going to be a boy waiting for Kid to save him, but Winnie coming up from box. Winnie secured 3 eliminations, making 4 for the entire team. As Capone, he got eliminated during the process of those war and fights. But Box Gaming, they're trying to get those elimination numbers up, and Win is the one that actually to do it by himself only. We do have a cave circle this time, Cloud.
Here we go, cave circle down south, and cave. There are some unplayable area there, like the water, that's one, a little bit of a percentage there. Inside of cave as well, it's a little bit iffy. So it's going to be tough for these teams to actually play this kind of circle as well. But now VOIN onto 7-9, Long all alone against 4 from VOIN. It's going to be tough for him. They just move in and take him out as easy as that.
Is it really easy for these guys? VOIN Esports just not having any problems. They're like, they're casually just getting those kills, getting those numbers up while just having fun. It doesn't feel like they're having any sort of a pressure right now of how they're moving within their teammates, within how they approach certain fights. But for PERSIJA, everything is on the line. Zuxi is trying to force those kills. He got himself a 2. Microboy is on the other side of a cave, but in the meantime they are taking care of this angle, making sure anybody got to swim over. They are more than ready to take those fights going on.
Oh, Boss Gaming eliminated at number 9 with 4 elimination points. At the same time, Team Secret will free the ref on blue. And VOIN! Now they'll be shot down by Kwangji. Kwangji takes 1 out. There's going to be 1 in the back. VOIN currently Keenan will be taken out as well. There's going to be a long range shot from Gosu. VOIN down to 2 players.
Tranji SLD. They got a very comfortable compound, but not comfy enough. VOIN just spray inside. They got the elevations. They are indoors for SLD, but these guys can see it through. And they shot it quite far off, but Alva being finished off, and VOIN, they rested themselves on 8 plays due to they quite inside of the blue zone, far deep within. But SLD, they barely make it out. It's going to be a heavy casualty on the side of SLD. TS Team Secret being finished off at 7, while SLD will survive, but a bit of a handicap with only 2 players remaining.
Ooh, but SLD, at least they managed to survive that VOIN. And now we can see that VOIN has been eliminated. But then again, those teams below them, right below them, Sep9, Hale, eliminated as well. So for Vampire to overtake them with that kind of a gap, it's kind of unlikely at this point. So they'll still be comfortable on top. But now we put focus onto the other teams, whereby SLD with a slight elevation there, and no one else. They're kind of in the clear. The bad news is that they do not have the circle. They need to fight against PERSIJA EVOS. But look who is inside of Cave.
It's going to be Chua from the Axe. Rabies swimming over. They will not be discovered for now. For how much longer we have no clue. If there's somebody else visiting down there, but Wongzin spotted out from the off angle. Microboy, what a spray. Getting on one to the side of SLD, making sure they be denied their entry. Parjin's left for SLD. Microboy is more than ready. Look at his crosshair. He knows exactly where the SLD player is coming up from.
Ooh, yeah, and if only he know where Parjin is at, then that's gonna be it for Parjin. But Parjin now taking out the blue. He has no choice right now, using his second last first aid, and then it will be the last. Still has some space to play with. Hopefully he won't get spotted out by Vampire. If Vampire sees him, that's pretty much it for Parjin. But now Rosemary, high ground onto Raimon.
Octa can toss a perfect angle here. Now there goes. So down to Raimon to hold it on, but you know what? Suxy out of nowhere, coming up from the flanks. Rosemary have to do all this by himself for now to deal with her PBE players and PERSIJA at the same time. And now Raimon bleeding out to death, talking about slow death with blues in it, and that's gonna be loss of PBE.
Ooh, that is it. Number 6, 4 eliminations. That's okay, I would say. Can be better, but it's alright. At least a start of the day. And now we have Xavier. They'll be happily inside of Cave, and inside of Cave is still within the circle. They still have some space to play with. Everyone else is on top of it. Let's see who decides to jump into it later on. But right now, Alter Ego, lower ground against Vampire. Vampire, a 3-0. Parjin on the other side. Let's see who will be the king of the hill as Alter Ego moves in.
The Axe in between. 2 players left. A lot of duos in here. Alter Ego have a full squad running. Now they have the reign over the center of it as well. We're talking about the high grounds, those elevations that work so wonderfully well in this state of a circle. Parjin coming out from the flank, working his way up for SLD Vampires. The entire cavalry is there to gut him down, push him down, and Tony K got knocked down by Parjin. First touch of nade. Here comes another go. Parjin keep tossing it out, hoping it will clip onto Newsy or even Shraps. But they have the numbers on Vampires.
Ooh, yes, Vampire. But they don't have the circle though. So they need to do it fast as Tony K is currently down. Don't think they'll have time to pick him up. So right now, Vampire will need to depend on Newsy as well as Shrubs to make this happen. Parjin moves on to the other side. It's going to be better for him as he tries to slide his way into the circle. But the nade from Newsy will take him out.
Comes the swings from Microboy, and within flick he just finished off 1, but Fnatic on 2. Oh boy, PGEV. Speaking of Microboy and Suxy, they're working so well as a duo. And just might wipe out the entirety of Alter Ego. We're talking they had a 4 before. And now PERSIJA just keep the monsters going up and finish off, remain with Rosemary last. Suxy and Microboy, what a beautiful crossfire just now.
Beautiful, beautiful. They got all angles covered. But right now, can they cover more against PERSIJA EVOS? They need to pick up their teammate. Somehow Tony K still survives, and I thought that he wouldn't have enough time, but hey, he's still crawling. He just needs to be picked up by Newsy, but Newsy really want to take that risk, or really want to finish this fight all by himself to get away with his teammate. But for Xavier, man, okay, they're not gonna get anywhere. They're gonna get away. They're not gonna get away from that. So it's between PERSIJA as well as Vampire for the chicken dinner.
PERSIJA, they might actually have this one ongoing because we're talking about them suddenly out of nowhere start to shoot and never stop. not showing any sign of slowing down as well. We do have DX. They are the one who plays themselves inside of a cave in the first place. But Shrubs and Newsy working as a duo right now, trying to see which duo works better. Which duo supreme and alpha? Shrubs and Newsy, or is it going to be Microboy and Zoxy?
Oh, no.
Will be the
Wait,
nations
what?
or not? But
Whoa.
the Indonesians
Whoa.
have it going. Speaking of Shrub and Newsy, yeah, they're a great duo, but this one is better. Microboy and Zoxy, what a beautiful pair just now. The crossfire, the angles, everything is so synced up so well.
Wow, they beaten the odds. They were at the lower ground, you gotta think about it, and they were kind of low. The damage was high on their side, but they still managed to win that 2v2 fight. And their opponents are no pushover as well. I mean, you got Newsy there. And you kind of think about it, Choo. In the same week, Newsy could have gotten 2 chicken dinners, but one of them was spoiled by Depp, the other one by PERSIJA EVOS. My God! It was so close for Newsy to help his team get 3 chicken dinners in this week.
Phenomenal performance coming out from Zoxy and Microboy. What a communication between these two guys. So much trust. The bond is so strong between these two players. You can see it on how well they execute this fight. 6 eliminations, 1000 over 10 damage. Zoxy alongside with Microboy. This just one of the best play coming up from PERSIJA EVOS that we've seen for the entire week here.
And looks like the substitution made it happen. So Wilina is coming in despite his contribution, not as much as other teams, but hey, sometimes it's all about the communication, sometimes it's about the little things that he did that that is like a unsung hero sort of thing. So at the end of the day, what matters is that this competition brought them the chicken dinner, and this is all they wanted. So PERSIJA EVOS didn't really use that many throwables. In fact, all the teams the same. But still, they managed to get that chicken dinner. Nothing still beats that one smoke and nothing else, though.
Yesterday, you mean, in Sunhawk. We expected Sunhawk will not be quite a number of utilities being tossed over due to how little time they have, how little resources they have to work around with. So these are the numbers you're usually going to get when it comes to Sunhawk, right? Next we're going to head into Erangel very soon, but I'm loving what PERSIJA EVOS are doing right now. I mean, yeah, we don't see a lot of Linax going for the kills, going for those flashy plays, but he also makes so much work for the team. I'm talking about him being the body shield for the rest of the team there. He soaked up so much damage.
Oh yeah, he did. He did. So he definitely played a big part there in helping them to get that chicken dinner. But this round, it was a round that had a really strong ending. It was like almost. It was like at some point a lot of teams could have gotten that chicken dinner. So it was a fairly balanced round, I must say. This is probably the most balanced Sandhawk round so far that we have gotten. It's just too bad that the GEEK SLATE got eliminated early by PBE. But other than that, it's all good. This round is a good quality Sandhawk round.
The VOIN, I still see that they have those consistency. Even though they got eliminated at 8th place early on, but they still have those eliminations. There's more than enough for them to actually hold on to the podium spot a bit longer. But at the same time, is it going to be the ending for today that we're going to have VOIN still at number 1, or somebody else to take over and just steer the ship for them instead? Because we do know for a fact a lot of teams are starting to adapt, is starting to warm up to this match and this tournament, this series, and also they start to gain a lot of elimination, including here PERSIJA EVOS securing 9. This is one of the best round by far, and SLD still secured 7 out of all the teams out there. But I'm looking at Box, they have no sort of eliminations, including Bacon Time, Hill, Boom, BTR, Yoodo Alliance. The only one that ended up with a 0 is going to be GEEK SLATE here.
Yeah, only GEEK SLATE because he got eliminated early by PBE. So PBE kind of spoiled their party there. For Box, 5 total points, not too bad. Bacon Time also not too bad in this round. So page 2 teams doing alright here. But let's look at the overall weekly rankings as of now. So obviously VOIN will still be on top, but look at the gap between them and the number 2 team. Despite 7-9 collecting those points, but still VOIN has a significant gap between them.
This is huge, massive gap of margin between VOIN and 7-9. Not just that, even the first page. I mean, like if you compare Sem 9 to its Bacon time, yeah, it's not too big of a gap. But if you put VOIN, they are on a different level entirely. They never slack off. They never slow down. Even they got eliminated early, they still got a couple of points, at least 5 for minimum. But when it comes to our top performance in the previous match, Saxe, Lung, Weenie and Kid. Now I see a lot of Weenie. He carried the heck out of Box Gaming. Zuxi working so well as a duo with Microboy just now, and Lung Loyu, the only name that been popping off yesterday for Sem 9. The others, they have to start to pull their weight there.
And Kid finally gets up onto the chart. First time after his clutch in day number 1. But looking at the next match, so it's going to be a wrangle. First game taken by PERSIJA EVOS. The first time they got a chicken dinner inside of this PMSL. And our top Erangel performers. I am surprised that VOIN is not number 1, but they will be up there in all the maps for sure.
Oh, VOIN feels like they are in sort of a high middle, right? They are not too aggressive. They know when to pull back. They know when to hold. They know when to push. They don't recklessly. They're not the teams that are too hasty about making their judgment call. They take their own time, just rediscuss the entire thing with the entire group, and just have it another go. They don't force it too much. But for the other teams, example here, we're talking about Hill. If they keep it going, they're just steamrolling. Same goes for Yoodo Alliance. But they don't have that sort of consistency how VOIN have been delivering. We're talking about VOIN, they always be up there. They know exactly what they want. What's the minimum number they have to be at when they start to fight. Like, how many teams left there, they only start a bit more aggressive. If not, maybe take it a bit slower. But for Hill and Yoodo Alliance, they have sort of this mindset where if you want to go in, we're just going to go in all in. No pulling back.
Yep. So very different today. We do see that some teams starting to really step it up, like PPE stepping up, and that they're challenging GEEK SLATE. It's not a small team. You can see that PERSIJA EVOS stepping it up as well with that substitution that really made it happen. So it's nice to see like a different change of pace here this time around. VOIN, despite it's not like they're out early, it's like super early, right? But for VOIN, it's like we would expect them to be like, always in the top 5, top 3. But this, at least in South out, not yet. But they could come back in the next round because, I mean, it's VOIN, right? And all the teams need to be aware of VOIN. But VOIN also have a lot of respect for the other teams, especially for Yoodo Alliance. So let's see if anything happens. But since we're jumping to Sandhawk after this, right? So I think this is the time where we can also put our attention to Bacon Time versus the Xavier for the Pachinki throne. So that will be super interesting to watch.
I want to see if DX decided to actually give it away Pachinki for now, because so far 3 fights in a row, like 3 times we saw them fighting. Out of 3, only once they actually won by the side of DX. And Bacon Time, you saw the Pachinki side of a circle yesterday, right? They can hold their ground so well. They are in Pachinki since the start of the first circle pops and defended all the way till the end. They won that fight and they won that map as well as a chicken. So that's just a huge statement tossing by the side of Bacon Time, showing that they can handle Pachinki by themselves. I'm not sure DX can actually defeat them for now, but you know, they can give another try.
Yeah, they can. And the Xavier, well, they have been in Pachinki for like the longest time, so I have a feeling that they wouldn't want to let go of Pachinki, so we might see that clash later on. And it's still like 2-1, so the score is not that big of a gap unless they're like, okay, we don't want to take any more risks, we want to focus on collecting points. Then they need to change their drop spot. But where will they change? So they need to decide that. If they want to play a little bit safer, they can always go to Kameshki. That's not too bad of a drop spot really, despite it like a little bit far, and sometimes loot on top of the Kameshki hill is not that good. But if you can get a good start at that corner, you can get vehicle, you can stock up yourself, go from area to area. I think that's okay at the end of the day, as compared to like risking yourself trying to fight to get back that land. And there's another team, and that team is also does have a better stat as compared to you. So I think if they want to change it up, it's fine. Or maybe even go to Zarki, depending on the flight path.
Maybe it's time for DX to leave Pochinki for now. It's gonna be sad. It feels like you're leaving your hometown. That's been for how many seasons for the side of DX. But a change sometimes is good. It doesn't mean that you're weak. It doesn't mean that you're afraid or you're a coward. But at the same time, it just shows that you respect the other teams out there. They have better force to reckon with. And speaking of bacon time, I don't think that they want to give away Pochinki anytime soon. DX, on the other hand, they can have another try. But if this fails when it comes to the first rank of the day, it's a sign for them to actually start to switching things over.
Yeah, I mean, we're just saying this based on statistics, right, so far. But of course, if they still want to challenge it, well, by all means, right. I'll be also interested to see, like, inside of military base, because we do see some teams like to play in that area. VOIN is one of it, PBE is one of it, but the home ground, the quote-unquote home ground for military base is a Team Secret, as well as the Yoodo Alliance inside of Novo. So let's see if they'll be challenged. Before this, we saw that GE was challenging Yoodo Alliance for it, but since GE isn't playing today, they might have Novo for themselves unchallenged. But speaking about the team, so right now, Xavier, okay. Now, if only I can channel my inner mind reading, I want to find out whether they're going to drop into Pochinki or not.
They're definitely in deep thoughts just now for the side of the X. I feel like they might actually drop themselves in the area or the compound where the teams teams not playing here today. We're talking about Group E drop spot here into the side of the X. That might be the best case scenario for the X if they are forced to change things. They've been losing so much early on against Pochinki, against side of Bacon Time. They need to switch things up, because we're talking about the last 2 days of week number 1, and they are nowhere on the middle bracket even. They are at the very bottom, and they have to push themselves up.
Yep. Of course, we are now at the sprint stage of week number 1. We only got today and tomorrow. But okay, so we've been asking for it and now we got it. So now Luxy is back, so he's going to pair up together with his other twin, Luxy Zuxi. Finally, we see in the PMSL the first time that we'll be seeing this duo playing together after a long time.
The siblings are back, they're next to each other, and Zuxi is just, yeah, whatever, man. But just now, Zuxi with Microboy was a remarkable play. I have to say that's going to be one of the most brilliant duos we have. The best one by far for the entire first week in PMSL. But for Lens, I definitely see, even though his numbers are not as much as the other guys, not flashy when it comes to eliminations and just knockdowns and damage, but he definitely play a big part when it comes to being the front liner for the team. He's trying to be the bait. Now, there's no more cap anymore, so we have no clue which is which, but they're very closely. If you actually see them real time for both twins, you can see a bit of a difference. But we do have, again, subbing in and out for Bobehu for the side of Boom.
Yeah, as usual, the team with the most substitutions right now, Boom, making that change again. They're desperate. They're doing anything for the last 2 days to gain as much points as possible, as many points as possible. Because after this week ends, everything will be locked in. Like the total bonus points will be locked in especially. So there's nothing more they can do to recover that. So if they want to do it, they got to do it right now. But they've been doing that trend since day number 1. GEEK SLATE, on the other hand, Snipe's not happy with that. So he says like, okay, calm down people. We'll get that number 1 spot.
Well, the rest... I don't know.
Yeah, wait for it. Yeah, wait.
Basically, it's just wait for it. Be patient. Patience is a virtue, and a bit of love showing by the side of GEEK SLATE. But Bacon Time, Armstyle still not there. You don't see the hair going on. So I expect maybe Armstyle will start to be in the roster when it comes to the top map of Ringa or the start of Miramar. Usually, it's that way.
Yeah, maybe he's the Miramar specialist. I think yesterday he swapped in during the Miramar game as well. So let's see if that happens today. For Box Gaming, decent round for them. Okay, can be better. Now looks like for BTR, they're continuing without Yuhai. And it's still going to be Sata in the main lineup together with the rest of his teammates. It's going to be an interesting mix to see the fact that they made this kind of change. And BTR, despite them changing here and there, but it's not like they change every round. Unlike Boom, they're doing like almost a daily sort of change rather than a game by game change.
Yeah, not too drastic coming out from changes of BTR, but so far, when it comes to the performance, last one, like the first, I mean, like to judge them based on the first half of the day is it's a bit too critical. I think it's a bit too harsh, but we have to wait and see the first Erangel. If it doesn't work for these guys with their players sub in and out, the roster switch, then they have to think it through really fast, because you know for a fact there's going to be only 3 Erangels for the entire day, not much of match remaining, including tomorrow.
Oh yeah, so it's a sprint for most of the teams, and some of the teams will not be playing tomorrow, so that means today will be their last day, so we got to consider that too. VOIN, of course, they're doing very well, they're fine. Sem9, let's see. Okay, so Lung is obviously back in the lineup. He was playing the previous round too, so that means that Putra will be taking a break for now. Well, we don't know if he'll be coming back later, but they'll be about later. Let's talk about now in Erangel.
We're back in our OG map here. Are you guys ready? Buckle up and get seated, because the Erangel is gonna be super spicy for these guys. Feisty flight path even. Come up from Lipovka down to the side of hospital, equally just dividing the map beautifully into 2 north and southern part. But it's always down to the circle. A lot of SMB circle when it comes to the 3rd Erangel of the day. Now it's so far very generous first 2 maps of Erangel usually, but entire week number 1.
Well, that also means that Pachinki is very reachable. I'm keeping my eye on that though. Bacon Time versus D Xavier, so that's definitely going to be a key fight there. VOIN probably going to drop straight into Milta, so don't expect them to be onto military base. PBE onto Milta Power, so also not into military base, so we can expect that the Team Secret will be in military base. For Yoodo Alliance, I don't see them flying there. So previously they have played around the areas of ruins before, so that could be their another option. If not, well, so far those 2 spots are their common areas. I'll be looking to see if they make any major changes in terms of their drop spot. But Bacon Time seems to be taking Pachinki. D Xavier letting it go.
DX being pushed out for Pachinki. We're looking at them hovering around top of Rosshawk right now. Have to fight against Boom, have to fight for the compound against Sem9. I gotta have to wait and see if they want to take back Pachinki anytime soon though, but they're not dropping where the other teams are not taking any sort of compound. We're talking about very vacant on the north, very vacant on the south, or on the left, far right. Back to the side of the other teams though. SLD happen to be sharing with PERSIJA EVOS. I'd say a couple of minutes, maybe take another minute or 2. They might actually have those kind of greetings and first contacts will be made. But Yoodo Alliance having a bit of a cruise day, just having a fun day here.
You know, I like it when they have the cat companion and how the cat like holds on to the bag while they're like gliding on air. It's just so cute, and the animation is like the tail wiggles. It's like, wow, so good. My God, I wish they could make like 5 cats on the back. That'd be very interesting. But of course, physically very heavy as well. It's going to be another discussion for another day. But I noticed that D Xavier they drop into School instead, which is actually not too bad. School is very generous in terms of loot, not too far from Pachinki, so not too far from where they're comfortable with, and not too far from the current circle, which is kind of nice. Probably going to end up in Gaka later on.
But based on the grouping as well, a lot of teams love drop on top of School, or even make it as their second checkpoint. Or if DX right now have a very vacant School, I just hope they really won't overstay themselves too long, because there's so many second checkpoint coming into School area for these teams. Sem9, they are smart, they're genius to take over the places where nobody actually given enough attention to. TS on the other hand have been up and down. We're talking about yesterday or the entire week, there's going to be a bit of a roller coaster ride. Their highs and lows is just too significant. We're talking about TS, last map was their lows. Literally just being eliminated so early on. And these are the team that's supposed to be up there. A lot of experienced players behind the lineup. They've been the veterans, new blood coming in as well, but it's just not having some sort of a good chemistry from the side of TS yet.
Yeah, despite them having like the entire PMPL Malaysia, and then they have like majority of week 1 already by now. I mean, if chemistry is still an issue, it's going to be a big issue, because now once the league starts, the only break they're going to get is like the Monday, Tuesday break, and then everything's going to restart again until the grand finals. So it's going to be tough if chemistry is still an issue by now.
No, at least they got that maybe 3 days a week break when their group is not playing, right? I mean, that's usually, it's best to actually be the break to be happening in between, like in the middle of the week, so they can actually reassess the situation, rediscuss what they have left for the remaining of the week to actually improve about it. But for the teams that don't have a break at all, we're talking about them having to play the entire week till maybe have that break for until tomorrow. Like, that's going to be their break starting, and that's going to be a hectic one. We're talking about them having no downtime, no time to reset, no time to recuperate, and no time to even feel disappointed. No flaws can be made, especially when it comes to the second week and the final week there. First week, you know what, tipping their toes in, it's okay to have a dip in the water just to test it out, but if they cannot adjust when it comes to second week, that's going to be a huge problem heading out for them.
Absolutely, but although I don't expect teams like Team Secret to be like on the bottom 4, but if they continue on like this, because we do see like teams like PBE, they have their good moments and they can catch up, they have that potential, but for Team Secret it's worrying in terms of how they play. If they do fall into the bottom 4 by end of week 3, that will be groundbreaking for Team Secret.
Box made it. We're talking about Box. They used to be down there. They're stuck in the slump. They were in a trench where no exit out. Now they made it into 13th spot within a day. Yesterday was blooming coming up from Box. Brilliant place. Showcased so much significant timing of how much impact make a difference for them when it comes to rotation, when it comes to when to pick the fight. You know exactly when to stand up and stand down. That's so important for the IGL to call this judgment calls. But for a set of even GEEK SLATE, I have to give it. The GEEK SLATE, one of the best for Malaysian MY region as a whole, but they're nowhere near up there. TF's nowhere near up there. BTR, ups and downs. It's really high up there. It's going to be lows, but we're waiting with the reshuffle of the roster right now. Can it really make a comeback with the Twins playing into sorry, that's going to be PERSIJA. BTR with Rise and UR, can they work as a duo? It's always been a switch between Satar, Jet. We haven't seen GenForce, right, so far?
No, we have yet to see GenForce yet, so it's Satar playing instead. Now Alter Ego meeting up with SLD. Some warning shots, but now they're getting away. But somewhere else, Swavel gunned down by Sam9. Looks like it's one of those clashes during the rotations. And yeah, Adib is going to definitely secure this elimination point. Don't see the rest of BTR. Oh, wait a second. Yes, they are around though. So they're going up to the high ground. And Adib needs to give back up to his teammate.
Long spring over to the side of BTR. Now did finish off Swavel with
Whoa.
another BTR down. Dews are liquid being finished off. San9 coming in strong and trying to take the Gukka Mountains. BTR, they won this going, but the problem is they got caught their rotation. They're caught off guard. Satan Rise and now have to flee. They have to build their initial plan, go for plan B, and that's going to be survivability.
Ooh, unfortunately, if you're driving the vehicle, you cannot pull out your weapon. So when you circle around there, you're pretty much a moving target, and that's about it. So there wasn't much that he can do. You know what? Maybe one update that if PUBG Mobile could have, all of a sudden I'm getting an inspiration, is that while you're driving, you can still pull out one weapon and shoot, but let the recoil be like double or something. That would be pretty stylish.
You're the driver. No, I don't think it works right there. I don't think so. But I do want to see like sort of some vehicles. I think they do have it. Like the one that actually like a tank. That the one with machine guns on it attached.
A tank
to it.
is
It's
coming
really fun
though.
to watch. Just because I want to see things get messy, right? But Ryzen already parked himself right on top of Gark Commander. He's not willing to give away his initial plans. He's still sticking to it. But I'm not sure where is the last member of BTR. Meantime, DX versus Box Gaming. Lamborghini.
Oh, wait, what?
Blood on Capone. Having a bit of a revenge and redemption by the side of Rabies. Trying to do damage control. But Box having visitors of DX going in with full force. But there's going to be a bit of a trading to do. Box. They had it going yesterday. Lucky enough, DX leaving out with one player to revive all of them. They're going to survive. But BTR, Vampires, BTR from a pan to the fire. Wherever they go, they will hunted and plummet themselves in this fight.
All of a sudden, it's Sata all alone though. So 1v2, 1v3. And it's going to be Vampires, the team that got a second place finish earlier on. It's going to be tough for Sata though. But while we have this little bit of a downtime, so fun fact, a tank will be coming into PUBG Mobile, but it's probably going to be an event. Just saying, just putting it out there. But now Satar, naded down. There's nowhere he can go. Below him was the fire, on top was a nade. He just needed to pick his poison.
Shrubs, put up the smoke. Lost Tony K early on. Vampires scattering around the compound just to make sure they have those grounds for themselves. DX is nearby. Newsy, one of the best scouts today is Vampires. Quickly giving intel so much with the rest of the Rosa. It's going to be Newsy as always. Making sure he's super reactive about their progress and how they want to rotate later on. Now they have a bit of a discussion. Need to reassess about which angle they want to approach first, because there's going to be two different angles by two different teams. It's down to Newsy to give more intel towards the rest of the roster. But VOIN, they always take these elevations when it comes to their plays. Whatever the map is, it's always on top of a hill somewhere, making sure they have a vintage wide view about what's happening outside.
Yeah, the Pochinki Hills definitely is one of those prime positions. So within the circle, I would say it's either the Gatka Mountain or the Pochinki Hills. But since the Pochinki Hills is just right by the side of this circle, so it's likely that will not be within it. And we're still at the second stage of the circle, so that's where they need to plan what the next step is. The Gatka Mountain still the number one spot. Sam9 holding it strongly. They managed to fend off BTR earlier on, and so far no other teams will be challenging them.
Possibly PERSIJA EVOS if they decided to pass just across the side of Sam9, but so far I think they're going to take a bit of a longer rotation. They decided to go from the northern side, even on top of Ruins possibly, but Ruins right now super crowded. We're talking about more than one team. Make it 3 or 4 right now. It's Alter Ego. There's going to be if I'm not mistaken, there's GEEK SLATE possibly around this somewhere, or Sam9. Yoodo Alliance hovering around this corner as well. It's going to be possibly 5 teams on the side of the east of circle.
Oh, look at the amount of colors, and all of them still moving. So boom, adjacent with another team moving around trying to find their next checkpoint. Alter Ego, not too bad for now, but of course it's still by the edge of the circle. PERSIJA EVOS playing around the areas of Ruins with SLD behind them. So like what you mentioned, they will not be challenging the Gatka Mountain, but Olio gunned down by Bacon Time. 9 Noise will be the culprit.
Bacon Time taking a couple of shots down. Not sure if they can eliminate and translate into 1 point for now. Killfeed a bit quiet. Rosemary trying to rotate himself somewhere in between, a bit on the outskirts, just to see if they need to to have an exit out of things going really south and not what they're expecting it to do. Octa and the rest of Alter Ego will keep the rest and try to have to cut across VOIN. Now VOIN, it's so good when it comes to defending. They're so strong when it comes to know exactly how to hold the angles. How can Alter Ego cut across? That's another question.
Right now, let's see if we'll probably be shown the overall map in about a minute. But for this moment, Alter Ego, because it's a stage 3 of the circle, right? For them to really challenge VOIN, okay, it's a distance there, so they probably won't go in for the rush, because VOIN can shoot them while they travel onto them. Rosemary is probably doing the scouting work, trying to see if there's another angle for them to play with. But Rosemary going past VOIN, playing a little bit on the northern side, then he's all alone. Danger spot for Rosemary.
Rosemary, always the entry fragger. Hoping to find a loose and just gonna creep to a side of VOIN now.
Here we go.
Comes the ring of a bell from Alter Ego to a side of VOIN. Laporte cook up the nade, preemptively waiting for the shots, but Octa have a bit of a HP being chucked down, but there's gonna be a return of favor to another nade being tossed around. There's gonna be a exchange of trading of
nice.
and Laporte on the ground. Fnatic open up for the rest of the team to push in. Here comes another drop. We'll finish off Laporte straight off, but boom! Still will have the fighting spirit in their ends. It's gonna be Yummy taking it out on the other end. Boom want to be part of this as well.
Yeah, there was a long range there by Boom onto Rosemary, but the counter fire by PBE onto Boom. And now looks like the circle moves slightly north. 7-9 still has some room to play with, coming down from the Gatka Mountains on the right. At the same time, Octa will be naded down. It's just raining nades now on the outskirts of Pachinki.
Barely leaving out Pachinki for VOIN. Alter Ego. Boom will be gatekeeping them. Yummy got punished for that at the moment he tried to get his nose into this business. But Bacon time slowly creeping to a side of hill. They're having a bit of exchange of fires. Might be the one that actually waiting the other end is gonna be Hill. VOIN on the other hand have to make it through. We talk about they have less than 15 seconds to get into the circle. And the moment they step out from this warehouse for Alter Ego, they have to force themselves fight against Boom, who's been waiting at the other end. Hill on the other end still defending on top of Ruins. Yoodo Alliance try to reposition, see through what's happening, who's giving the support fire, how many people at the back line, but they have Alter Ego to deal with as well.
Ooh, yes, the amount of teams around them is just crazy. Plus the long range shots, they are hitting based on what we see so far. Hill right in the middle of a couple of teams, but now focusing on the Boom versus PBE right now. Super duper low with Cool. Naded down. Mon Boy's on his knees as well, and Raimon. What can he do? 50% of health. I don't think he can save his teammate, especially Rankit that's currently down right in front of him.
Comes another nade by Pombet. Raimon tried to make a bit of a miracle run for PBE. Rankit bleeding out. Got a bit of covers for them just with the terrains, but I don't think Rankit can be safe for now. As LD Tran-G just finish off that one, stealing it away from these guys. Vampires put out TS.
Oh, Isaiah!
TS is just sharing a tree in between them with a just splat. Vampires being finished off by the hands of TS.
Nice splat there by Team Secret. Right now they are in the middle of the circle, but now we refocus our view onto the edge of the circle, whereby GEEK SLATE going up against D-Xavier. So it's going to be D-Xavier inside the compound. GEEK SLATE, they are open on the outside. GEEK SLATE got to be careful. DBS in hand. Long will now shoot long range onto Stuxnet, but Stuxnet naded out by Rabbids. 1v1 fight by Chua. And here we go, Chua, Snipes with the DBS on his own. 2v1, can he pull off a clutcher? But no, it's going to be Snipes losing the fight.
Chua barely hanging on with only Rabies alongside with him right now. DX losing men slowly but surely, but at the same time they can revive a third player back on his feet. Frankie will be revived and Rabies trying to reset himself, but they cannot be complacent. We're talking about DX, yeah, they win those fight, but they have to deal with not only against GEEK SLATE waiting at the other hand, and the circle will shift again within a couple of seconds to go less than a minute. Time is ticking, and GEEK SLATE won this fight. 7-9 coming out marching behind of GEEK SLATE. At the same time, DX, they have to think of an exit route in case things did not turn out how they want it to be.
Probably the exit route right now is they need to finish off those opponents on the high ground. If not, they have good view onto DX. Right now, DX seems to be winning the fight against GEEK SLATE as Mika is calling up for help. Stuxnet still alive. 3 times will be gunned down by Adib somewhere else, and Mika as well finish off by Deb. So it's going to be another point for 7-9. Alter Ego eliminated, number 12, 1 elimination point. D-Xavier, the circle moved away. They're not done yet.
Frankie Now waiting on the low ground. DX, they need to botch. They need to move. Bacon in the open area, but they got the terrain on their side. And a bit of a pit here, and those elevation will cover them for a bit longer. Sem9 marching into the compound. They got it in, and they just passing by without anything. No one to punish the side of Sem9, but Ruins will be the next one to be favored by these players. Alter Ego in the center, but how can they defend with every angle there is? It's going to be a team with full squad coming in.
Okay, let's see how they're going to do this. GEEK SLATE, they're starting to move as Damroot goes into the circle, gets his mark inside of it. But where will he land? Xavier will be keeping eyes onto him. At the same time, Mika tosses out a nade on the side of Xavier. Xavier faces that nade by Mika. Mika resetting. It's going to be a slow gameplay, but they can't take it too slow as the zone will arrive onto them.
The Axe still trying to push back the side of GEEK SLATE from pushing forward. Damn or the end. Chua managed to take down Stuxnet. TS want to be part of this as the third party. Spotted out DX. Aizen got his trigger discipline going, making sure he will not exploit the entire team position just yet. Here comes the spray. Aizen, bit too late now. The entire cover of DX already flee. They got in barely into the circle at the edge. But GEEK SLATE on the other hand, how to get in there?
Oh yeah, it's going to be tough for them because all eyes on the GEEK SLATE at this point. But they do have one player inside the circle right now. It's going to be damn good. Xavier, on the other hand, starting to move in. Sem9 has a high ground against Team Secret. Team Secret now suffering as Kid being shot down. But right now, Luxy will be gunned down as well somewhere else. Adis prepping up the nade. Good tossing on the side of Team Secret. Team Secret, got to be aware of this. The nade will be tossed out. Will it land on the Team Secret? Looks like that nade will not connect just yet. But the second nade will be tossed out by Lung. It does connect, but not enough to take Kid down just yet.
Sem9 trying to keep Team Secret at bay. Here comes the nade from Lung. GEEK SLATE coming up from behind. They're being compressed for the side. DX left, right, center. There'll be eyes watching out for them. TS 5 eliminations dominating. They got back up their saddle and have it a good run this time. PERSIJA on the other hand, they just had a very good duo just now. Adding into the twins didn't seem like it reflect anything so much. Not too much of an impact as they are struggling in the blue zone. Being pushed back by Bacon time. Have to deal with SLD. There's Hill and there's everyone by PERSIJA EVOS. How to be alive in?
Oh, but Luxy managed to get it now down to ice. That's going to be a good one by him. But the zone is putting pressure onto Luxy. Luxy sees 3 touch. 3 touch will be cut down as well. But the counter fire coming in for Shirley just at the right time. And now Ice might succumb himself to the blue, but 3 touch should be able to be survived. He tries, but Shirley in vain.
Dips trying to slowly pushing in as well as Sem9, but they got pinned down quite hard. Sem9 deals out with TS first, one step at a time. Jumper left on the side of TS right now. The last remaining player, maybe another one to survive. They have a duo going on. Last boy being finished off. There's going to be TS eliminated. I take back my word. There's no way TS can actually do this right now.
At least they got 6 elimination points. So it's a pretty okay round for them. But somehow, Damn Good still survives. No elimination points just yet. But right now, his objective is to play for survivability. Boom, will put long range pressure onto Yoodo Alliance on the other side. At the same time, Yummy gets one to Gosu. Looks like multiple fights happening on multiple angles for Boom.
Boom. Boo Boo Hoo, they still have a full squad. So far, doing great. Comes to Wrangle, they're doing way better than the rest of the other map. Razy spotted out. SLD, he wants to go for the goal. Oh, yep, he got it. Definitely a flawless spray coming out from the side of Razy. Beautiful, not even whiffing over that one side. Hill on the other end got himself a compound, elevations, everything else. But can they defend it? Split it into 1-3 formation right now. Baker slowly closing the distance between them. Sem9 coming up from behind. Boom. On the other hand, nobody coming up from the southern part of the circle.
Oh, yeah. Mostly from the north. And speaking about the north, it's going to be Sem9, one of them. But in the middle of the circle, we have Yoodo Alliance. Kenny putting pressure long range onto Boom. Boom playing by the edge of the circle. But it's even pressing matters for Sem9 as he still have a couple of team members on the outside. 10 elimination points now for Sem9, doing very well with those eliminations.
Lung always do so much work for the team. Adip's got himself 5 eliminations by far. Lung, you're always down. Dap has been stellar performance first few days, but now sloping down a bit when it comes to his momentum. Hill got themselves very important compound here with all the teams compressed and very saturated on the northern side. Nobody else coming out from the south. It's going to be only 2 Yoodo Alliance. Open up the angle wide out, but it's going to be Canny being pinned down at first. The front line is too far from the support fires at the back. Yoodo Alliance have to go for a retreat for a bit, while Luke spotted outside of Sem9, take on one by one, bit by bit from the sideline. It's so crucial, the backline of Yoodo Alliance. They might be the playmaker for this map right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because they're in a good position within the circle. But there's some good positions as well on the high ground. Right now we can see that Hale just right beside Bacon Time. Sem9 on the other side, just below Hale. Smoke's being popped out by Sem9 just to buy time for themselves. But at the same time, Dap tosses a nail on the side of Hale. It will not connect, but it does give away his position. Hale tries to nade down Dap, but Dap managed to get away by the free touch. Nades down Sky only. That nade came in from the other side.
Woo, Dap! Finish up by Luke from afar. There's going to be the spray. Luke, it's so crucial. He got such a perfect angle, and Yoodo Alliance, the one in the south, got themselves that circle. Now everybody from the north have to move down to the south, and the ones inside is going to be Yoodo Alliance. Sem9 are just spotted out from the flank. The off angles are so important. Canny, the front line, have to stop every single teammate out there who's marching towards flags and look at the back line. It's going to be a triangle formation come up from Yoodo Alliance, but how much longer can they stand this sort of pressure from the north?
And Yoodo Alliance still has the circle in a great position right now, but their opponents all have seemed to be having a little bit of an elevation here. Yummy with the long range out to Hale. Hale trying to get out of the building, but now they know they're being shot at by Boom. This will stop them at their tracks. At the same time, they need to be careful because on the right side there's another team as well.
Look, again, giving a pressure on the flank side, the off angle, but at the same time, Sem9 realized he needs to outflank Luke. He positioned himself right next to him. Oh, he got caught. Luke knocked down. Dips. It's going to be Luke in a tough spot. It's going to be the end of Yoodo Alliance if Luke is down, but Luke, that was a smart, ingenious move. Tried to outflank Luke on the other hand, but he got caught in between. Yoodo Alliance can he just keep the pressure on the front line? Well, Sem9 discovered, you know what, we need to take out Adi Luke either way. Adip's found out a solution for Sem9 to get in. It's going to be coming up from the side of Luke's angle, and now trying to take Kenny from the back as well. But Kenny, there was a nice counter fire.
Nice shot with the Bison there from afar. Yoodo Alliance still holding on to the ground. Adi Luke still can be picked up, but at the same time we can see that Boom will be eliminated at number 4 with 9 elimination points. Looks like they lost the fight against Hale. Right now Hale is within the circle. Kenny is in the middle of it, and Kenny will be gunned down. Hale is in the circle.
Nothing's tried to push forward with those vehicles, slowly getting into the lair of Sem9 here. Sem9 holding is quite strong now, leaving only Yoodo Alliance, the last player remaining. That's going to be the one. It's going to be Flaxopy on a different angle, the last person left. But Nothing's wants to save his mate, but the Cinder has to open up the space. He have to actually march forward. He got himself double airdrop. What a bonus! Why you have double airdrop back to back like that? And Sem9 did start to close the distance towards the side of Hill. Hill has the most men, yes, but Sem9 Dap finished off by the play zone. But Hill is in between these two compressed angle by Sem9 and Yoodo Alliance. Now it's gonna be all about the timing to shoot for side of Sem9 and Yoodo Alliance.
Whatever it is, Sem9 they managed to get more than 10 elimination points. That's good. That's already a good round for them. But Hill only 3 though. So the total points, it could still favor onto Sem9, but we need to wait and see who gets that number 2 spot. It's going to be a 3v1v1. Flax, it's last man standing for Yoodo Alliance on the outside of the circle still. In fact, both of them are Dips and Flax on the outside. The only team that's in it is Hill.
Only Haystacks to cover Flax and nothing to cover Dips. But Dips know exactly how Flax thinks. Is not picking the fight against the team there with the most firepower. is going to be taking the 1v1. It's like we're going to be a mano to mano. The three of you of Hill step out of this fight for now, but a Dip's open fire giving away his position. Look at how the crosshair and the view coming out from Hill switch over straight to the side of Sam9. Tiger taking it off flex. It's going to be Sam9. They know exactly where he's at. They're going to go for the rush. They're going to get the chicken for Hill.
Well, unless Adips can pull off a depth. Tiger, I think you need to reload though. Tiger, reload. Okay. He realized that a little bit late, but it's okay. Finally, it's over with a splat. It's going to be Hill Esports taking home the Irango chicken dinner.
Not even breaking the sweat until the last minute. Hill just have to wait for these guys who are at the edge of the circle to be fidgety, to be nervous, and have to force themselves to move forward. And it was smart for him to be in the center as well. But nonetheless, we have to tally up the elimination and kill of overalls, because right now we don't know the chicken yet. It's great, but it never sort of give you that how do I say, confirmation to be at number one in this map.
Oh yeah, because they only got like what, 4, maybe at most 5 elimination points. And Sam9, they managed to get like definitely more than 10, maybe like 12 or 13 or something like that. And with the second place finish, it's possible that Sam9 may have gathered more points than Hale in this round. But we still gotta give it to Get Slow, first time MVP in the PMSL campaign. 1 elimination point, but you know, he did a good amount of damage to give him that MVP.
For Hale, everyone plays their own part. We talked about Hale so many times. There's no one outshine the other. But for Sam9, they traveled quite a distance. Talking about 11,000 meters, and the only one that tossing quite a number of utilities other than Boom. Now Boom being eliminated early, but they got quite a good consistency based on today's performance. Not too shabby. Yoodo Alliance still up there somewhere. We're going to talk about these are the top 4 that survive till the last breath.
Yeah, Sam9, because he came from Severny, so it's a little bit of a travel for them as compared to the rest of the teams. And the fact that they maintained the full squad for quite a while, so normally that distance is like 1 person times 4, so that's how they got that big number. But it does shows that the hard work that they needed to do with this kind of circle, because of their natural drop into Severny, into the circle, not only into the circle, to Gaka Mountain going down. So a lot of checkpoints that they did take along the way as they secured that second place finish. But I'll be interested to see that at the end of the day, the overall points matters the most. And based on the teams to watch, since their graphic is on the first place here, it's likely that they overtook Hale in terms of the overall points.
Hale, I feel like, how do I say this? They're not as aggressive as they were in the first day. They kind of try to tone it down for a bit and try to balance out positions and elimination still, but we know for a fact that it will not fare very well if you try to balance out rank. At least I think like everybody have to put in mind, you know what, when it comes to the fight, they have to force to take it. Second thing, they have to make sure they survive no matter what, because right now, yeah, rank position won't be as much as eliminations, but it still plays a big part when it comes to contributing to the overall rankings. For Sam9, they start to have this consistency. I think starting off this middle week. Was it yesterday or the day before? Well, Yoodo Alliance, they have it since the start, but at Sam9, they start to rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, Sam9, I mean, they've been really consistent. And they have the most chicken dinners in week 1 so far with 3 chicken dinners. Other than that, it's a lot of elimination points, it's good ranking. So Sam9, actually, they're doing really well. Now let's get a confirmation. And yes, it's going to be Sam9 taking home the most points in that round with 13 eliminations, and Hale only managed to get 5 with that chicken dinner, giving them 15, so it's 4 points behind Sam9.
Pushed down with 4 point in difference. Hale placing at second. Boom on the other end. I'm loving what they have to offer here. They got themselves in the top 3 and still maintain those double digit for the points. Yoodo Alliance they're going to maintain, but the one that I should watch out for, I want to say, where did that DX will stand themselves now? It's going to be 30, slowly pushing up. Did they win over their compound? We have no clue. We didn't have a glimpse of them, but VOIN still up there with Sam9 closing the gap now. It's only 10 points different. This is the closest by far in the entire week, with Sam9 getting 3 chicken, saying goes for Hill. These 2 teams, those chickens, They have the most out there.
Yeah, this could be the moment here. So the next game, VOIN, if they're still complacent, they could be pushed down by SM9 or maybe even Hale. So they'll be looking at the overall chance and okay, 10 points. You know, you don't want to do that last minute moment whereby you were so good all the while, you're number one all the while, but all of a sudden, like when it matters during the last few games of the week, all of a sudden you drop to maybe number 3, number 4, or maybe even number 5, just because the consistency is not there at the end. So that will be devastating for VOIN. Right now, 7-9 Hale has the best chance, unless FaZe Clan comes up with something insane for 2 rounds, then maybe they overtake. But the best teams to overtake VOIN for now will be 7-9 and Hale.
I mean, especially 7-9, it's just so close, 10 points of a gap here, and VOIN definitely is going to be a wake-up call for them. You don't want to be the last-minute slippers down there, right? Because VOIN, before this was like, yesterday was starting off 21-point gap. And then they open up the stretch even further as the start of today. But now it just shows that VOIN, even if you place them yourself in the middle bracket, we're talking about them placing as 8th placement. They got a couple of eliminations in between. It will not be enough to solidify their podium spot. They have to push more. They have to take the risk. They have to actually go for those eliminations.
Well, but speaking about enough, we're not going to get enough of our twins. But let's head over to the interview.
Coach from PERSIJA EVOS right here after concluding match number 2 and day number 4 of the first week of competition here at PMSL. How are you doing today? All good?
All good, thank you.
All right. And of course, let's go straight into the interviews itself. First question is, you guys are in good condition today. You managed to obtain winner chicken dinner in your first match. And of course, that is the first match for the team. So how is the team feeling and how is their mood for the day?
First of all of us feel grateful because this is our first winner chicken dinner, so it will make us like more confident for the next game until we will done for the next.
All right, there you have it. Really good confidence coming up from the team. And of course, now coming from your performances in the past few days, did you make any form of adjustments in terms of gameplay, in terms of strategies for the whole team?
Of course, we do some adjustment, not only from yesterday, but we do adjustment from the first day we come and for the first day we play on PMSL. So we do just a lot of adjustment on the third day we play on PMSL.
Yeah, that is really amazing. And of course, how do you feel about the current state of the team? Are you happy with the current performance so far? And in which areas do you think that the team needs to improve on for them to perform better for the next remaining days?
They just need to improve their discipline, and they need some adaptation and adaptation both the game and the group and the atmosphere from the tournament.
Yeah. All right. And of course, I have my fourth question here. Now, we know that this is your new lineup for PMSL. Now, in your thoughts, could you tell us which one is your best lineup so far for the team?
To be honest, for me, for the best lineup on PERSIJA EVOS, all of them is a great player. And all of them have a lot of experience, so I think for the best lineup, yeah, all of them is good lah.
Yeah, okay. I think that is the safest and best answer so far. And of course, last but not least, want to ask any shout outs to all your fans out there who is supporting the team right here, which is competing at PMSL.
Can I speak in bahasa?
Of course.
Buat semua pecinta PUBG Mobile dan juga khususnya EVOS fam maupun CyberJack, jangan lupa support kita terus dari hari pertama minggu pertama sampai kita selesai liga di minggu ketiga maupun sampai kita nanti di final nanti. Semoga kita bisa memberikan hasil yang terbaik dan apapun yang kita lakukan di sini kita pasti berikan yang terbaik untuk Indonesia dan untuk PERSIJA EVOS.
Wow, look at that. That was an amazing report. It's quite extensive, but what he mentioned just now is for those who are actually supporting the teams right here, not only for today, for the first week, but also throughout the whole competition. They'll continue to support, and they will definitely do their level best to make sure that their fans in Indonesia are proud with what they're bringing here at PMSL. Now, thank you very much. That was an amazing response right here. And of course, for those who are currently tuning in to PMSL, be sure to continue on because we have a few more matches today, and we're definitely bringing on your A games here at PMSL.
That was Coach Senior. I was hoping that he said something like, "Oh, don't forget to pray," but he always tells me back in the day. So that's like his that's almost like his tag there, and yeah, it's nice to see him back in action after a long while. But yeah, I guess we'll look at some stats before we move on to the next game. As usual, our hit-to-hit, so it will be Adips and Yummy representing Boom. I will be representing Sem9. Sem9 has been coming on the charts for quite a bit here. So this time, we're normally seeing Deb, and this time it's going to be Adip. So he got elimination points versus Yummy, and so far so good for him. But yeah, I guess it's a good one. But hey, so these are the stats. Really nice. And the next match will be in Erangel again, of course.
Yep, back to SR Erangel. Now this is going to be the last Erangel before we head into, not really the entire day, okay? We still have one more Erangel for today, but before we get into the long break, it's going to be Erangel. And usually after this Erangel, there's going to be a lot of team swapping after those breaks to get into the last Erangel of the day to push themselves the numbers up. When it comes to the second Erangel now, a lot of teams want to have those eliminations usually before they head into those long breaks, right? Now speaking of the teams out there, I do love PERSIJA EVOS to actually have the coach actually talk over what's happening on their end, but at the same time, I don't know, every single player have, it's not big of a difference. I did prefer the one before with Lynx. I don't know, I mean, like, everybody have their own perspective in certain way, right?
Yeah, I mean it is subjective because there's so many factors inside of PUBG Mobile. It's and he only played like one round, so there's still a lot of factors to consider too. But if we consider it like based on achievements and statistics, of course, we cannot deny Zaxi Duo too. And there are many factors that impact it. But if they still continue on Zaxi Duo after this, I wouldn't mind as well because it is a proven lineup. But if they do put in back lanes, then okay, it's going to be I don't expect. But if Zaxi Duo, yeah, I guess it's something that we can look forward to.
I mean, like, what's proven right now for me, the deadly duo is still gonna be Microboy and is it Zaxi or Luxi early on? Oh, I hate when this happens.
It's Luxi first.
But it's gonna be the Microboy Zaxi duo. I think that's a deadly duo for now. It just shows how well they have those chemistry going, fighting against Traps and Nuzi against Vampire before. They're working so well. Everything is just perfect timing, absolute perfection when it comes to execution. They're just working out as a trio or duo till the end of it. They lost early on for Lynx before, but they still make it with that chicken. So I want to see if they can actually have that going again. But the other teams that I want and waited for the entire day, it's going to be DX. And then DX used to be one of the best in the world. They used to be the vampires back then, before vampires are the vampires now. So where is DX and why they are in a slump? It feels the entire region of Vietnam right now in a very dark place. They don't have any sort of a light to shine on them.
Yeah, especially since they've been shooed out of Pachinki. They used to drop in school. I wouldn't say that being in school is not comfortable for them. I think there are a lot of factors as well. Maybe it's also the momentum wise of whatever happened in previous days, because they lost Pachinki, and not because they lost Pachinki, but because they lost the fight inside Pachinki, and that kind of dampened their confidence level. So they were starting to take a step back. But yeah, but that's the thing about playing a league, right? There are a lot of games to play, there are a lot of days to play. It's only week 1, and if they cannot get out of that mental block zone, even in like the first few days, it's going to be tough coming into week 2 and week 3 onwards.
For side of DX, I mean, I get why they put himself in school, because it's going to be very similar rotation with Pachinki possibly, about how they want to adjust themselves in the map. They don't have that much time to readapt, because we're talking about no downtime. 3 maps back to back, 1 hour downtime. Yeah, okay, get that 1 hour to discuss stuff, but can you readapt yourself within that 1 hour as well? Because it's going to be straight 3 games in a row, different maps entirely. So if they want to have a big reset, it's going to be after done with week 1. They have it another go, going back to the drawing box, and at the same time they have to readjust themselves with a new set of grouping again.
Yeah, it's a reshuffle. I want to see like if Xavier would get the same as two teams. So Bacon Time and GE, because he just likes to go onto teams irregardless of who you are, right? They would even challenge Hale at some point. So if DX happen to be the same group as those, it's gonna be tough. Looking at the current trend of how they like to challenge Xavier in the drop spot. PBE on the other hand, currently still at the but not really bottom. They still have that chance to actually be out of the bottom 4, and I think that should be the minimum right now. As long as they're out of the bottom 4, they still have a chance to play in the grand finals. That should be the bare minimum goal for these teams.
I just wish the gap in between the teams are not too big. I'm talking about everybody can have a shot at getting a #1 spot, but right now it's just due for Raymond and Demigod. Now Demigod is in. It's been a while we haven't seen him. This is going to be the nemesis, the arch nemesis for Jumper. But I love their banter. They're actually good friends behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot that he wasn't playing. I mean, we saw him during the interview, and then it crossed my mind that, oh yeah, Demigod isn't playing. Okay, but it's nice to see him finally making his debut in PMSL. VOIN. Wow. Okay, I think this is the first time we see a substitution for them, if I'm not mistaken. So Maxius is coming in this time around. I believe with Maxius coming in, it is the lineup that brought them the most success in the PMSL so far. So we can say that this is their key lineup, and I think they realize that, oh, it's only 10 points difference than the #2 team 7-9 now, and if they drop all this time around, 7-9 could take over them. So that's why they start to put in the best lineup possible, and let's see if that changes anything in the next round. And speaking of changes, Yuhai is back. Okay, with Yuhai back in the line though. So right now it's over for Swavel instead. And Alan
yeah, this
is going to remain there.
This is where we see everybody got their secret weapon out, right? We got our best player for VOIN, Max's play back here. The start of the day is starting off with Vin instead of Max. They didn't notice that. But Max has always been the key player, like you mentioned before. It's going to be Zilin also playing.
Okay.
What is happening? All the teams are switching their gears on a different level now. I don't know, should I be expecting more? Will I be disappointed later when it comes to plays? Gotta have to wait and see.
Zilin coming in for Stuxnet. Frankly speaking, for GEEK SLATE, that's the only substitution they can make, because like for the other three, no way you're going to remove Root, no way you're going to remove Snipes, no way you're going to remove Mika. So naturally the substitution will only happen between these two teams, and for Lord Zilin to come in, well, this is his debut in the PMSL, so it's his opportunity to show to the fans that why he still deserves to play in that of GEEK SLATE despite a underwhelming performance in the PMPL Malaysia. This is his redemption moment here as we head on to our next game before the break. It's going to be a wrangle. Let's go.
We are back here for a second round on our day 4. Second last day of week #1, middle of the day day 4 itself, having such a beautiful flight path, staggering, just splitting the map into the west and east side, down to SMB from on top of Savini. Every single team can drop wherever they fancy. Nothing is stopping them, unless a couple of teams that want to make it hard for them.
Yeah, such as Jinky Battle. Let's see if Xavier wants to do that. But since they had a comfortable start out of school, I guess it's going to be unlikely that they want to drop it to Pachinki and do the unnecessary again. Would mean that Bacon Time would have Pachinki for themselves. So far, based on the previous fight as well, it was just split between the north and south. This time it's left and right. So we might see this come whereby it's going to be a cool, nice start for all these teams. I don't expect a big challenge. Looking at the current spread of teams dropping, should be okay for everyone.
I do have a bit of interesting bumper car moment, or even try to knock down on PERSIJA EVOS player, which is going to be red face chased by the heck of Boom. He's having fun. It's like Fast and Furious, but I am John Wick. There you go. Red face suddenly knocked out. Yummy. Not even showing any sort of mercy. Luxy tried to do a bit of redemption. Red face bleeding out. No time. Oh, Yummy still got it.
Ooh, Yummy. Yummy for him. Definitely still got it. So, that's sad. Oh, thank you for just being savage here. And those are those moments whereby you waited longer than you actually played the game.
True. I mean, he tried, red face. We can see he's trying. His effort was shown in action. He tried to evade those kind of accidents early on, but Yummy's just better at it. You have to agree on that. Bacon time right now, they have this pachinki for themselves after a first half of a week. A bit of a battle against DX. And DX have to agree Bacon time is the force to be reckoned with. You should respect the fact that Bacon time taking pachinki right now. There's no way you can take them out of their hands.
Yeah, so yeah, they have warranted it after 2-1 win against Xavier. Unless if the group allows it, that Bacon Time isn't playing, then maybe we'll see Xavier coming back into pachinki. But for now, as long as Bacon Time's playing and Xavier is obviously playing, definitely they'll let go of this pachinki. And at least this kind of circle, you know, despite you dropping the school, it's still kind. So at least Xavier would have been like, yeah, we missed the middle circle yesterday. At least this time around we got it. At least one round given to them. Let's see how they make the most of it.
True. But VOIN, I do want to see them to structure gap again. But at the same time, I don't want the gap is too significant. But it's like a love and hate relationship right now with VOIN for me. I want them to be up there, but the gap is a bit too small now. It doesn't feel dominating, but at the same time the suspense will be gone if the gap is too obvious. But at the same time, I do want to see the teams on the second page to close up the gap. It would be super incredible if we have all the teams first place to 90 place all hitting up the 100 mark right now.
Wow. Yeah, I guess in a month that will look cool. Mathematically, I'm not sure if that would happen. I think there's too little point for it to happen, but yeah, but I do agree that if the point gap was like minimal, I need to do the math here. I'd be too lazy to do that. But if it's minimal, that it's like, okay, every round, every position can change. Okay, that would be the best case scenario. Of course, for VOIN being up there, 10 points difference, at least this opens up like space for other teams to like overtake them, and that will be more exciting for us as viewers to be like, oh, we'll be anticipating this round. What will happen to...
Yeah. It's just a flip of a coin if that happens though. Back to the side of DX, they have school for themselves. I'm surprised nobody tried to contest school. I mean, like, it's gonna be tough for DX. Every single time they switch their own initial drop spot, it's gonna be another team trying to contest out a hack of them. But this time at least they're having a great start, having a very peaceful mind to venture out and navigate themselves based on the circle. But PERSIJA, on the other hand, they do have to share this compound for a bit. We're talking about Yasnaya, Microboy and Luxy do have both Luxy and Luxy playing this time. Red FaZe will be eliminated due to the car crash early on. VOIN, on the other hand, it feels a bit slow. Did we see a circle just now?
Yeah, it's in the middle. So nice middle circle, nice path. So that's why we don't see those early crashes as what we expected, similar to like the previous round, except for that vehicle damage. But other than that, everyone's like, you know, you manage to get into your own place. It's pretty okay. So far so good. And with that kind of nice circle as well, right in the middle, that means there's a room to play. That also means that we might see more clashes in 5th stage onwards.
Still the first stage, yeah, a bit too early to get those skirmishes. Everything happens the same when it comes to PUBG Mobile. You fly, you loot, you survive. It's going to be the same basics every single time, but so it's down to the players to make a ripple of it, to change the wave, to change the frequency of the fights. BTR coming out from ruins, going for the second checkpoint already. We're talking about Deuce, which is known as Liquid as well, alongside with I think that's going to be Ryzen. Yeah, Ryzen around the corner. So they're splitting themselves into 2-2 formation on the side of BTR.
Yeah, it's not really a surprise. So far, we have seen them doing quite often, and it does make sense as well because it's still the first stage. But if like Circle 4, Circle 5, if they continue to do that, I think it's really scenario based, and they're no stranger to that kind of strategy. Considering that they are a star-studded lineup, so with that star-studded lineup-ness, and they have the confidence level, that level of confidence, if they can pull it off, why not? At the end, some people, we can have internet banter about it, right? Like, oh, 2-2 split works or whether it doesn't work. To me, it's very subjective. It's very dependent on the scenario. So we can't really say that, oh, 2-2 split doesn't work. No, we can see like the teams like Vampire, they do 2-2 split as well, or they do 1-3 split, and it works. So it really depends on the scenario and how each and every player, whenever they split up, how they take care of themselves.
Yeah, I agree. This is Battle Royale, and that's the beauty of Battle Royale. Everything that works, nothing is wrong for you. Nothing can be wrong as long as you guys survive. And that's the only thing that works right now, because it's still a survival game by the end of the day. Because yes, it's an FPS mode, getting more kills, great number of eliminations. But when it comes to the end of the day, it's still about survivability. You survive, then you get to eat those chicken dinner. If you're dead, there's no way you can be eating that. But we feel like we're having very sort of similar circle than the last one. Kaka mounted on top of this again. Nobody's taking it.
Oh yeah, really, it looks really similar. It feels like a deja vu. But this footstep 9 site, that means that we could see a Vampire going up, or maybe even Box. It's still a good position, I would say, at least for maybe, if not only this one, but maybe the next one even.
Now, no sort of gatekeeping on the bridge. But Rosemary, I love Rosemary. I love the way he sprayed. I love the way he approached a player. I love everything about Rosemary. I'm in love with Rosemary because he makes such wonderful plays every single time. So much action from these guys.
Oh yeah, he's always in the right position at the right time, and there you go. And it happens. Xavier, just putting it out there, right? So now D0 playing as a trio with a Yuhai shooting on one member of D Xavier getting into ruins, and Yuhai, he knows he's a little bit of an open position, so he chooses to relocate himself, opening up another space, scouting out at the same time, and right now they're kind of surrounding D Xavier.
Yuhai, he's able to pick off one by one. It was Alter Ego before, now it's BTR taking on Frank as well. Slowly chipped off the limbs of the axe, leaving only 2 players left. Yuhai going in for the rush. Satar coming out from a different angle for the support. It's going to be a crossfire coming out from BTR. It's going to be a perfect approach as well. But Yuhai, he's a bit meticulous. He's not sure where are the other 2 players of DX right now. Taking things slowly just to be safe. But he doesn't want to be stuck in there somewhere. So he have to be placing themselves the better parking. Now, definitely can see Frankie.
Well, he's definitely doing a very bold move, and this is the Yuhai that we know of. He is very adventurous. He likes to play the solo entry, go in, do his own thing. So it's a matter of whether his teammates can support him. And so far, so good for him. He's very capable of doing that as well with his mechanical skills that next level. And right now, his teammates just need to keep an eye on him. But sometimes the IGL needs to hold him back to say that, okay, you're going a little bit too far. And I think that's a comms giving up to Yuhai. That's why he kind of backed out there.
Satar, I'm still sad that BTR is not trying to push it. Like, they can't actually had that opportunity of window just now before the other teams coming in. A bit longer time took for the side of Yuhai. But still, Lamborghini and Rabies will live as a duo. Frankie being finished off just now. We saw PERSIJA EVOS. So surprisingly, a lot of Indonesian team having the same sort of rotations here. Right on top of ruins, already most of the Indonesian teams up there.
Ooh, okay, yeah. I wonder Yoodo Alliance. Oh, Yoodo Alliance on the south, because normally Yoodo Alliance they use around the areas of the water town, around the areas of ruins, so they know that area by the back of their hand. They know those elevations, that one compound that is around where BTR and is currently at. But this time around, because of their different drop spot inside of Novo, they're forced to jump a bit, so they use the southern side instead.
Zillion. GEEK's like this time taking things super slow. We're talking about them being very cautious, very meticulous when it comes to making sure they stay alive first, and maybe start to fight when it comes to the fourth stage of the circle. They haven't started any action so far. PERSIJA, EVOS, on the other hand, taking a bit of exchange of bullets with BTR, but they have to be careful. DX still lurking around there somewhere. It's not just them. We have Alter Ego, if I'm not mistaken, the other side of the ruins. All the Indonesian teams are exactly where they at in the same spot. Surprisingly, everybody have the same sort of scrimmage possibly coming up from the Indonesian team.
And that's where BTR might manage, because they have the high ground instead onto PERSIJA EVOS. And PERSIJA EVOS, they the numbers. They're only playing with 3 players for now. SLD on the other hand, coming a little bit later. Looks like they'll be circling around for now, around the areas of Watertown, but a lot of open space, so it's a little bit of a risk here taken by SLD to come in. Right in front of just just behind this hill. That's Yummy though. Wang Ji spawns out Yummy, but Yummy gets away.
Yummy not that tasty anymore. Feels like a yuck than a Yummy right now as he got stayed down. But at the same time, Mon Boy, PBE coming on to a side of Pachinko. But Pachinko holds so strongly, but it's like, I think that's going to be Yoodo Alliance if I'm not mistaken, right? Or is it an entirely different team now? Yep, Yoodo Alliance kind of giving a pressure on the side of PBE, but they still managed to squeeze in there the last minute. Boom! On the other end, well, Yummy is being yucked to a lot of team, but he's still Yummy for himself. But Room Razy got knocked down from afar by SLD. Purging counter fire, but he got himself in the blue zone. But SLD will be greeted by Bombed the moment they step into nearby the zone. They have a bit of a counter fire, but will it be enough for SLD?
Ooh, SLD. They need to figure out how to the zone. Now, looking at Boom's movement, Yummy is going in. So Yummy yuck. Yes, he is yucky towards his opponent. SLD. Wow, Yummy. What a taking down 2 from SLD back to back, eliminating them without a single point.
Yummy again making so much work for the entire team of Boom as always, but Kenny got knocked down instead by Lapa. VOIN is not done with their kerfuffle with those vehicles yet. We're talking about a lot of splat and splots going everywhere all over the map. They are not done. Still trying to take on players with their vehicles. VOIN start to march into the southeast of the circle. GEEK taking on mostly on the southern part. Yoodo Alliance barely make it in. Gakka field will be where everything is happening right now. Northern Vampires and PERSIJA EVOS not having too much of a contender, except all 3 of them up there. Boom might be joining on top of Ruins.
Well, I'm worried for more. Look at the Pachinki Hill. It's going up against VOIN, but now focusing on to Sam9. Sam9 now losing right against Box, but now they're trading it back. They could possibly still win this. The other side, Winnie comes in. Winnie shoots. Winnie almost got in the last member of Sam9, and Sam9 eliminated. VOIN will rejoice as Sam9 will not be challenging them for that number 1, but Hill is still behind their tail.
Vampires cooking up the nade. Pre-toss it, now tossing over towards the side of Box, trying to flush them out. Vampires will try to go for the rush. Winnie and Capone stuck in between in a corner. Now they are exchanging look. What should we do now? Because they heard the cue from Vampires. It's everywhere. Left, right, center. Capone fighting the entire cover of Vampires. This is gonna be scary on his end. But he tried valid enough. Vampires managed to decimate the entire team of Box Gaming within seconds.
Yeah, beautiful third party, they're not gonna lie. But thinking about party, now Boom is bringing the party towards BTR with Liquid now super Liquid aka Deuce, and Satar has a nade on his own, good tossing on the side of Boom, but Boom will not have anyone there, so the nade will be in vain. Right now we can see that they need to move. They're still on the outside of the circle, but the Xavier is super duper low. Rabis now, can he win this fight again? Lapa moves in, Lapa takes him out.
Lapa in the chopstick trench here. We're talking about VOIN Esports still having only one man, more than enough. Lapa has been hard carried the team. 4 eliminations just by himself, survived the longest. And now Yami, the star player for Boom, being run down by these vehicles, these cars. BTR is here to take for the win. And they're taking it as wild as possible. Razy at the back line. Deals or Liquid is too far apart, trying to finish off Boo Boo Hoo. But at the same time, the spread been outplayed by the side of BTR at the same time.
Gotta make it quick because they're on the outside of the circle. Razy still alive. Razy with a nade of his own. Toss it though, no target it seems. Oh, he's gonna toss it on the other side, just trying his luck, but no there. At the same time, Pombe will be finished off by BTR. Razy is gonna be the last man standing. He is still on the outside of the circle, but the good news is that he still has a buggy to work with.
Now, a couple of taps. Then Razy, it's just too much in the boost. We're talking about 4 stages. It's definitely gonna be 1% at least. For now, for every single second it takes, it's gonna be 1% down. Razy needs to get out from here. He got himself that buggy, but where to go? The moment he leaves out this compound, left and right, there's gonna be somebody waiting on the side of BTR. They are gatekeeping this as tight as possible. Will choke the heck out of Boom.
Circle, here we go. Circle moves towards Hill. Hill is in the middle of the circle. Where is VOIN? Gotta know where's VOIN as well, because right now Hill may overtake VOIN. But let's put focus onto VPE. VPE. Very, very close by. But EVOS and Team Secret, both of them on the outside. They might want to take over this compound. Right now, this compound is valuable.
Empire still holding on to the... Oh, they just finished on box just to get to its compound. It was well worth it. They got themselves the stronger place, strongest vicinity to hold on to based on the current circle. GEEK SLATE on the other hand barely make a comeback in this tournament just yet. All the fans have been waiting for them, but at the same time, this is a predicament for them. They're stuck in the corner. They are in the pickle. They need to get out from the blue zone, but it's going to be a flat field. The moment they leave those structures, the moment they leave those small hills, it's going to be having themselves land in the middle of a haystack field here. Got sprayed by Luke, down to half HP. Skip was spraying, knocked Zillion straight on the ground. And Hale taking the fight on the other end as well. It's going to be between 2 teams trying to steal all these eliminations alongside with Hill.
Oh, it had to be Zillion, but now VOIN is still in this. On the other side, but at the same time, we can see that Flex is kind of caught out. His vehicle smoked up and exploded. Flex is in trouble. He needs to reset quickly. At the same time, we can see that Bacon time is out at number 9 elimination points, but our boy managed to get 1.7, eliminated VOIN. This is up for Hale to catch up.
Liquid keep the pressure on the side of PERSIJA EVOS, but at the same time PERSIJA do have the haystacks in between, but they can't take the cover. BTR being eliminated next if not being careful, living with only 2 men left. TS still have 3. Stone and the rest of Empires, they got their roof, they got the 4 walls working. They don't need to leave the shack, they don't need to do anything else and just keep the one button out, keep the taps open. And now Strap's getting on Ryzen and Vampires, they are on the most advantage, but Zuxi with a huge nade obliterate the entire team BTR straight off it.
Zuxi will be happy to eliminate his old teammates there. So 1 nade to rule them. Vampire Esports still has a compound, still has a circle, still in a good position at this point. With majority of the road given towards them. And right now, Hill on the other side, full squad, so that's their own advantage right now. Only 2 teams, 3 teams in fact with a full squad, but we haven't from Alter Ego just yet.
Tapping out Alter Ego. They got a couple of shacks, so they got the building for now, but I don't think it's going to hold on much longer. If you compare with what Vampires have to offer, this side of the circle, high chances of Mike closing off first, but look, no way out for Yoodo Alliance. Look, just now, living with only 1 last member survived. Team Secret resolved to take in the Chopsticks Trench, but will they be favored by the circle? There's no compound for them. Even Vampires living off their compound slowly, trying to get a couple of intel, gather information to know what's happening outside. Hill got quite a solid place too. I'm not gonna lie, they got themselves quite a compound to work around, a lot of space to see what's going through, but I don't think Tiger can see a lot coming out from that side.
Yeah, and the best part of this position is that they have that majority of the half piece of food right now. Before this it was Vampires, but now it's going to be Hale. So it's going to be a different situation for the Vampires. But right now, looking at the current condition, if the information where Team Secret is at, they need to focus on taking out Team Secret first.
TS barely hanging on to the last thread here. Circle shrinks, 10 seconds to go. Time's ticking, no time to lose. Gatslow spraying over to the side of Alter Ego. They saw these smokes, and definitely if he get, you know what, there's going to be somebody there, right? Fnatic is going to be taking the front line. Gatslow got pinned down quite a bit there. Counter fire come out from Fnatic, exploiting himself, not to spot it out. Now, he wants to think about which angle they should focus on. Is he going to Potato just going over the other side? And surprisingly, PERSIJA EVOS being eliminated next. Yoodo Alliance with one last player. The other teams, almost the entire squad is up there. We're talking about 3 full squads still in this game.
A Vampire fend off against Alter Ego, but Alter Ego's on the far end though. They're trying to take those eliminations away. Gotta be careful because it could be stolen by another team as well, especially Hale, who has the same sight as them. Tony K tapping it away with minute 14. Not able to secure those elimination points just yet, but Potato tries to get away. Can Potato get away from the concept of Tony K? At the same time, we can see that Yoodo Alliance number 5 elimination points. Alter Ego still survive, but not in the best of position.
Nothing. Tony K tapping out. Entirety of Vampires just have to focus on what's in front. Having their vision to the side of Alter Ego. Potato will be one of the victims. But Vampires keep the pressure going. It's gonna be explosion after explosion. Plummeting them down. Alter Ego, no way out. All eyes on them. Vampires, Hale, everyone's a bit of Alter Ego. TS got caught in between, down to 2.
Ooh, Team Secret. At least they still have some space to play with. But we'll need to wait and see the next phase of the circle as Vampire. Look at Alter Ego. They're just praying that these bullets don't hit onto them. But how long can they last? Looks like not long. As Rosemary will be taken out. Vampire and Hale, they are just trying to get these elimination points. 3 elimination points still up for grabs.
Vampires, they're not challenger. They go away unpunished. They just easily make murder and leave the crime scene. Nobody can find them anymore. TS on the other hand, Secret caught himself in a trench. It's sort of a death threat. Yes, it's a great place to start a war in the early fights, but when it comes to the last few fights, it's so tough to get out from here. Provided you have to have those grenades, those smokes have to work. This is the time for it. They have to toss things out. Utilities, they need to have abundance of it. But Alter Ego, they managed to get back up their feet here, surprisingly. With only the truck in between, nothing else to take covers from. With so many eyes watching, I have huge respect for Alter Ego right now.
Oh yeah, how did they survive that until now? That is crazy. It's insane considering the shots coming in from Vampire from one side, Hale from the other side. But now, speaking about here, the circle favored them. Vampire needs to cross the road, and it is very, very difficult despite them having vehicles still. It's going to be a clear shot for Hale if they choose to just drive past by.
Tony K tipping out Potato again. Last stick of health, another knockdown from Tony K. They're not going to leave any mercy. No mercy shown inside Vampires. They're gonna just nitpicking Alter Ego all day long. They can keep this going all the way. Fnatic on the other managed to pick back up Octa, but it's gonna be a bit of a refresh again. I'm not sure how many mech kits left on the side of Alter Ego. They've been knocked out so many times by now. They're definitely running out of the resources.
Ooh, yes, they are definitely running low, and they are running low on time as well now that the zone has arrived. Right now, we'll see how Team Secret will be able to do this. They're creating that smoke break with whatever that they have. Trying their luck onto the other side. Fire Newsy spots him out. Random sprays coming out from Newsy. But Newsy, because he's blocked by the sky, get a clear shot. But Vampire still put the pressure on the Alter Ego.
Gatslow trying to give the passion side of a TS. They are in between now. Hill got the center. They have to make sure every single position they have, every angle they have to hold on to, it's gonna be enough for them to survive a bit more longer. They have full squad, yes, Vampires as well. TS have a 3. Alter Ego back up to 2, slowly dying out for Alter Ego, but they managed to survive as a duo. Vampires closing in the distance, pushing with the smokes, but Vampires Tony K again! Tony K is just giving so much on Alter Ego. I think even them kind of gave up. You know what, Tony K, take it from us.
Oh, he's definitely the bane for Ego there, and that gave Vampire Esports 10 elimination points, unstoppable right now. Team Seeker climbs out to the top 3, but right now we can see that Vampire and Hale share the same compound just next to each other, creating a smoke break for the rest of Vampire to come through as well. Vampire shooting onto Hale, but at the same time we can see that Shrubsy knows that there's a smoke on the other side. Team Seeker is being spotted out as our boy will be knocked down by Shrubs.
Raps taking on the first contact to the side of TS right now, leaving only Kid and the other player, which could be Izane. Vampires now spreading into 3-1 formation. Stone being the support fire. They are repositioning themselves to get into the flush towards Hill. But Hill is focusing on TS right now. Shuts having his eyes on TS too. So they having a bit of a truce while dealing the one that actually on the outer of the angle, which gonna be TS. Stone on the other hand still keeps his eye out towards side of Hill in case somebody start to push forward, but they're just trying to take their own time here. Hill, they have to split their attention into 2 parts.
Oh yeah, if not TS can come in from the side. That's why we can see that Nothings is overlooking TS, but Vampire is coming in too. So they're kind of sandwiched in between. Shots being fired out by Sky only, also putting pressure on the TS. But the same boy will be taken out by the zone again. It's going to be a second knockdown back to back for him as our boy will be taken out by Sky. There's going to be another point for Hill.
Vampire slowly being pushed back here. Hill just gonna fight back. Just pushing them into the blazer. Newsy taking on Isaiah and TS cannot even budge. They've been just showered down both sides here. They've been compressed and they have been eliminated. There's no way for them to get in. Vampires on the other hand being pushed by Hill. Slowly pulled back by but they have to counter fire. This is the time. Down to 2 teams. 3v4. Hill's now being outnumbered by Vampires. They have a 4 for Vampire, but at the same time, they don't have the angle yet.
Oh, Nothings! Being mollied down in the sniper tower. He has no room to play with. Nothings is being eliminated right now. Vampire will take this advantage. They have the man advantage against Hill. It's going to be 1 by 1 being taken out. It's going to be Get Slow next. And now the last man standing is Sky. Oh, the only Sky left as Vampire pushes on. Tony K with an 8. Sky with his own 8. They're going to trade it back with each other. And that is a Vampire. Finally securing this chicken dinner. And it is Vampire in the house.
It's going to be the chicken dinner coming up for Vampires. Tony K, Alter Ego definitely will find you till the end of the earth of how much pressure he put on the side of Alter Ego previously. He's laughing. He knows for a fact he did so much work just now. The entirety of Vampires now coming back into the scene here stronger. We've been waiting them since a few days back. There haven't been too much of a progress, and finally back in here. They are cheering the heck out of it because they're well deserving. But you know what? I don't know, is this a bad timing to have this momentum pushed out? But it's just going to be a long break after this. They have to put their momentum on hold. But Tony K, well deserving MVP.
Yeah, speaking about Tony K, really tall, not gonna lie. So Tony K MVP, well deserved. 5 elimination points, 967 damage. Man, they almost got chicken dinner just now, but this time around they definitely got it. Tony K taking more highlights here in terms of his personal stats. Other than that, we got Stone, we got Newsy. We normally see him up there, but I think he's been taking, based on his game, been taking a little bit more of a support-ish, scouter-ish role. So that's why this is not showing as much. But if he can enable his team to get this chicken dinner, why not? And 51 smokes, this is the highest so far, Juju.
We're like, we're not easily pleased. We've seen 60-ish before. I mean, if you can get into 70s, it's going to be a different level entirely. But 50s, you know what? I'm going to settle down with that because I'm happy with what they have shown so far. We have a lot of 20s in a lot of the wrangles, barely get into 30s. Now 50s is definitely a different level entirely. Vampires, they know exactly how to approach those fights. It just shows that smokes is their staple to get into these fights. They get themselves the rush into box gaming early on. It was so swift, it was quick, it was clean. So much clean execution coming up with Vampires today.
Yeah, absolutely. Because this kind of circle, at the end of the day, there's a lot of open space. You prepare with the vehicles, or prepare with the smoke to create those smoke bridges, to just block off fields, because they are 360 view, right? In this kind of situation, naturally the smokes will be used. I can understand, especially during that last moment whereby they need to cross the road onto where Hale was. That's where they needed to create the bridge. And yeah, a lot of smokes. But good news is that at least prepared for it. At least there's smokes stocked up for that kind of situation.
Alter Ego, I mean, the only one that's stopping this is going to be Tony K. Definitely they are not happy about this. It's going to be devastating for the side of Alter Ego. I have a bad feeling for for Tony K after this. Feels like he's being targeted by the entirety of all the other teams out there. He's been nitpicking every single person out there and not willing to give them any sort of a mercy at all. Keep on giving this pressure, even though it's like, I'm not going to give you up. You know what? I'm not going to give it in. Just going to keep on going. But that's well deserved. He got himself the MVP from those actions as well. But so far, 25 elimination. This is like, is this by far the highest elimination that we got on across the board? I think back there was 14, right?
I don't think we've broken the record. I think 15 is still it. So yeah, but I need to fact check that. But as far as I remember, it is still on par though. I think if we see a 16, then it's definitely breaking the record. But again, need to fact check that. I don't have enough screens in front of me. But on the other end, it's another underwhelming round for GEEK SLATE. Unfortunately, this time around, no points at all. It's a little bit worrying for them down there though.
That's true. And they've been pushed down, way down, all the way towards the second page, maybe even the bottom 20 here. We're talking about GEEK SLATE at 18th spot. Do they really need U-High? I mean, like, do they really depended too much on U-High back then? That when U-High leave and play for BTR. But the thing is, BTR is down there as well. 17 and 18. What is going on?
Well, here's the thing. The debate about, yes, U-High, no U-High. Well, of course, U-High no brought a lot of strength to them, but they were champions of PMPL Malaysia without UI, so they kind of like they push aside the those doubts. But again, we are back here seeing them down there. But like what you say, right? Even be down there, so it's like okay. But I think it's more of like a lot of other teams really stepping up their game. Maybe the new transfers like Sem9, overall decently well. We got VOIN, the new in the Southeast Asia scene, doing well as well. So it's just other teams just better, I guess, because this is the PMSL.
I mean, like, today will be the most player switch for today. I mean, like, we have like 5-6 teams possibly that switch their players just to play into our previously wrangled map. But I have a feeling we might have another swap of roles for the players, or even they switch in and out for the players again after the long break after this.
Oh yes, definitely we'll see that. Especially, oh yeah, for this just to meme that.
No, it's supposed to be like that. Oh yeah, there you go.
I'll be waiting for the arm style, you know.
No, we're waiting for Upside to play today. Yeah. He haven't been playing the entire day.
Yeah, so now I gotta ask the question: what you gonna have for break fasting?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm having, honestly. I don't even know if I have food. I think it's gonna be pasta. Maybe yeah, some pasta.
Bro, pasta. It's not you, okay? Don't perasan, they say. I need to check what's on the menu as well. But after this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking an extensive break because of the Ramadan month. So my name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. Take this break and we'll see you after this.
As well as its default ammo count, it now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
In a Matchiversary, we've added the all-new Supply Converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the Supply Converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the Supply Converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea. But be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the Supply Converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future. So be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the Supply Converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded Creation Mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in Creation Mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
The well-loved Creation Mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter Creation Mode, you will notice that there are 2 new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects, and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in creation mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in creation mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in creation mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms with floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
A brand new gameplay, Noosa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Noosa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Noosa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it, for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Noosa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends.
In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Erangel and Libet. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Erangel. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point. We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready! In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new supply converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the supply converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the supply converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the supply converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team! The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
We are back here for more action-packed PUBG Mobile in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia with me here, Chuchu and Sir Cloud. We have 3 more games and maps to go, Cloud, and so far the tide has been dominating in day number 4.
Yes, and I hope you had a really good meal during the long break. I didn't had a good one because I spilled ink all over the floor, and it happened to be syrup. So right now, right below me looks like a crime scene. You don't want to know. But let's check out some of the criminals that made it into the stats here. And of course, it has been a moment. Oh, okay, I got scammed. But anyway, yeah, the crime scene is just below me still. I need to take a time to clean it after we're done with the show.
Yeah, I'll make sure you have time for that, don't worry, buddy. But speaking of today's map here, we do have the last Arenga of the day. We do know for a fact a lot of teams will start to switch the players when it comes to the last Arenga of the day, just to try and have a bit of a push in the last minute for our last Arenga of the day. Speaking of which, we're going to head into next Mirama, double Mirama for the closing of the day. Speaking of which, we haven't seen a lot of Indonesia if you compare with yesterday so far.
Yeah, like PERSIJA, EVOS, even BTR, quite underwhelming performance. Boom hasn't really hit the mark yet, so hasn't been the really been the day for the Indonesians, but it has been the day for the Thais today. So 2 chicken dinners from the Thai region, and after this we'll be jumping into an interview with another Thai team as well. So we'll be passing it over to Flavor, who is our host today, and we'll be meeting up with Hale Esports
here at the interview arena for the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. And of course, I am joined in here from Team Hale. I have nothing joining me. Of course, we have our amazing translator who's going to be translating all the interviews that's going to be translated for today. And of course, congratulations once again for actually winning and also getting yourself winner chicken dinner on the second match for today itself, for day number 4. Could you tell us how are you feeling and how is the morale or the mood of the team currently right now?
ก่อนอื่นก็ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยสำหรับแมตช์ที่ 2 ที่สามารถเอา winner chicken dinner มาได้แล้วก็ตอนนี้มีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างแล้วก็ทิศทางของทีมเนี่ยจะเป็นยังไงต่อไปครับก็รู้สึกดีครับก็ทิศทางของทีมน่าจะเป็นทางขึ้นไปก็คงไม่ตกแล้วครับก็คงทำได้ดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆครับ At the moment he is running good and the movement of team will stay like you keep moving up to be the top 3 as well.
Wow, look at very confident right there to actually be placed in the top 3. Now on the third match, you and Vampire Esports were basically the only teams in the final round, but unfortunately you guys had to drop and Vampire Esports won over you guys, right? So what do you guys think about Vampire Esports, and with only them having 15 matches being played and you guys have already played 21 matches, so do you guys think that you're able to actually outperform them? แล้วก็ในรอบที่ผ่านมาก็เหลือทีมเรากับทีมแวมไพร์ที่เป็น2ทีมสุดท้ายเนาะแต่โชคไม่ดีเราถูกกำจัดออกไปก่อนคิดว่าทีมแวมไพร์เนี่ยจะสามารถทำคะแนนดีกว่านี้หรือว่าเขาเล่นมา15แมตช์แล้วอยู่ในอันดับที่4แต่เราเล่นมาถึง21แมตช์แล้วคิดว่าตัวเองจะสามารถรักษาตำแหน่งหรือทำผลงานให้ดีๆยิ่งขึ้นได้อยู่ไหมก็พวกผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดนะครับแล้วก็คงคิดว่าเขายังไงก็แซงได้ครับก็ไม่เป็นไรครับอย่างน้อยก็ทีมไทยด้วยกันHe said, it's fine, at least we are the Thai team, but anyway, he will keep doing best and we try to keep the score as much as he can. Wow, I'm quite surprised by the positivity, like despite knowing that there's a team that, although they are from the same country, but you still do support them as they're from the same nation itself. Now, last question for you is that, now you guys played very proactively today, and your team's ranking right now is currently number 2. Congratulations, where you managed to beat Sam9 from Malaysia, so which is just slightly below VOIN. So do you think you guys can actually overtake VOIN by the end of today? ก่อนอื่นก็ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยที่อยู่อันดับที่2แต่คิดว่าเราจะสามารถตีคะแนนหรือว่าตีเสมอหรือเทียบเท่าทีม VOIN ได้ไหมวันนี้ครับก็แซงแน่นอนครับไม่ต้องห่วง Absolutely, he will do it. He will make it to the first place today. Very few words, but very meaningful indeed. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our amazing interview together with representative from Team. Nothing's from Team Hale. So all the best to Team Hale on your next upcoming matches. Of course, for those who are tuning in, don't go away because right after this, we're going to kickstart the matches here at PMSL. And we're going to pass it over back to our amazing commentators to do some amazing narration and commentaries on the matches.
Thank you, Flavor. Dashing as always. Speaking of which, now that's kind of a good point. They're only 5 points apart from VOIN and Hill. From 21 points before this for the gap, and now closing into 5. Now VOIN definitely sitting at the edge of their seat now.
Yeah, I mean today, even VOIN hasn't been performing like how we like in previous days, right? And you can see that the moment they start to like drop in terms of performance, teams are really starting to catch up. So this is how tough the PMS is. You cannot even drop a little bit, and the moment you do that, you can see that Hale is starting to catch up, 7-9 is starting to catch up. Even in that interview, they say that by the other day, we will make it happen. So yeah, I mean, if you are VOIN, you gotta be prepared for that.
Yeah, I agree. There's no room for mistake at all for the teams out there, especially those in the top spot, top 3. But based on the last performance, Tony K straps it's going to be Vampires versus Hale here, entirely just the 2 team with Sky and Gatslow. Gatslow, he's always trying to do the best for the team. We can see he's struggling, but at the same time, it works so wonderfully well when it comes to him getting those frags, the flanks, and outplayed all the other teams out there. But this is the time we get to see if the gap will be closed, will it be overtaken by Hale, or will VOIN have to sit this one out because Vampires is also pushing up there.
Yeah, and Tony K has been performing really well even since the other day when he did that prone shot clutch inside of Miramar. Now he's continuing on his performance. He's being compared with Get Slow, 2 players from the Thai region, and I mean both players have been playing very well. And after this, as usual, the moment we come back from long break, we're going to restart our round inside of Erangel. Could it be another Thai region team?
That's true, but speaking of Tony K, I swear to God, he got an eyes onto Alter Ego quite tight there. We saw the last performance of Erangel, how he make sure it's a tight, close watch between Alter Ego and also coming up from Tony K. But for predictions, you know, I did mention it early on, it's going to be the same prediction the entire day for both of us. So this was our early days, yesterday's prediction actually. PBE, haven't seen so much of them. BTR, this up and down. We saw them getting quite clutch some of this situation, but haven't got themselves this solid position just yet for the entirety of the day. We haven't seen them being that consistent.
Yeah, day 1 was pretty okay for them, and then day 2 like a little bit falling off, and they took a break on day 3. Now that they're back on day number 4, it seems that the engine hasn't picked up whatever they left off in day number 1. So they'll be looking to find that performance again. Plus they are representing the wildcard region. It will be great to at least see 1 or hopefully 2 of the wildcard region teams in the grand finals later on. But if they continue the performance right now, they are at number 19. So if this continues on, then that means they are at risk of elimination, despite we still have 2 more weeks to play.
I mean, like, you guys can call it, we are over streamlined the Thai teams here. We definitely have a lot of respect for them, and I have to give it for the side of Thai teams, because right now, all out of 5 teams of Thai we're sending over in PMSL, 4 of them are up there in the top 5, and this has been changing quite a lot when it comes to the 4th day of the entire week. We're down to tomorrow, it's going to be the last day. When it comes to within a week, they can catch up all these teams up there. We're talking about Bacon used to be on 2nd page, now on the 1st page too. Vampires, their ups and downs for them have been quite in the 1st day, and now suddenly shooting up to top 5. FaZe is up there, Hills is on 2nd. What else? I mean, like, these guys, when you give them enough time, they can read out and counter attack in the last minute.
Yeah, you give them enough time, you give them enough space, you give them too much space, and that's what they can do against you. So yeah, gotta be careful of the Thai. Well, of course, maybe this is also an experience and a learning curve for VOIN, being a new team inside of the Southeast Asia region. If we compare them with like 9, they've been here before, even like the other Thai teams, they've been here before, so they're no stranger to this of the tournament. Definitely this is learning, and hopefully they'll be able to learn fast, because yes, it is still week 1. They still have week 2, week 3 to really adapt to the pace that the Thai teams and other regions are playing like.
Oh, Box gave me a bit of sulky moment there. His love not being replied by his own teammate, DX. Now this is a team that have so much question hovering around them. We're talking about DX have nowhere near about the top spot. Yeah, if you have a great start, yes, it's incredible, but it's all about the finishing here when it comes to every single week of PUBG Super League.
Yeah, it is. And before this as well, they probably been used to like 2 weeks and then they're done, right? But this time around it's 3 weeks with the grand final, so it's a lot of days to play. And I can feel like looking at the player cam, like the energy level is very different as compared to like day 2. Yesterday, I think it started off from yesterday, like the last few games. You see like the players start to like lose a level of energy, and then today it's like everyone's like chilling, and I think the long break really doesn't help their energy level. So it's a matter of stamina that they've been tested right now. And look at one of the point players have a patch on his forehead. So yeah, it's just the mentality probably taking a toll on him.
I think his brain CPU start to heat up right now. He's trying to think about ways to make sure they can solidify the position in the podium spot, how to make the gap even further, because right now it's just too close for them to actually be comfortable. Yoodo Alliance, on the other hand, having a very free and chill, carefree time with the teams. And we do have Box smiling over. And all the players are more than ready to have another go. You know, they look all funky, all funny when it comes outside of the game. They are very good friendships between different regions and different teams entirely. But when it comes to the match, when it comes to get into what's the most important of the day for them, is still going to be refocused towards the next map, which could be a wrangle. Oh, wow.
Hello. Okay. All right. Now we know who's inside of BTR now, but also GenForce making is in the PMSL. We did talk about whether he has played or not. Well, clearly he hasn't, so right, he has. So welcome GenForce to the PMSL. Definitely BTR, their comments, they need to change something up, and GenForce, hopefully he's the secret ingredient today.
Yeah, but speaking of GenForce, last time I saw him, he doesn't have that much of hair.
Oh yeah,
he was bald back then. It took me quite a long time to realize, recognize, and this is GenForce. We have Elmstar playing too. Here comes the man in fashion and style, and it's gonna be him swapping out with a bacon ice. I think it's gonna be ice, was it?
Yeah, it was ice. So Elm style. I'm waiting for Chichu to say, like Elm style. Yum.
No.
Okay, I'm trying.
But into the future we go for bacon time. Looking at his future, will it be very bright or very dark? It looks like starting off everybody have the same standards, same sort of a momentum. Give it a 5 just to give themselves a bit of a cheer, to motivate themselves. This is the beauty of being a professional player. You don't have anybody else in the same boat as you do, except for your teammate. These teammates are your family. They are the only ones who know your suffering, know your sweat, blood and tears, and whatever scrimmage and the entirety of your investment in your life, they are the only one who can understand you. And you know what, to actually have to go through that sort of pressure, I mean, this is one of the biggest challenge of being a pro player. We do have Ranked out this time, alongside with Raymond.
Oh, okay. So now PB is doing those substitutions. We still have Demigod. No indication that he got swapped out. So now substitution, they're definitely trying out something else. One of the key players, actually 2 key I see by now that I don't think can be moved inside of PBE. At least for now would be Monboy and Cool. Both of them have been holding on to their slot. The rest of it, they have been swapping around. And they definitely need change, because their day 1 performance is still yet to return.
We do know there are 2 types of change, whether it brings the better of a team or it's just getting worse. And right now we have no clue just yet, because they are something just recently just changed their roster here. We're talking about they have been staying with the same sort of players in the entire week until the 4th day. So we gotta have to wait and see, will the last minute change will make an impact for all the teams out there?
Yeah, we'll need to see that, because whatever it is, right, because of their current performance, something has to change. So whether it's better or whether it becomes worse, well, that I think is the debate for later, right? As long as change, because if you don't change something expecting the same result, then it's very difficult. So at least they try something. But let's see if it happens in the current Erangel. Let's go.
And we are back for our last Erangel for the day in week 1, day 4 of match 4th out of 6. Remaining with Team Mirama left. Whatever they have to offer to us when it comes to last Erangel right now is the best time. And they don't have much time anymore. Speaking of which, today will be some days that will be last day they're performing for some of these teams. That's going to be D, which they'll be playing the last time here today. We're going to include, that's going to be Hill Esports, Alter Ego, Sam9 and VOIN. Now, speaking of VOIN and Hill, both are the top 2, and this today will be the last day playing.
Yeah, and of those 3 teams that you mentioned, they are on top 3. So, and the gap between like them and like number 4 onwards is quite significant. So there's a possibility that if any of them takes that number, they could hold on to it until the end. But of course that all depends on what happens with the other groups as well. But in theory, in light theory, it could probably be the case. So let's see if it really happens for Hale, as what they mentioned in the interview earlier on. And speaking about the flight path, I think 3 Erangels today, all the flight path have been pretty nice. It's sliced in the middle. But the circle, oh no! This is time!
I warn you, so every single day, the last Erangel of the day is going to be such torturing circle. This is tormenting the players. Such a challenge for these guys. And you saw the head patch just now in one of the VOIN plays, and this is why.
Yeah, he foresees his future. And because of that, he's like, okay, yeah, we're going to have a big headache here. But the overall charts, right? So just reviewing it again, like 5 points difference between Hale and very, very doable. And then between VOIN and Sam9, it is 40 points, also doable for a round. For Vampire and VOIN, okay, that's a little bit hard. That's a 28 point difference. So 28 is probably they would need at least 2 rounds depending on what happens on top as well. But so top 3 looks good to overtake each other.
These dire times for VOIN, Hill and Sam9. It's going to be their last push of Erangel, and it's going to be next to Mirama. Now, if they don't open up the gap for all the top 3 teams up there by the end of today, you don't want to be the one that's waiting on the sideline just hoping somebody else falls and Vampires will not be catching up to you, because it's not going to happen. We do know for a fact Vampires, given the advantage, they will take and make use of all of it.
Oh, speaking about advantage, so VOIN immediately moves down to the base island. The fact that they started off in Milta, so they're making this guess that it will go down south. So looks like they went there. Circle goes up, then it will be a different problem for them. But because we have Team Secret, we have Yoodo down there, so they cannot go straight into Novo or inside our military base itself. So they have to one of those smaller houses to loot at.
I'm loving how VOIN actually learned from the mistake, but wait for it. BTR spotted out Vampire straps being clipped quite a bit from Tatar. Here comes the spray. News it might get a bit of a HP chunk out of it, but BTR so widespread out. Liquid will be waiting, or Deal's waiting on the other end. Genforce is here. Can they come in with a different approach this time, with Genforce coming into the roster, playing alongside with BTR? Newsy will be sprayed again, but that's going to be wiping off the smell of Liquid. He didn't actually get anything out of it other than his ammunition running down low.
Wait a second, Schwupps? Oh no. And UI sees that. UI saw that. Going in to secure the elimination point, and we don't see the rest of Empires. So Schwupps, first one to go out for sure.
Yuha going to go in for the finishing blow. Schwupps praying. You know for a fact he's going to go for a slow death here, but the entirety of BTR is already there. Schwupps nowhere to run, no height, nobody going to save him either. I have to just make do being the third person back, the third person observing the entire team in the lobby. A bit too early for him to go out. Still within the first stage. The timing of waiting in the lobby is actually longer than the time he actually played just now.
Yeah, if you want to add on the break time, then it's even longer for him. But looks like that will be the case for Vampires. Unfortunately, with that knockdown or that elimination, they'll be playing as a trio, and they need to catch up to, like, even though they don't catch up to VOIN, they can catch up to Sam9. But with that sort of and it's going to be a bit difficult considering that Sam9 also moved down to the military base island. So we got 4 teams inside of it. Another 1 or 2 then might be a little bit over.
I love the fact a lot of teams are learning from their history or their past mistake where they were taking too much time getting into SMB. When we had this sort of circle in day number 2 or 3 back then. And now they make it rotation a bit faster, a bit quicker. Example here, including VOIN. They took their time last time when they tried to bridge camp to the side of Milta, but it worked out quite right because of how the circle just happened to be hard shifting, and they were kind of stuck in the blue zone and got trapped in it. Same goes for Sam9. Everybody start to move all their migrations, transitioning into the SMB area or even Ferry Pier at this part as fast as they can. Looting up, get those vehicles, and just keep on moving, because if they are just slacking tiny bit behind, they're going to be left behind. Not just that, the brigade keeps so hard they can barely make a pick towards the safe zone.
Yeah, unless it's a to scam all of them and moved up to the main peninsula, then it's going to be a different story. Then that time we'll see all those teams on the military base island. We have at least 4 of them now. They will need to go be creative on how they're going to manage that. So we're going to add another one to the military base island. So it's probably going to be PBE with the boat ride, but now Team Secrets. GEEK SLATE landed onto the island as well, but Zealand is the first one to go down.
One by one being picked off here. GEEK SLATE, Vampire. That was back then was Straps. Now it's going to be on the side of Zealand. TS, they got himself a bonus point and gonna be a splat for the ending of Zealand. Don't want to waste any more of his ammunition. But Vampires, they are very separated with each other. We're talking about 3 of them. Back then it was 1-1-1-1. Now they're all hovering around, clustered into this warehouse in a tree. But the thing is, Box Gaming start to box and wrap around the corners. They do outnumber them in terms of manpower. And Box do take the elevations as well. The moment they try to pick out for Vampires, it's going to be punishing for them.
But oh, okay, someone's behind. Okay, so that's Tony K. So it's a trap maybe for Box. If Box over-focus a ton of onto the 2 from Vampire at the lower ground of Kuwari, then Tony K could come behind and backstep. So that could be the plan that they want. They want Box to do that.
Box still not taking up the bait here. Biding their time, waiting for the calls of their teammates. Shunos from the back line. Capone and Winnie will take off the compound area while Levy. Tony K heard the audio cue. He jumped into that buggy. He wants to go in over the spray, but Tony K a bit more cautious towards approaching Box Gaming. He doesn't want to give away too much information on the other side as well. Alter Ego is always Rosemary. We're waiting for Hill. Sky spotted out the other team. They are way deep in the blue zone.
This is the areas of Milta. Yeah, so it's not too far from the bridge, at least for them. And Hill is not being gate capped, so that's okay. But now, phase 2. Let's go. Oh, majority of it in Peninsula. Ooh, this is gonna be fun.
It's gonna be tough, especially when it comes to the choking points. The choke points of the bridge, where Bacon already parked himself there on both ends. GEEK, on the other hand, they want to swim over, but we do note that Ferry Pier already a lot of people waiting on the dock area. So the moment they try to jump down and swim, there's going to be them being shut down entirely and gone. So half of the team, I expect 8 teams possibly will be going down when they try to transition towards the second circle. And mind you that this is second circle, not even the 4th. It's already hard shift all the way towards the main peninsula, and most of the team already jumped down to SMB.
Yeah, that's the fun part. That's what we talked about. Okay, if it does go up, then it's going to be hard for those teams at the south. So yeah, it looks like nightmare's going to happen. But it's going to be a nightmare for Portbit too, considering that he got shot down. And it's going to be Winnie securing that elimination point. So boom. Again, going boom boom here.
Tuck trying to get those vintage view. Tiger got stuck in the forest or within the woods. He's only alone right now, but the rest of Hill is backing him up inside of their own compound. They scouted out the rest of the teams across him, which is gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be PERSIJA EVOS. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's the entire team there. Hill thinking of another way around, how to wrap around and outplay these guys. Now Tiger tried to position himself on the flank side just to find those support fires coming up behind. They need to shut out the flankers first if they want to go into this fight and want to flush down the entirety of PERSIJA. But Alter Ego happened to be checking on the second checkout or the checkpoint, exactly where they plan to be as well. He'll not just have to deal with the side of PERSIJA Esports, now they have to deal with Alter Ego as well.
Now this is the area just on the southern side of Gaka. Understand why Alter Ego is interested in this area. Whoever takes control of the high ground here, this is the current prime position in this phase of the circle. There are a couple of options as well. There's a house just on the southern side of it, so that's okay as well. And arguably even Ferry Pier house could be not too bad. But I guess where they are right now, the first choice would be that area. But we can see it's occupied by other teams. Not too much of a surprise because it is a prime spot. But we can see, at least from the minimap, we have 3 teams in the same area.
Right now where Hale stands, a bit saturated by so many teams right now. Bacon is there, Hale. I think it's not too far off. PERSIJA might join in here. And Alter Ego anytime soon. Sam Nice around the corner if I'm not mistaken. DX taking the eyes towards the side of Hill, giving their full attention there. And the circle shifted again for the third phase. Whoever's on Sonovsky military base now have to remake their mind, including PB, who just docked themselves on the southern part. Have to think another way. Have to jump back where they're supposed to be at the start.
Yeah, I know, right? So they have to do like the yo-yo thingy. Now they have to go back on the peninsula. Kenny from Yoodo Alliance spent too much time on the military base island, got knocked down by the but he still stage 3. He should be able to be picked up by his teammates. Ah, no, it's also because of Alter Ego shot him from afar.
Teto spotted out Yoodo Alliance. Rosemary trying to get himself the player being knocked down early on. Just next to him, he's going to finish off the job. It's going to be Kenny, Yoodo Alliance knocked down and finished off straight away. We're not sure if they can give support fire for Yoodo Alliance just to have those redemption out of Kenny's death. But Mika already planned, you know what, TS and GEEK SLATE. What a day. They planned out to have a bit of a picnic around the river area. It's going to be Isaac being scouted out by Mika. Here comes another one. It's going to be a great fishing day for Mika if he can actually pin down those sprays at the right timing.
That's basically revenge for them, for Team Secret taking out Zillion very early. Now they're trying to trade it back. But speaking about trading, Bacon time onto Sam 9 with one onto Long. And now at the same time, GEEK, ooh, they are losing the fight against Team Secret. Managed to get a knockdown onto Mika and taking him out. So next slate, only 2 players left.
Shirty giving the tap to the side of a dip. Might actually clip the entirety of it. Down bit, take it on Levy. Out of box gaming, dap on the ground. Shirty making so much work for the side of Bacon. Sam 9 having a bit of a problem to hold their grounds there. Adip can't even pick out GEEK on the other hand. Even though they are the one who'll be fishing out there, but they letting TS slip by. And not just that, they're only down to 1 player left.
And it's also because of Box Gaming from the Ferry Pier house. They saw what's happening here, the activities, and they took their advantage by taking out Snipes. And there's no way for them to save his teammate. It's just too low. Not enough time for him to pick up. But that also means to Team Secret, they're being watched by Box Gaming.
I'm surprised how Team Secret make it in. They made it. GEEK was supposed to be the one who kept these angles off, not letting anybody make an entry, but TS right on top of him. There's another player. You have to be extra careful. It's going to be Raimon. Out of nowhere, suddenly is there. Coming up from the SMB area. Raimon now trying to low drop those grenades. Spot it out UI. Give a bit of an exchange of bullets. We have to buy time for the rest of his teammate to swim over.
Oh yeah, if you're surprised by Team Secret, I'm surprised by PBE as well. But Box Gaming just being the bane to these teams who just arrived from the other side. Long range on the jumper is down. Will he make it across the swim towards him for him to be picked up? Not too sure yet, but PBE will be doing the revive in the water.
Not so great right now.
Oh.
For PBE and both TS as VOIN now spotted them out. They are right on top of this bridge. Nobody trying to be a contender for them. They got a free Thanksgiving Day for these eliminations. Keenan spot out with a DP28, clipping down on Raimon as BTR taking a right foot out towards the side of another team. It's going to be SLD. PERSIJA on the other end with a DBS. Finish off Olio. There you go. Yoodo Alliance losing men more than they can actually count right now.
Yeah, they besieged down there by PERSIJA EVOS. Now SLD, TR next to each other, but I think because there's still enough space, so they won't go in for the clash. Looks like Yoodo Alliance, very, very rare. We see them go out early, so it's going to be a for them, no points at all. So for their hopes to chase up to the top 4, looks like a little bit dampened there.
Yoodo Alliance is going to be detrimental for them. Pulled down for the overall rankings later. How fast they're being eliminated. But damn good, that was a huge nade drop by Kit. We saw that on the cam before we switched it on different place. It was a huge one. Finish off GEEK SLATE entire team. They have to stay in the bottom, or the bottom 20 down there. Or Box on the other hand, they are on the rise.
Well, Kid definitely passed his physics because that nade was just something else. But now Boss trying to stop him. He has only like what, 5% health left, and they're going up against him. Winnie there, Winnie with the high ground. He should be able to do it with the UMP in hand. But the zone has arrived. Kid has no space left to play, and Kid definitely will be knocked down by the zone, and he can deny himself at least.
But you have to watch out for Shunos. He got himself already 5 eliminations just by this one guy coming from Box Gaming. They are on Rabbit right now. Hill Esports sharing sync from Power 79. Visited by VOIN Esports and just have to be making a big U-turn fast and furious. But Box Gaming on the other end, from the pan to the fire. Capone taking on Nalva. 2 knocked and 2 down. Lapar left remaining for VOIN, but he's stuck in between.
Looks like Sam9 will take advantage of that, taking out Lapar. Keenan on the lower ground, not looking good for VOIN, considering they only have Keenan left. And Keenan gets eliminated. Hale still has a full squad. That means this round they could be overtaken by Hale.
Bacon time, taking those elevations and waiting for the right time to pick out. They don't want to attract too much unwanted attention right now. A nice spot out Hill at the back line. There's also 79 on the other end, if I'm not mistaken. There's 2 of them left remaining. But VOIN kind of stuck in between. Box start to compress them on a different angle. But the one really needs to get out from their turf right now. It's only 79 and Hill. Hill taking his warehouse. They have to cut across another team. Hill taking on VOIN. Now only leaving out Keenan right now. VOIN is going to be hurting them when it comes to the leaderboard later.
Yes, it definitely will. Let's see what Hill can come up with. 7-9, they're interested to try to take the number 1 spot well, but they only have 2 players left. Now they're going up against Hale. At the same time, SLD being spotted out, Tron's eliminated. Now it's going to be Hale versus 7-9. They'll be happy to eliminate their number 3 opponent.
Hill winning this fight for now. That leaving only his long toss about the nade. Almost hit the entirety of Sky. But Hill still having a fall. Full squad remains. Fighting against 1 person of Sam 9. DX on the front. There's also another team waiting on the corner. They have to cut across. Those coming on southeast will be the hardest to get in, as DX got the best compound there is in this circle.
So far looking good for them this round. Finally, at least Xavier. They've been struggling for many rounds now. But SLD, they have 2 players right smack in the middle. But it's not the best of locations. A Bacon time, spotting out the mission coming in from Hill, shooting on the side. But now we have Box Capone putting pressure on Empires.
Keeping the pressure on with those nades. Keep it coming for the side of Capone. Box trying to make an entry. Rosemary taking on PERSIJA, locks it down on his knees. Hill taking on SLD. Box on the other end still struggles. Back on SLD, they're being wiped out just now as Hill managed to survive, but barely breathe right now. I'm not sure if they can actually have a reset, because SLD finished off by Hill. Now next one is going to be BTI and Vampire. Hill next, as Box and Vampire is having a go. It's going to be BTR finish off on Hill.
Hill got eliminated. What happened? That was their best chance of getting the number 1 spot, but VOIN will be happy with that. That means VOIN can still maintain the number 1 after this round. Now let's see what Winnie is going to come up with. He's going to cook. And Winnie, nade! And nade to rule them all. 3 points in the bag from Winnie.
Oh boy. But Boss Gaming, this is just one of a hell of a run. 10 eliminations already. Juno secures 7 out of those 10. Bacon Time now visiting DX. He got himself the compound to work around. They have been here for the longest time, but Bacon Time wanted to take out of DX's hand. But the thing is, it's a warehouse. You know warehouse have high walls. Where do they go in? How do they get in there? There's only 2 in and out. It's going the front and the back. DX still holding the compound strong. But we do have QEON coming in from the side.
Ooh, let's see what QEON can do because he's all alone though. I guess he's going to stay out of it once he chooses to steal any elimination points. But now Xavier wants to take over this compound. The nade went up by Chua. 9 Noise is on the other side, but it's going to be Shirdy nading down Rabis. Shirdy needs to move in. Beautiful nade by Shirdy. And now with that, we had an opening for him.
Bacon keep the pressure on Rabies on the ground. The moment they let one person slip by, Bacon starts to breach in. Chua still trying to hold down the fort with his shotgun. And Frankie trying to make damage control at the same time. Need to pick their members one by one. But Bacon Time is already in. They got the bridge. They want to push. As Taj got clipped quite a bit with that nade. He's still trying to fight over this compound with a shotgun. They'll be taking over this warehouse for now for Bacon Time. DX have to go for a retreat.
QEON has the nade of his own. Can he steal some away? Yes, he will! QEON taking down Touch and stealing Shirdy away from Xavier. Oh, QEON, really unexpected.
Playmaker is the biggest brain at the back. It's going to be QEON from VOIN taking 2 out for the side of Bacon Time. They were winning just now, taking over this compound, but right now things are not looking great as QEON, DX Frankie finish off Touch. Down to QEON to make a play here. A bit too late. Bacon Time being eliminated in the hands of DX and with the help of QEON. I mean, like DX. There's a big thank you coming up from the side of them to the side of QEON. But QEON now be charged by DX and not that grateful as Lamborghini tried to finish him off. Found him. Finish off. That's going to be VOIN placing themselves at 7.
QEON, you guys ungrateful. I helped you guys there, but you just had to. This is the way you repay. But oh well. But right now we see that all the top teams have been eliminated. So again, this is a round for page 2 teams as Xavier trying to up PERSIJA EVOS from moving. Alter Ego as well caught on the outside. Up a smoke just to buy time for themselves. And PERSIJA EVOS spotted out by Lamborghini again. Shots fired. Connect onto microboard.
So going to be random shots and random spray through the smoke from Lamborghini. Hoping it will clip and connect. Spot out a red face, clipping quite a bit. Trying to deny any sort of mobility if there's any vehicles coming up from PERSIJA Esports. But Rosemary already 10 steps ahead. He tried to rotate and tried to go and push. But Lamborghini spotted out Saxi. PERSIJA kind of stuck in the same boat as Boom right now. They've both been hauled by DX on 2 different angles.
Ooh, Boss Gaming finally eliminated, but they don't go out empty-handed. 10 elimination points. That's fairly, and that's actually very good for a number 6 place. Now PERSIJA EVOS. Long range, boom, now being sieged down by Alter Ego. Rosemary behind at the same time. Potato in front. Boo right behind this building. Potato resets himself, puts himself. He's super duper low. He needs to switch to another weapon. He should be alright. Oh!
Flush! Boom getting on double down with Boo Boo who needed, but it's not gonna be enough. He tried to clutch it. If it happens, it's going to be him clutching the entire team of Alter Ego. But Boom eliminated at 5th place. Alter Ego only left with 1 player to revive every single each of it. It's going to be Rosemary to do the entire job. A lot of work have to be done by this guy. Back to the side of BTR, start to close in the distance. Alter Ego don't have that much time anymore. But PERSIJA eyeing out towards the side. It's going to be Red Face and Microboy. Spotted out BTR, but they are moving to the side of Alter Ego as we speak.
Ooh, let's see how long they can defend this area. Alter Ego needs to act quickly as teams are getting closer and closer. And in 5 more seconds, we'll know who will be favorable. Right now, all these teams have their own spot, but Red Face to see where his opponents are at. BTR does have the circle, will need to move. Likely will move towards Ego, or they can go to the other side if they have information that the southern side there. That could be another option for them.
Lamborghini taken out on a Red Face, leaving only Microboy left for the side of PERSIJA EVOS. This is not great for Alter Ego. And PERSIJA EVOS here as well. That's going to be the end of them as Rosemary splattered them down by Alter Ego. It's going to be full squad fighting against each other. 3 squads remain. BTR taking on one play of... Never mind, it's going to be Alter Ego and BTR fighting against each other. FaZe, the ones winning here is going to be DX. Nobody tried to pick a fight against them.
Yeah, they have a fortress now, so better to try to fight with another opponent. Look at the current condition, but Xavier have a lot of confidence. They're open there now, and this could be their moment because Alter Ego and BTR, they're too busy with each other. They're just waiting for it. They're just waiting for the right time to come in.
Moving in the line for Alter Ego, but it's not working wonderfully well so far. They barely got any sort of covers for themselves, except for that airdrops. But DX, the Blues are closing in from their side first, but it's down to the next circle. A minute to go. They still have a minute to revise their plan here. For Liquid of BTR Deuce, stuck in the shack. BTR are spreading out wide, but this was out by Alter Ego. Take it out on Rosemary. What a response. Swift one coming up from Satar.
Oh yeah, that was fast mechanic moves there, but now BTR still on the outside of the circle. They need to move forward. Great smoke bridge right now, but at the same time, Xavier sends out Chua to take an off-angle position. Rosemary will be finished off by Satar. That's going to be a confirmed elimination given to BTR.
Yep, moving towards the side of DX, spotted out Lamborghini. Satar might actually caught Chua during this process. Alter Ego down to 3. DX spreading, dominating the southwest of the map or the circle. Trying to take as much space and take control of the circle right now. DX reigning over this one. Gen Force barely make it in. Blues start to close. Alter Ego potato right across of BTR right now. But DX making sure they cannot tunnel their vision out. Because they start to nitpicking on the sideline. Outplaying the flanks.
Oh, not even the flanks. Looks like they currently conquered the majority of the circle. And the circle favors towards Xavier. Right now, 2 teams on the outside will need to. And it's such an open area right in front of them. BTR, no vehicle. If they do have a vehicle, they're just too close. They could be easily shot down by Xavier.
The Axis is theirs to win. There's no way they can flunk this one. Everything is in the books. Everything is down for them to close it up. They got the control of the circle. They got the majority. They got the circle is only on them. All they need to do is just keep these teams out. Don't let them in. Making sure stop their entry, and this chicken is going to be theirs all day long.
Absolutely, and it's looking good for them because 2 of their opponents are on the outside of circle. Number 1, number 2, they need to focus onto each other rather than Xavier because he now has a good spread. It's going to be hard to focus onto Xavier because of that too. And right now, he tries to get Satar. Satar still alive, not being hit at all. Oh, will arrive onto them. The zone, the blue. It's on top of both of these teams.
All they need to do is just keep this pressure going. DX have to hold their angles. They got this. The circle is just on their side all day. Lamborghini tapping on Satar. And Liquid down is beating BIGETRON down fast. Leaving only Alter Ego. Last player alive. Potato still managed to clip on 2. Make it double down. Gen Force as well. This is a huge one. If Alter Ego winning this, they were against the circle. They fought their way in. They made it in. DX is going to be a fair fight. 2v2.
Oh, if Alter Ego can do this, it's a pick up for Xavier considering that they had the circle, they had the compound as well. And now Alter Ego might be able to do it. Managed to pick up their teammate. Right now it's 3v2 from a 4v3. Right now it's 3v2. Oh no, not looking good. Rabbids 50% health. Another one of his teammates on the other side and they know where Rabbids is.
How the tides have turned for DX. Rabbids and the rest of DX. There are only 2 of them left here. They have to crossfire angle themselves. They couldn't stare at the same sort of a line. But Octa spotted out Rabbids exactly where he's at. It's going to be a boom right now. Close enough. That Nate so close. Rabbids couldn't even move. Pop himself a smoke. Only a haystack between them.
Rabbids moves towards the left. Smoke used as a diversion. Lamborghini in echo. And that is it. Gets 2. Alright. Right now is the moment for Xavier. Fnatic, the last man standing. Unless Fnatic can pull off a clutch. And now it's going to be 1v1. versus Lamborghini. Lamborghini with a full health. Fnatic 50% health. Lamborghini plus up, but before the Fnatic tried to revive his teammate, but time's not his side. Knocked out and finished off by Lamborghini. Lamborghini needs to move too.
Needs to jump. There's nowhere to prone anymore. This is not the time. Fnatic is last player
Nate!
from Alter Ego. They managed to revive here. This is it. One in the back. Left with Fnatic. Half HP down. Another nade. Still got one molly and one nade and 3 smokes left. A lot of utilities in the hands of Lamborghini, but Fnatic will respond. He will reply back with another nade, but the Blues are closing out on Lamborghini's side. Fnatic going in the spray. Hey, stacked in between. Couldn't clip it. Didn't connect. Lamborghini wants to finish off, but this is so good at this point.
Here we go. Here we go. Lamborghini. Only 10%. Fnatic can show himself. Fnatic who's going to take the final shot. Lamborghini. Last hit. Fnatic. And Lamborghini wins! Lamborghini wins it for D Xavier!
There was less than 5 HP left on Lamborghini. He got knocked and almost got entirely down just now. DX. A win is still a win, but that wasn't a clean one. We know for a fact they were dominating those circles. They were in advantage when the Blues are closing in towards Alter Ego, towards BTR. But they're letting it too comfortable. They're just letting them easily get into it. And that caused the entire team, almost the entire team, lost that chicken dinner. But lucky enough, till the last minute, they managed to pull it off.
Oof.
At a heavy toll.
No doubt, that was scary. He almost lost it. Oh man. Lamborghini, the MVP, 5 eliminations, 1,215 damage from him alone. I mean, his hands is like, hands are sore from that fight. Well deserved Lamborghini. I was also thinking about him getting the MVP because of how he performed during that final moment. All the stats show towards him. Lamborghini, the man, and like what? They almost lost it because yes, they tried to control the circle, you got majority of the area control, but then again, when one person after the other gets knocked out, it was scary for D Xavier. But the good thing is that they had Lamborghini.
I have to point out one of the highest damage dished out by the player is going to be 2,200 just out by Lambo. It's one of the highest and one of the high standards out there. But DX, the travel distance, it was quite a distance for this guy. Even Alter Ego and BTR. Definitely they are not in sort of a circle since the site is set for box gaming. That's going to be the least adventure time for them. But when it comes to throwables, quite a number out there, especially those smokes. 46 on BTR, but we've seen 51 before, so this is not the highest.
Yep, definitely we've seen more. But seen like another one and nothing else, so try to beat that record. But for these, look at the travel distance, it's not too bad as well. I mean, it's 10,000 kind of circle that kind of shifted up and down. So yeah, they made the right choice of being at the northern side, and in which they didn't need to travel like military base all the way up. So it was a good move there by D Xavier. Came away from school, probably straight into the circle. It's just that they needed to go all the way left. Call from them.
This is what needed for the side of DX. They were desperate to have a purge. They were desperate to have sort of a light by the end of the tunnel. And this is it. This is where the morale will be boosted. Their confidence will be pushed up. And this is what they need. Because they were in a slump. They've been hitting the wall for the longest time. The entire week. They barely make it in. And finally got themselves a chicken. Not just that, quite a number of eliminations as well. I think they got quite sort of a double-digit eliminations by the end of the day. Because Chunos on Box as well as DX. Now, Box Gaming is another team. Today will be the rise. Since yesterday will be the rise of Vietnam. Today as well. As Box Gaming start to rise up to the occasion. Same goes for DX, tailing it behind.
Well, it's been a day for page 2, boys. So even looking good because they got 10 elimination points before they got eliminated at number 6 in this grand finale. My goodness, they will go down the clips. Man, look at the celebration. I totally understand that. Hopefully they didn't break a table. But here it is, 13 eliminations for D Xavier, bringing them up to 23 points. Gaming only 2 rank points, but because of the 10 eliminations, they are in the same total point bracket as BTR.
Yeah, but speaking of a double digit, 3 teams taking off the domination of the killing spree. 10, 11 and 13. There's going to be Alter Ego, Box and DX. But when it comes to Yoodo Alliance, they ended up with a 0. The only team that gained any sort of points in this map right now. But VOIN still managed to stretch the lead again back to like almost 10, maybe a bit less than that. 5 points maybe in between. But SEM9, now we're looking at a bit of a trend here, a bit of a gap. Nobody seems to be a tie at the top 5.
Yeah, and that's because like Hale, SEM9, Vampire FaZe, all of them went down earlier than VOIN, and it's not like VOIN survived that long either. It's just so happened that all of them below them went down earlier, so it just so happened to be the case, right? But anyway, it's the day of Page 2 players so far. Even in our top performance, we see a lot of Page 2 teams. Alter Ego, Box, Xavier. It's nice to see this mix coming up.
I mean, like, we have to give a lot of respect to Lamborghini. This guy, when he is on his peak form, he's just being a monster. 1,200 over damage. That's the most by far we've seen the entire day here. And the rest of them barely making it to half of what Lamborghini have to offer. Next, we're heading into Miramar. Now, this is going to be fun. How do the team roster be switched again? Possibly. And how do they adapt to this? Especially the players that have not been playing the entire week until today.
Yeah, there's a lot of question mark, right? Especially for Boom. I'm pretty sure they will change their roster again because it is the Miramar map. But we have to revisit again. So SEM9 was number 1 up until yesterday for top Miramar performers, but the VOIN overtook them and now they are number 1. On the other hand, we have a FaZe Clan as well as Vampires doing well inside of Miramar. Can't deny them. So, but in overall, all these teams haven't seen the best of them yet today. So, are we looking forward to see if a Page 2 team could over this chart by the end of the day and be shown up tomorrow?
For the Page 2, now, I don't know. It's possible for them to actually overthrow these players when it comes to top performance, but when it comes to the overall scoreboard ranking, I feel like it's a bit too late now. Because we have 2 more maps to go for today, and tomorrow there'll be one group not playing. That's going to be VOIN, including Hale and SEM9, including as well as I think let me check, Alter Ego. So yeah, this 4 team will not be playing today, so they have to have this last push, especially for VOIN. Because yeah, it's great actually that 1 and 2 and 3 is actually very close to each other and they're all not playing, but any time now Vampires just can overtake them, including FaZe.
And because they're close enough though, and with 2 rounds left, it is doable. You know what VOIN feels like? They're like the living dead. It's like you cannot knock them down, despite like even though there was this chance of like, oh, okay, VOIN went earlier, but then other teams also went out pretty much the same timing, and then there was that one round whereby number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, they all went out before VOIN, and it's not like VOIN lived that long. VOIN also went out after them, and that's how they maintained it number 1. And it's like, VOIN, that number 1 golden slot, it's like they are just undying up there. It's like nobody can take them down, even though they had the opportunity, but no one took advantage of it. Yeah, but so looks like the big currently, yeah. All right, we're back.
It happens.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. Like something happened somewhere. Everything got disconnected.
Yeah.
Like it happens. You know,
I almost wanted to create a sticker, but
I heard you just now. Don't worry. But yeah,
right.
Speaking of which, for me, they have to make the gap. For the teams that will not be playing tomorrow, which is going to be the top 3 teams: Hale Esports, Alter Ego, SEM9, and VOIN Esports. This the 3 out of 4, right? They have to make the gap. If not, it's going to be the gap is not big, Cloud, and they have to get a chance to play for the entire day here. For Vampires, FaZe, Yoodo Alliance, and SLD, they are one of the closest ones to actually reach out and just finish off at number 1 instead. VOIN has been holding number 1 the entire week because they have been playing every single day. If they stop playing now, within a day, these guys can take up to like 50 points and over. If they don't have those gap 50 points and above, or even 60 points of a gap, then I mean, like anytime these guys can take over that podium spot.
Yeah, fair point. So based on that logic and rough calculation, by the end of the week, maybe VOIN is not number one. By the end of tomorrow, because they're not playing. Jing.
Yeah, VOIN looks great right now, but put in your mind the fact that the other teams have not played as much as VOIN. VOIN has been playing for the entire week, every single day, 4 days straight. Now, the only day they will not be playing is going to be tomorrow. The other teams, on the other end, they still have, including extra map here, which is going to be Marama, they still have 8 more maps. While VOIN and the rest, VOIN, Hills, M9, happens to be the one on top, already left with only 2 more maps. And that's it.
Yeah, so looking at, unless they can pull off something insane for the last maps, maybe they might survive that number one. Maybe they might be able to maintain the number one. But if it's looking at the current trend of today, how they're performing, then that number one will be taken by someone else. Who will it be? Well, that one will be a discussion for tomorrow. But yeah, I think it is scary for VOIN. Plus, today is pretty much the only day they didn't perform. Other than that, all the other days that they played, they were superb.
They have been consistent. I mean, like, not really extraordinary. They are ups and downs for them, but they always got themselves at least 7 to 8 points every single map. We're talking about them getting those consistency of some eliminations and making sure they always survive in the top 5 or even in the top 10 before everything else being finished. And barely, it's so hard for us to actually see they are the first one to be out, right? It's such a rare sight. But right now, they have to put in mind they don't have that much game as the others. They don't have that much map as compared to all the other teams out there. They have to make the gap now. And this is the time for VOIN, Hill, and Sem9. If not, I mean, like, you can stay the entire week at number one, but you get to push down by the last day at the very last minute.
Yeah, like the sort of famous quotes, right? It doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish. So it matters by the end of tomorrow who's number one, not by the end of today who's number one. So you gotta create that comfort zone for yourself, especially if you're like up there and you don't have any more games. You need to create that level of comfort zone, level of gap, in order to hopefully be able to keep that tomorrow. Looking over at the EVOS boys, looks like doing some sort of a, I don't know, of a ritual there, head on the table thingy.
I think they're just taking a nap for now. Just having a shut eye to reset their mind, having a bit of a calm. You know, it's going to be a thunderstorm inside of these guys' brains and their hearts, because it's so much of a pressure for them to actually deal with such young age. You do have Ranked in this time with Demigod out, so it's going to be a swap back towards the side of Demigod and Ranked. The one that's closest to taking number one spot right now is going to be Vampires and FaZe. These two teams they should look out for. If Vampires really want to close the game with a bang, they will start to go really aggressive, but so far they are playing it safe. Because Vampires know for a fact, you know what, let them take the lead for the second last day, because we will push them down the last day here.
Ooh, wow, okay, so much in the air. I noticed that they have like the a similar bangle. Like they all have.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
that's
a friendship bangle possibly.
Oh, when was the last time I seen one of that? I think during high school.
When was that?
That was like 50 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, SLD, we've seen the rise of Box. We saw just now the rise of DX. SLD, they are actually the best performing team out of all the Vietnam teams. But it's just they're always stuck in the middle bracket. They don't have the day like they outshine everybody else. They don't have this sort of flashy ending. They haven't got that one round on one map to have such a banger, an explosive ending.
Oh, I think the same can be said for GEEK SLATE. It hasn't been their day at all today. I mean, despite them making the swap, changing stock stance for Zilli, still didn't work out. Zilli got eliminated fairly early as well, so it's not easy for them. Some, on the other hand, they had their up and down too. If only they had a little bit more up, they would have been number one right now. Hale also came out to VOIN. Same thing as Sem9 really. They have a really good up, and then they have like a little bit iffy, and then VOIN still remains at number one.
And this is what I worry most for the Malaysian teams, right? They always have a very good start. but they never have a good finish. It's always halfway down the road they start to fumble. And this is exactly what's happening right now. They're having such a consistency when it comes to the first 3 days. The remaining days is just barely make it in. But you are just chilling. You know what? I agree with you. Chat, this is one of the chilling guys. The most calm up there. Always smiling. Always having a good day. The others are having a bit of a shut eye.
Meditation.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I can feel it meditating, you know. Most of them at least. I was gaming, not meditating. They're like, oh, Marshall's calling. Okay, oh, get ready to fly. Oh, okay, put on your headsets. Okay, cool. Yes, sir.
Yep, give a thumbs up. Ready to go. Yeah, everybody with their thumb sock. Some of them are not using any sort of, how do I say, equipment or accessories.
You mean the
Just
fingers?
using powder. Yep. Finger socks. It's so helpful to have finger socks, really.
Yeah, I actually tried using it before. It's a little bit too slippery for me, but I guess it's really down to personal preference. I can understand some of them, like, okay, they only wear it on one side because you also want some level of friction on the other side to overslip things. And normally that side that they wear is the movement side.
Yeah, the dominant hand. Because of how you always tend to over pressing it and putting too much pressure on the dominant hand, and your hands start to have blisters on it because of how you've been having a lot of friction with your screen. So for me personally, yes, I love the hand socks and finger socks. But for the players, some of them are not willing to wear it. It's up to his personal preference, like you mentioned. But for Yoodo Alliance, everybody have a good high five now for PERSIJA as well. They had a good start here today for PERSIJA. Then they just being tamed down for these Tigers.
Yeah, very, very tame today though. Despite them making that switch that he really wants to see, the Luxy-Zuxy combo, but still hasn't really worked out for them yet. So let's see. 2 more rounds to go. Maybe their performance will change because the new map after this is going to be in Miramar, and Miramar is also the debut for the Luxy combination. Team Secret. Today looks a little bit better, but not better enough. So it's there, but not there. Hopefully things will change because it's a whole new map. They're still sitting in with the same lineup, not putting in mints just yet. So let's see if it works out for them inside of Miramar as we head on to the Dusty map.
You're back in the dry lands of Miramar! 2 more maps to go, second last of the day, on the second last day of the week. On our day number 4 here, 5 days a week. 6 games per day. 2 Miramars for the end. And we do have a very beautiful flight path coming up. From the Puerto Princesa up to La Cabrera. I think there's going to be a fair circle. Usually, we have seen Ascender, a lot of Ascender circles for the past few days, I assume.
Has creative fields since they're just next to each other. I think we've seen a couple of that. Let's see here. We have seen a couple of Los Dones-ish circle around that area. We haven't really seen like the top right anywhere there. We haven't seen the bottom. So those circles have yet to be tested. It's going to be 2 more for a wrap of the day and 2 more games before I get to my cleaning. So just saying, still in the prime scene now.
Good luck with the sticky icky down there.
Yep. Doesn't sound right if anyone doesn't know the context.
Okay, he spilled his drinks over
Thank you.
it. But you know that Los Leones, we had this urban warfare back then. It was quite a slow ending. It's a bit anticlimactic due to how many corners, how many buildings, how heavily, how do I say it? I forgot the word again. Never mind. Yeah, it's just so much buildings in between. So it's so hard for the players to see through those corners. And we've got that circle before, yes. But for Boom and Box, it's going to be Boomy and Boxy. Boxing or booming it out. Yummy again. Trying to close the corners against one player of Box. But here comes the cavalry. A bit of a drift. Dangerous driving. But
Whoa.
Winnie, a bit of trading 1-2-1 for now.
Nicely done. And there's one more on the other side. Okay, that's done too. But for Boom, they lose one of their key players. Ah, man. It's gonna be yummy. The player that's almost unsubberable in that sense. But now Rabis tries it onto Lapa. If he can get this, this will be huge. But Lapa made away. 10% of health. Rabis, if only he has an extended back, then maybe he could have got.
We can see a different approach coming from DX this time. Way more confident if you compare it with the other previous days. After that win just now, they have more, how do I say it, courage to actually push themselves forward by getting those fires, open up the shots instead of waiting at the other end, because waiting is always mean that you're going for a slow death there. If you're being chased, you're running, you're definitely losing.
Yeah, so speaking about losing, right? I'm just looking overall again. So like Boom losing 2, despite their multiple changes. I don't know. You know what it feels like? It feels like for Boom, right? It's not about like who's the main lineup or who's playing. It's about the overall, like how do you start, how do you play the mid game, and how do you play the late game rather than who's in the lineup. Because they've been changing almost every game since game number 1. But the results are just like that.
True. At the same time, results don't lie. Numbers are there. They are facts. Same goes for PBE. Nowhere near BTR, GEEK, TS. So hard for them to see a light right now. DX is starting to rise up to the occasion, but will it be a bit too late for them now? We have only a few more maps to be played here today. Tomorrow going to be the last day for first week, but at least we got 3 weeks in total. So it's going to be a lot of time for these guys to make an improvement, or if they need something to be changed.
True. Probably I might want to catch up with some of the teams to see what's on their mind during the race. See if we can do that, get some info, get some insight. But for Boom especially, oh man, I don't know what else to say. Like they seem to have tried everything, on the kitchen sink even. But yes, one chicken dinner, yeah, but that's pretty much it. And we all know the value of chicken dinner. It's not as valuable as previous seasons, and they're still currently down there. But on the other side, SLD, okay, we got. I think I want to big up SLD. Like when they started their PMSL, it was great, but it took them a while. But the moment they hit it, they just went all the way. So now H1, top 7, not too bad.
I mean, SLD, they had a very good start the entire week. Yeah, they have been consistent, but they're always in the middle bracket. Like I mentioned before, they don't have those flashy plays. They don't have those big highlight moments. They're working well as a team. Yeah, it's actually quite good if you don't have that sort of a big bang plays where you are one of the top highlighted moments. It means that you are doing that as individually, not as a team. Just like how VOIN, we don't have their fast highlight moment like 1v4 clutch like how the other teams did. That shows that how good they are working as a unit instead of going as a solo player. TS on the other hand always got caught up in between. I'm not sure why they are taking all these lower compounds, lower lands, not much of high view. It's like it's not them anymore. TS, they always run for the mountains, they always run for the high views. Right, they always got caught up in the pits.
Oh, but speaking about getting caught, let's see if Chua can do it. Ooh, beautiful angled nade onto Oleo. One nade is all he needs to take him down. And Oleo, of course, is one of the key players for Yoodo Alliance. Oh, for sure they will take him out. There's no way for Yoodo Alliance to pick him up. They're spread out, and it doesn't seem that they're prepared with the vehicle to come save him.
Oleo compressed 2 angles, Chua and I think Lambo just now will close him up. There's nowhere for them to actually save him out. Yoodo Alliance, Oleo will die in vain here. No sort of redemption coming up from the team as well. They're just going to sit this one quietly. I'm not sure if they are not well equipped or they know for a fact there's no way to save Oleo anymore. Can he at least try it with M16 in his hand? Might spot that out Lamborghini.
Oh, looks like a revenge here. Flax managed to get a knockdown. But can they get more from that? But oh, wait a second. Adilu made it. Oh, Leo will be picked up, but now Lamborghini or Nate off angle there. Adilu will be able to save Olio. Olio is saved. Chua on the other end should be picked up by Lamborghini, but because of that fight, both of these teams wouldn't want to let go.
That's smart coming out from Kenny as distraction. All about a ruse coming out from Kenny. Well, they popped the smoke just now, just on the outskirts of it, not really on top. That was another distraction coming out from Yoodo Alliance. They outplayed when it comes to getting those feet back up again and getting their full roster back up. They fooled the heck out of DX and they take the bait. They took the bait for the side of DX. Now, how did they approach DX to finish things off? Because right now they are in disadvantage when it comes to those geography. But SLD will be greeted by Team Secret. We talked about them always in the lower grounds. Now they are running up the mountains and hills.
Yeah, a bit, well, right now, probably they're scrambling. Because maybe they heard SLD coming by or they got the information. So they're like, okay, let's retreat, let's just scramble. What you say, they are not the kind that is able to hold their ground as much as before. But looking at the current level, it makes sense as well. Good thing they're on their vehicle, so now they need to move towards the right side. GEEK, SLATE inside of it, VOIN inside of it, two big teams next to each other.
Oh boy. This hard shift, nobody coming up from Impala, but Alter Ego are definitely coming up from there. Nobody coming up from Puerto. It's going to be right side very vacant. If they want to just get themselves parked in there, nobody is going to touch the right side. But those coming out from Los Leones, there's going to be a lot of fights going on. If you're not in the high grounds of Los Leones, you'll be gunned down and hard at it.
Yeah, what are the conditions will be on the left side of Los Leones? We'll talk about that a little bit later on. This goes down to Mika. Mika, the Lone Ranger, will collect his elimination point. And that's going to be the first for GEEK, SLATE in this round. Zillion still on now. Stuxnet still taking a break.
GEEK, SLATE. Mika just open up the smoke in case somebody else happened to be passing by. Kill Sky got himself intel to pass over to the rest of the team here. Bacon Time just wants to cross, but at the same time they try and decided to go and transition. The entire team of Hill will stop them from moving, denying their movement, denying their entry towards the circle. It's gonna be Bacon stuck in between here.
Oh, Bacon Time. Oh no, with the blown up vehicles, not good for them. And plus it's Hale. Hale wants those points. Have vowed to overtake VOIN by the end of the day. So right now they will try to take it out on the time. Bacon Time in trouble as Hale is moving in on the shirty.
Got slow with an AKM forward with nothings. Here comes Shirty on the ground. They're going in for the rush. There's one more team here. BTR seals in the way. BTR taking advantage of these circumstances. Hill and Bacon will not be happy as BTR Satan will be punished for that. You rip what you sow, but BTR's not stopping. They're just gonna go in.
Oh, they're having fun right now, BTR, after those downs, especially Yuhai. He'll be happy to go on the front, but looks like he's holding it. Yuhai back in the day would have just went all the way in, but because his teammates is still reset, so he needs to buy time for his teammates. Now Gen Force coming from the other side, putting pressure to Hill. At the same time, the zone is on top of them. And right now, both teams caught out on the outside of the zone.
BTR, time's ticking. Less than 20 seconds, they have to get out from the blue zone. Lucky enough, still the second stage here. The blue will not burn them as painful. It will be later on. But Levy and Boo-Boo, a bit of exchange of nade. Yep, Levy still cooking it up, but missed it quite a bit. Here comes Boo-Boo. Finish off box player within seconds. Last is Shunovs. Again, Shunovs have to clutch for the entire team. Spot out. Oh, he missed it. He missed that. Oh, that was lost. Slick. Just one stick of health left. No way.
Oh, no way. If only he checked the ground floor. But now, he's... Wait a second. What, 2 teams, 3 teams in the same area with Raimon? And we're here as well. What? Who called in the cavalry? Everyone's here.
Oh, it happens to be Boo-Boo winning over that last minute, and now DX and PB is there as well. Boo-Boo stuck in between, hand down. Cool and DX exchange of fires, but DX will not bowing out. Boom in between, GEEK SLATE coming in as well. Ranking going on the high grounds, down to the lower grounds, reposition himself on a better angle. Going for the off-angle views. Raimon stuck in between the smoke. Boo-Boo on the second floor. DX taking all the ground floor down there. Frankie between the trees. Didn't spot out Raimon just yet, but the moment the smoke dissipates, everything will be clear as day.
Oh, Raimon on the right. Oh my goodness, Raimon. Like what you said, the moment the smoke ends, is it Xavier? But then again, they have Boo-Boo to deal with too, though. So right now, what a paradise. Raimon. He has a molly and that's it, no nade. But Red will be gunned down by Satar from BTR somewhere behind.
BTR done it again. They're just so darn good at turtle party right now for BTR. Trust spot out Boo-Boo, and that's it. That's the last member of Boom finally booming down the floor. Placing himself at 15, but at least they're not going empty-handed, as DX have to deal with BTR right on top of them. So's a PBE right in between. It's in the car! Frankie didn't check the car! Raimon's literally inside! Good gracious!
Well, Raimon counting his blessings right now because the smoke is still active. But Raimon, not even jumping out of the car yet. Okay, probably because he can get a better angle from there. He can get a better view. So he's waiting for the right moment, getting the information. Is Frankie leaving? Frankie leaving? Oh wait, Raimon's coming out. Shoot out Frankie. Gun down. Oh man.
It's next level play they're coming up from Raimon. They're being fooled by DX in the hands of Raimon. He is toying around them right now. You might even call it clutch if he can actually wipe them off, but Raimon couldn't make it, but still such a play. This cheeky one coming at that from PvE.
Oh man, that would have been a big moment if he can pull off the clutch there. But he still managed to get one, so that's not bad. But a little bit too bad for SLD and Alter Ego since they don't have the circle. A lot of teams are currently in it. 3 teams inside of Lost Learners. But I would say that VOIN has the best position. With that high ground, they could look over Learners itself and start the rotations on the north and the south. So VOIN being in a good spot.
I swear to God, the player's probably going to be cursing this circle right now. Hard shift towards the side of a right. Out of Los Leones at first. Now pulling back in the circle on top of Los Leones. Now they have to secure all those apartments, all those buildings, and it's going to be urban warfare again. Bacon coming in very late at the backline, nobody else behind them. But they have to be extra careful, it's not just them there. Bacon time sharing the compound with the Yoodo Alliance. Olio on the ground again. But will be saved by Flax this time, instead of what it looked before. Kenny giving support fire from the backline as Bacon time have 2 in front, but they attracted some attention with those fires just now.
GEEK SLATE, they moved from left of Impala, so right now they're at this compound. But look at the teams around them, including VOIN. VOIN with that prime position with the high ground. Look at this advantage of VOIN. The moment GEEK moves up, that's it. VOIN could shoot them down. Right now, GEEK needs to plan the next move. Right, at least they're still in the circle, so they have time. But if team starts to come in, it's going to be difficult for them. Like Xavier shooting in from behind.
DX, Rabis, down to only a duo for DX right now, but they're not showing any sign of slowing down. VOIN taking advantage. GEEK, left, right, center, everywhere. Somebody's shooting at them. GEEK cannot even pinpoint where and which to fight first. VOIN closing the gap between damn good. Now making sure they want to go for CQC. Well, they're losing men for GEEK SLATE here. We're talking about their HP. They have to start to make a move. Now Zillian's on the ground. There's nobody can save him right now. Damn good really want to help. It's a bit too late as VOIN taking this advantage of the mountains, these elevations, giving them such a wide view.
Zillian again suffering in the first GEEK SLATE player to be eliminated. Previously it was him and Arango. He needs to find his footing in this tournament. Right now GEEK SLATE playing as a trio. Same goes for BTR and Team Secret. Pretty much the same rank around them in the overall charts. And inside of Los Leones, look at their teams. It has increased to like, I don't know, 5 or 6 teams now.
Funny enough, in my head right now, all 3 teams, 15, 17, 18, are all the teams that Yuha used to play with.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Man, I didn't see that coming. Aluminium.
What is happening? Oh my god. But yeah, the circle is shift. I feel like it's going to be on top of the mountain of Los Leones, right on the outskirts. There's no way it's going to be urban warfare, right? It's going to be super massive. It's going to be urban warfare because so many teams coming up from the high ground will have to jump down. And the circle will pop anytime soon. While Rosemary give you the precious side of SLD, they are the one that's furthest away of the circle shifting to its left. They're hoping the circle stays in right. It's going to be in between here. VOIN taking the most prized spot there is.
Absolutely, it's hardly any wrong with that prime spot that VOIN has, but now Alter Ego going up against SLD. Look at the nades raining down. Kwangji going in for the right, Kwangji going in for the flanks. Gosu being shot at, so now they've exposed their position. Rosemary will be taken out, but Kwangji will be counter fire upon. So right now Kwangji will be stopped at his tracks. From Alter Ego from the other side. Gosu comes in. Gosu can finish off Fnatic. Fnatic super low. Gosu's low as well.
It's going to be Octo on the other end. Potato on a different angle. There's also the other player, Fnatic, right across. And Potato got him. Good glimpse. Shooting down straight away. Goes in. Done. Now leaving only Trongs in left for the side of SLD. Barely got the touch of the circle within seconds. Now suddenly all of Alter Egos are there. Trongsin got sprayed down. VOIN on the other end. No way out for Trongsin.
Ooh, it's tough, but it's going to be tough for Aizen as well because he's the only one in this compound up against Gale. The rest of Team Secret behind him. Looks like they're going to play the elbow for now, but Aizen has a nade. He's going to toss it. Can he find a good angle? No one's at where he tossed it. Jumper is going to come in from the other side. Looks like they're going to try and go in. Tiger down. Nice nade for Jumper. Could that be an opening for them? Sky only low. Needs to read. And that nade from Jumper himself. Jumper eliminated Esports.
Triple down with Jumper taking all 3 players off hill. That's going to be holding their push. When it comes to the overall board here for Hill, it's going to be hurting them quite a bit when it comes to the final day tomorrow. But Vampires, they are still not done with Alter Ego. The entire cavalry of Alter Ego pushing towards side of Vampire, Straps and Tony K working as a duo. Both cooking up the nade. Try to make sure they can land one, maybe a triple, just like how Jumper did before. It's quite a different angle to work around with. And the circle shift again. Sam9 taking a fight with the CQC against Yoodo Alliance. Flushing out the rest of Sam9, leaving them with a duo.
Oh, Sam9, Yoodo Alliance. Right now, Yoodo Alliance, this is pretty much their home ground. So, Sam coming into their home ground. And Yoodo Alliance, they're defending it well. Dep as well as Adibs still standing. Yoodo Alliance, they're on the outer side of the circle. Now, the big problem for them, they know how to navigate through these buildings.
They have to push it in. They are way at the edge of the circle right now. They have to cut across Sam9 to get into the center. And we have no clue whether the circle will be favoring them or not. If the circle move away from the side of the Yoodo Alliance, they have to force to take it off the fight. VOIN on the other hand, they can be as comfortable as they can get, but they have to be extra careful, extra cautious. Because there's going to be somebody up climbing from their backs here. We're talking about Bacon Town. We're talking about another team, DX possibly. That duo will slowly climb up and share this compound. You don't want the high grounds to be shared here for VOIN. They have to make sure all angles will stop the people from breaching in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because it's such a position. Teams want to take over it from VOIN. Let's see if the circle still favors towards VOIN. It might be because they have Reichsman in the middle of it. And yes, it will. So now teams on side of Los Leones need to come out. Yoodo Alliance especially will need to fight against Sam9. Choice.
Alva and Maxis playing as a front line. Have to make sure every angle covered, but only 4 set of eyes that can actually cover such a huge terrain here. I think Ratface spotted out Vampires as a team. Luxy giving a bit of a hard time to the side of Vampires with that tags and that taps coming up from mini 4 teams. And Mini 14 was so wonderfully well alongside with Luxy. Yoodo Alliance decided to, you know what, we're going to stay indoors for a bit more. But at the same time, they don't have time. They have to cut across 7-9. 7-9 giving so much pressure. They try to flush out the rest of Yoodo Alliance. And less than a second, they need to move. The blue is shrinking right now. This might bend them quite a lot. It's the 6th stage of the circle. And Yoodo Alliance, they don't want to extend this fight anymore.
And to add on to the bad news, there's a road between 7-9 and Yoodo Alliance. But Adilu is going to start it off by taking out Dibs. That could be their opening to cut that behind all alone, but they've been shot at for the high ground from Yuhai, taking out Oleo. Second one down, there's gonna be Kenny. Yuhai, double knockdown back to back. The nade! What's nade? Whose nade is that? Yoodo Alliance eliminated, it's all from BTR. But it's 9 Depth's nade as well.
Well, BTR and 7-9 having a go against the side of the teams there. Well, a lot of teams are going down. They're not taking a high spot. BTR are fighting against Alva, but VOIN now being challenged by PERSIJA EVOS. Vampires are marching in as well. Everything is all a distraction and ruse, but they are being distracted, tunnel down vision on one single angle. And now they start to reach in, but Vampires so far holding so well by Keenan and Microboy. Slowly chipped out one by one, taking the limbs out from Vampires. They're losing men, the blues closing in. There's no way in for the Vampires. Denied entry immediately by VOIN Esports.
Ooh, VOIN holding it strongly, playing a 2-2 split. And so far, no teams are able to take this high ground from VOIN. VOIN still has a good view onto Vampires, but PERSIJA EVOS wants to try it. Lapa still not letting go of Vampires Esports.
Here comes the nade toss in right into the smoke. If it hits a perfect ending goal, it's going to be him wiping off Vampires off the floor. They got one. Finish off Shrub down to Stone. Stone got a bit of curve of the ground to work around it. But Lapa's magazine's running low. There's no more bullets inside of those magazines anymore. Alter Ego now slowly taking in from the flank. They're too much focused on the side of Vampires. They didn't realize that Alter Ego come up from the flank side now. I'm not sure how they want to refresh and replenish their resources for VOIN right. They are on the center. They are on top of a hill. There's no box around them. They're running out of those emanations as well.
Yeah, I wonder if they can still trade with each other. That's their only option for now. But 56 bullets left on Lapa's M4. Definitely not going to be enough with the amount of players still active. And just below them, PERSIJA EVOS, we can see that there's no way for them to climb up anyway. The only way for them to climb up is going through the back and climbing up. But then again, if they do that, they'll need to face another team. So PERSIJA EVOS, I guess, be that ambitious for now.
Too ambitious, yes, but it's not too ambitious to wait for the next circle. Now, if the next circle not on top of this hill right now, happen to be shifting towards the side of left or towards the west side, they have to jump down. Every single team now. Zaxi got on Lapa. They don't have smokes. They don't have nades for VOIN. Lapa is running out of resources. There comes Red Force climbing up with those hikes with his vehicle. Look at that, 90-degree or it just goes down again. Very steep slopes.
Yeah, it is a tough one this time around. But one of the entry points though, so with that opening, they have the information, that's their moment actually to go up. But they don't really know that Lapa is currently down. But anyway, Bacon Time is out number 9. And Rabbit taken out by GEEK SLATE too. PERSIJA EVOS, there's nowhere for them to go. They need to circle around, but still have to circle. They can still stay put there for now.
VOIN have to keep the side of the teams coming up from nearby for them. The closers want to take away. 7-9 being eliminated. We don't have a glimpse of them. I'm trying to think what really happened to them. We didn't have a glimpse of it, but PERSIJA EVOS the one that closest to its side of BTR and VOIN. So they have to be extra careful. All the Indonesian teams still out there, Cloud, except for Boom right now.
And I have to point out that Hale and 7-9 eliminated. That means VOIN can extend their lead still.
still can take the lead for now. They need to open the gap. They have to hit the by the end of the day they have to hit the 200s if they want to be secure enough at number 1 spot by the end of tomorrow, because tomorrow they will not be playing. It's so important for them to push, have this last push in Miramar right now. Alter Ego as well. They're trying to fight themselves up there, but BTR holding their hands and holding their feet up there quite strong. TS still gonna resort to, you know what, you guys go up there, we're not gonna be part of it because we're waiting for the circle. If it happens to be hard shifting towards TS side, it's gonna be theirs to take.
Oh, it's going to be a nade from Chua. There could be one on the PERSIJA EVOS. Yes, it does connect onto all 3 of them, but not enough to take them down yet. Everyone's resetting, everyone's retreating in case another nade comes by. Octa with a medkit going in. And now Chua, he'll take this moment, climb up. This is it. If he doesn't do this, he won't have the space to do that. And looks like he might be able to just slide into the circle. Unknown, but crossfire to Alter Ego. Now Alter Ego knows his position.
PERSIJA being spotted out by VOIN as well, and that's going to be the finish of Micro Boy. They cleanly executed 2 players of PERSIJA, but DX in this rumble right now, everyone on top of each other. It's so hard for us to see all these different angles. Mika tossing out the Molly, and now we'll be burning off Alter Ego, but the angles make it so hard for them. He got one, but got punished instead. Mika and Keenan bleeding out. But for VOIN, they can get a bit of a reset. They are on top of food chain right now. BAT also taking on Mika. Potato will be burned off by the blue, but TS, Team Secret, not showing any sign of a living team
Snipes.
at this stage.
Beautiful.
Snipe. Get up between those angles for BTR. What a distance.
Wow, got some help there from BTR, but he still secures the elimination point at least. And now it's going to be Snipes all alone as Damn Good goes down to the zone. Place for him to go. Sata knows exactly where Snipes is at, and now the name will be tossed out at the short range. So win that fight. Beautiful spray coming in for Snipes just at the right moment, and he'll secure that elimination point. Boost will come in to finish him off. Although 5 elimination points, but they go out at number 4. Number 5.
Oh, everybody like, we're running away. Time to scram, guys. No time. The corner's making so hard for them. They have to jump down. This is what I mentioned before. TS the one who've been waiting. They might actually winning this, but VOIN having a 4. BTR UI is down. Last 2. No more, man. With the blues and eliminating them. TS versus VOIN next. VOIN is gonna be 2v3. 2 of them in off. What a big name by Aizen. The perfect Kobe.
Oh, and he's done yet with those nades. Another nade onto VOIN. VOIN will feel the wrath of Aizen. Now they're moving in. Alpha with a high ground advantage, but Maxis will finish off. Keenan managed to reset himself to V3. And now Alpha managed to even up the horse, but Alpha will be pressured by the zone at the same time. Alpha still with the high ground. Oh boy, at the lower ground. Jumper on the left. And it seems that the zone will press VOIN first. Team Secret, they want those points in the back. They're not going to let themselves as Alpha starting to move in. Can they get Jumper at least? Can they get a boy at least?
VOIN and Keenan going on for the side of TS. Got shot down. They see this one coming up, boys. More than prepared. They are well prepared for this jumper. Down to last player, Alpha, to make the call, to make the play. 2v1. But Jumper knows exactly where he is. They already cooked up the nade. Oh boy. Can Alpha just negate those damage? But the blue zone. Team Secret winning this one out. Nobody picking the fight over them, but will be enough for them. They didn't secure as much elimination, and those actually on top of those high hills. They were playing the lower grounds all this while. But at least they secured themselves 10 points. It's a good improvement compared to all the other days back then.
Absolutely. Even better than the last time they got a chicken dinner. The last time they got a chicken dinner, 9 elimination points. But right now, it's even better. So it's good. It's good, Team Secret. And plus, they went up against VOIN, a big team with a solid location. It's just that at the end, VOIN managed to deny 1 point out of Team Secret by giving himself to the blue. But anyway, Jumper, double MVP for it. The last time he was the MVP, now he's the MVP again. That is why this guy is, his value is just unmatched in Team Secret.
It's me? Wait, it's me? Can say what? It's like somebody calling Jumper, look at the camera. What? MVP? Yeah, MVP.
Yeah.
But when it comes to teams to watch, I still have like VOIN, Hill, LT Ego, and 7-9. This is their last push. I'm not even surprised if VOIN start to be aggressive, because just now we saw them playing a bit conservative. They have the high grounds. They just abuse the high ground and make use of it at full potential to take all the teams outside. TS on the other hand, the only team that is not being spotted by the rest of the others, because they were on top of each other in the same compound cloud.
Yeah, terrain was rough, not gonna lie about that. And everyone's like, oh, even though it looks like one team is like on top of each other, but because of how the terrain is in a 360 kind of imaginary view, the other team cannot see another. So you kind of like really need to know like which terrain will give you the best advantage in that situation. And Team Secret having Jumper as the IGL, he's very experienced, definitely know maps like the back of his hand, and he guided the team to getting this chicken dinner. This is a very good round. And if you look at across this graphic, 4 teams shown, they had the least amount of time as they got, but yet still able to come up with a chicken dinner.
Well, like I mentioned before, they decided, you know what, we don't want to be a part of those very messy fights, because the circle was unsure. They knew for a fact that nobody can sure about the circle in the last 3 shifts due to the hard shift in the last minute. 1 minute it was pulled way out of Los Lunas and then pulled back into Los Lunas, ended up in between. And then in between there, it's going to be the mountains between Los Lunas on the outskirts. Now, if you want to climb up the high mountains on the outskirts of Los Leones, if you don't go there early, there's so many teams are going to shoot you down. So they know for a fact that's not worth it for Team Secret. They're still in the circle. They're not a bit too aggressive and not taking it as hasty as possible, just taking their own time. Patience is a virtue, and it was really portrayed by the side of Team Secret this time.
Oh yeah, and let's not forget as well, that nade from Jumper was the nade to eliminate Hale. So that was a big play by you. It's a very clippable moment for him.
I think the biggest play was actually the nade coming up from Izzy, because they were in a blind spot. It was a random toss of a nade. There's no way for him to actually see what's going on up there. That was a random blind toss of a nade from Izzy. It was the opener for the rest of TS to push out all the teams up there.
Oh yeah, that as well. So yeah, I guess those are our top 2 personal highlights in this round. So let's check out the points. Oh, it's not eliminations, not 10, but it's okay, it's okay. You got a chicken dinner, 19 total points, can't complain about that. But VOIN still going strong with 16 points. BTR, at least, like how the BTR we know of, 16 points. GEEK, not too bad as well, 8. But on the other end, Vampire, what are you doing there without a single point?
Well, I worry most, it's not going to be Vampire that I worry most right now, because they still have another day for tomorrow. But the one that we should look out for is going to be Hill, 7-9 and VOIN right now. The gap between 7-9 and Vampire is not that far off. 7-9 would not be playing the entire day tomorrow. 6 matches, 6 maps left for Vampire and FaZe, even Yoodo Alliance, to be catching up to the number 1. I feel very, how do I say it? Very dim for VOIN, Hill and 7-9 right now. Yes, they almost hit the 200 mark. But can Vampires catch up tomorrow, since VOIN will not be playing? A lot of our chats also mentioning about, you know what, yeah, it might be Vampires topping off the chart by the end of the day.
Yeah, it might be too. I mean, they still have the potential despite them going out very early previously. But now let's check out the hit. Again, it's going to be another VOIN player, so it's going to be Alpha, but this time it's being compared to Meek. Look at the amount of troubles he used, 13 in this round. Definitely not an easy travel for them, so it makes sense why they need to use a lot of abilities. But anyway, next round is probably going to be a little bit different. It's going to be the same map, but it's probably going to be a different scenario inside of Miramar as well. So far throughout the day, page 2 teams again still doing well. Team Secret, consider one of those teams.
Okay, for the last Miramar, I'm expecting it to be as aggressive as possibly can be. Due to the top teams are dying to hold their podium up there. I'm talking about them have to hold their ground and making sure they will not be shaken by the last day tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be it. VOIN, they have been holding on that number 1 spot the entire week. And the last minute to be pushed down, there's going to be pain in the back for them.
Yeah, I know. Because today is like, at least for the first half of today, wasn't really like the VOIN that we have seen before. If only they kept up the momentum for that first half of today, maybe they would have a better comfort zone. But because of the current situation that they're, this last round means so much for them before they can say, oh yes.
I mean, like, it's reachable for Vampires right now. I mean, it's not that big of a gap if you compare. Like, yeah, you say 30 points is quite a lot, but remember, like, the teams that have been taking at number 1, 2, 3, they has been playing the entire week. They have been taking a lot of points every single round, every single map. But tomorrow they will not be getting any point at all. Vampires is just like what, less than 50 points away. And that's within their reach. We're talking about Vampires can actually just cook up double-digit eliminations within one map, got 20 points. 2 maps, and that's it. They are at number 1.
Yeah, 30 points with 6 games more to play. It's definitely doable for teams to catch up to them. So definitely can't be complacent there. They have to use, they have to make use of this round as much as possible to gather as many points as possible. And then tomorrow, be like sitting back at their hotel, just kicking back and hoping the other teams catch up to them. And that's going to be the worst feeling because you can't do anything about it.
And the worst part is they will not be pushed out at 2nd place if that happens. They're pushed down to 6th place or even 7th place.
Yeah.
We're talking about the gap is not that much when it comes to down to 7th place. Whoever hits 100 over mark can actually reach out to number 1 place anytime they need to, anytime they want to. Now VOIN, they have to know how important this last map for them right now, because that's going to affect the entirety of the bonus weekly point. It's going to be 5 points of difference as a start for week number 1 weekly points.
Yeah, it is. And it's where it's important, right? Not only besides the ranking, but because of the bonus points will be carried forward onto the grand final. So you don't want it to be like, oh, because of that 1-2 points, then you suffer inside the grand finals, or during the last 3 it's like 1-2 points to get the championship. You don't want to look back and say, if only in week 1 we did this, if only in week 2 we did that. Now it's too late by then, so they have to really put on their A game every round.
Down to the last wire to see. It's like you don't want biting your nails at the bench and just waiting for somebody to take you over. That's the worst possible feeling ever. But for the teams down there, the teams actually on the last place here. Tomorrow we're gonna have GE back, right? PBE on the other hand, they have to push themselves up. Bacon time, they're swapping out back touch with Ice. I feel like Ice plays such a big role when it comes to Maroma. He always plays himself in an unusual spot, in a different angle that nobody can actually think about, and make such an opening for the team. He's important for Ice. I mean, not discredit Touch, but I like the dynamic with Touch, with Ice more this time.
Yeah, probably they have like a different combination for different strategies that they want to play. But for 3 Touch, yeah, even though he got the MVP from, they got a chicken dinner, but it just shows that, you know, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's teamwork. So if you got an MVP, then doesn't mean that your position is safe. The coaches, managers will do whatever it takes, even if it's the hard call, to sub in, and players need to be prepared for that. That if they come with substitute players, if they off, that's where the hard call needs to be made, and they need to accept that as part of being a competitive team.
But for side of Box Gaming, they had a really rough first few days here. Up to today and yesterday, they start to push back up when it comes to those numbers. You can see they're a bit happy due to their progress. But for VOIN now, smiles, yes, but headaches as well. Oh man, those head patch. It really helpful for the players, because, you know, you have to strain yourself. How many hours? Like three games, 3 hours non-stop. Have a 1 hour break, then another 3 hours non-stop. No downtime for these guys.
Yeah, except if you go out early, then that's your downtime. But definitely not the downtime that they want. They would rather be like, okay, to be playing to the end. Like give me to the end, continue on the game because they have that momentum. And normally for players, they would think like this, right? So even when I interact with the players, their preference is that, okay, if we had a chicken dinner, we want to start the next game as soon as possible because they're on the high. Like they have that moment, they have that confidence. So they don't want that break if possible. So I can understand what the players are feeling sometimes. And the moment they got eliminated early is the worst feeling ever because you get to see everyone else play, everyone else cheer, especially in an off setting, and that affects your mental health.
That's true. That's true. They are on adrenaline rush. They don't want to be cut off their momentum. But same goes for the players that are actually down there. They need those momentum. They need those breaks. Speaking of health here, and mental health, I mean, like, if you guys having a hard time, don't forget to reach out to anybody. You guys can reach out to us too. If you're having a tough time, more than happy to help you guys. So I've been with the players back then for 5 weeks, even for a few weeks, not just those 5 weeks in China back then. They need somebody to talk about. You know, when they have certain of misunderstanding within the team, sometimes they need to lash out. It's understandable. It's the thing that the team has to go through. You don't have your families, you don't have your friends, you have only your teammate around you. If you happen to be having those misunderstandings, it's so hard to clear the air sometimes. And it will actually portray by their performance. It will affect their performance when it comes to their mentals. So these guys really have to keep a cool of their head.
Yeah, that is very important. It's a very different story. You're playing in the offline setting versus playing at the comfort of their gaming house. They can go do their stuff during the breaks, but here is that they can't. Like during the break, there's like, oh, they're still there, and can maybe go to the refreshment room, and that's it. You don't get your comfort stuff. You don't get to pet your cat. You don't get to pet your hamster or anything that brings you that joy at home. So it's a very different setting, and some are very far away from home, considering that's a offline setting. Even all the players, even if they are like the local players, they are housed in the same hotel, so they don't get that time away, going back to their own homes and all that. So it's pretty much the same challenge, even though if they're locally here.
That's true. So that's why it's so important for you guys to give extra positive comments for these players, because they need it, we need it, and you know you need a very good day. So you don't want to treat people bad as well, right? You don't want people to treat you with disrespect. So how about we starting off with the right attitude, where we treat everybody with respect? Because right now, respect or no respect, we're gonna head over to our last map of the day, Miramar. Back to our last map at the second final day in the week number 1. Let's head into it.
Miramar, the final game for some of these teams. So this will be super duper exciting, as all these teams will say goodbye a week after this, and their points will be locked in, and all they can do tomorrow is to watch and see what happens to the other teams, what happens to the overall rankings. So this is their last chance to do whatever they do best inside the game. So let's go. So Los Leones, previously we saw 3 teams inside of it. We could see the same skirmish again between Yoodo Alliance as well as VOIN. One of VOIN players did mention in one of the interviews that the Yoodo Alliance is taking over their space in Lost Earth. They're not liking that, and they might be looking to challenge Yoodo Alliance again.
Look at how Alter Ego dropped themselves in the map here. They're so segregated. Talking about each getting a different islands or different places entirely. Octa taking on GEEK maybe to hover around the intel on that side. Potato hovering around maybe on top of, maybe they will reunite on top of Chumasura, I don't know. But right now, Fnatic coming out from Lost, he goes to Romeri, gonna go through Valdemar. Potato gonna be in between. The circle happen to be just 20% or less than that 10% of water. It's gonna be Minas Generalis. I have a feeling we might end up there.
It's gonna be interesting. At least it's a different kind of circle, because we'll be seeing a lot of Lost ish circle, if not create a few ish circle. So this time it's going to be a different take for teams, and it's going to be good news for GEEK SLATE because they normally start off in the areas of Pala, but it's not good news for Shirley from Bacon Time. Rabbits will knock him down.
This is the fight of Pachinki dragged into Miramar. Hey, DX, skip it, calm down. They want that redemption. They want to have a bit of a sweet revenge over Pachinki. And now Bacon is losing against DX.
Okay, but Bacon Time, 9 Noise managed to travel to Lamborghini. Let's look at the replay. And okay, everyone's pretty calm and chill. So I guess, yeah, everyone's really focused right now. Of course, during the early drops, you really want to focus. But I think Chuchu, I think this is a sign for us to remake the game.
Yep, it's a bad sign. It's a bad sign. I wish that didn't happen, but my oh my. We have to lock the just to lock the players back in the lobby. We can see everybody's just back in the lobby right now. We're gonna start anytime soon. Definitely there's some sort of an issue that will be fixed instantly. Don't worry about that. But for those that actually got those kills early on, I think at least they got themselves a second chance there.
Yeah. So okay, but that was kind of nice, at least because it's something different, and it would be nice for GEEK SLATE because they normally drop around areas of Impala. But yeah, it looks like they face the reset, and what kind of circle it will be, we wouldn't know next. But some of the early knockdowns that we saw, so Bacon Time, the Xavier, that's one, and Leo Yoodo Alliance as well. So I guess because of that, then they'll be happy that it resetted. Like, look at Yoodo Alliance.
It's actually a good reset for the players due to the circle ended up in no man's land just now, due to how far the flight path, just a different sort of an angle with the circle. I think it's a good restart for these guys. But for the teams out there that's still having a tough time here, talking about like TS, GEEK SLATE. No, GEEK SLATE used to be one of the best in Malaysia. Is it really that impactful for Yuhai living off GEEK SLATE? Now playing for BTR. Are they lost? Do they need a new compass for the side of BTR, GEEK SLATE right now?
Well, statistics-wise, despite they were champions of PMPL Malaysia, but statistics-wise, it does show heavily towards the 3 core players, as Damn Good, Knives, as well as Mika, and then the other one basically not as explosive. So despite them being champions there, but look at the numbers, look at the stats, it does look like they could use a refresh in the 4th player. But I guess because they had the 3 core players, that's why in PMPL they could still do it. Of course, we'll get to know later on in May, because in SEA Games, Yuhai will be joining them back, and it'll be interesting to see if they can still find that same dynamics by that time.
Hopefully. Because what's the point of you being the best in your own country if you cannot be the best in the region? And what's the point of being the best in Southeast Asia if you cannot be the best in the world? Region champions, country champions, the title, you have to live up to its name. You have to get the best in everything. And there's only one team can actually do that. And there's only one slot for that as well. So there's so much pressure for these guys. VOIN, on the other hand, biting his nails already. But it's definitely nervous about how can they try to maintain the #1 spot by end of this week, because any time now these teams can overtake them. You can look at the gap, quite huge right now. Yes, it's significant, but they are at the end of the line here, while the rest of the team coming up from 4th to 8th place, even 9th, even down to 11th. They still have one more day to go, and these guys have none.
Yeah, and that's scary. Right? It's scary being the team that just sits back at home, praying that I don't overtake you is the worst feeling because you can't do anything about it. Man, doing something about it. Xavier, slowly but surely climbing up. Seen some good performances today, but they just need to find that stability as we'll head on to the final game for today. Again, it's going to be round 2 drama.
So scared to say we're back, but hopefully everything goes smooth this time. It's gonna be smooth sailing for our last map of the day on the second last day. The flight path still favors on the left side or towards the side of the west where we have Minas Devel up to La Cabrera. Is it going to be another Minas Generales circle or not? Because just now we saw a glimpse of Minas Generales circle. It favors more towards the eastern side, contradiction to where the flight path is right now. So the players have to be more than prepared. I'm looking at Alter Ego dropping exactly where they were at before. One in around Los Higos, one around Valdemar. The other two right on top of the edge of Los Leones. They're doing the same execution again. They have a lot of strategy behind the sleeves here for Alter Ego.
Yep, and if it's not broken, you don't fix it, right? So far so good. It was a good start for Alter Ego. It was a challenge. So right now they're doing it again, and that's totally fine. And actually that kind of drops by at the southern side, like what Alter Ego is doing is not really favored by teams. You know, you can't loot those small areas, so it takes a little bit more work. So yeah, Alter Ego unchallenged, but the kind of circle that we're looking at is totally different from before. This time on the left, Monte Nuevo, gonna be the first time that we can get this circle inside PMSL. But keep your eye on El Pozo, D Xavier and BTR. Or BIGETRON. Again.
I love this. You know what? They're done with the Rengar. Okay, fine. We give you away the Pachinki, but we're not gonna give you El Pozo this time. DX challenging Bacon time again.
Ooh, this is
fun.
This is very interesting. I don't know. These two teams, like, they're like attracted to each other for the wrong reasons or something.
They're arch nemesis. Yummy on top of water treatment might actually spot it out, Kid. Now he's trying to loot as fast as he can and try to reunite with the team once more. But the thing is, Team Secret players are everywhere.
Ooh, yeah, it's spread out, but at least so far, okay. As compared to before, this time, no early casualties, no early casualties. But because like, okay, because circle is on the left, right? So I think that it's like, okay, they're just going to be in a staring contest, like, because the circle is there. They loot up, stay in the compound, hold grounds, look at each other, and that's pretty much it.
I don't think so. I feel like the ego gonna be in the way. Definitely. They want to show who's the alpha there. But we're gonna have to wait and see a couple more minutes before the second stage starts and the circle shift. Then that's where everything gets a bit more hectic, a bit more frenzy, because all the players realize, you know what, we're not in the circle. It's kind of a tough journey. They have to go in as fast as they can. They need those high grounds to work around it. Box Gaming, I love what they have to offer when it comes to the final day, the last 2 days here. They are way better than before.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do have a gut feeling that they will definitely be point mark above. It's just a matter of what placement will they get at the end of the day. Hopefully at least 10 finish, considering they've been doing fairly well.
It's true. VOIN on the other hand, this is everything for them right now. They have to push the numbers up, have to have over 200 marks, 200 points, to make sure they can be a bit more secure of getting that top 5 by the end of this week. I'm talking about top 5 because they can push down to the 11th place anytime within tomorrow.
Ooh, it's so scary, so scary. Yeah, you're right. Just looking at the numbers, right? Oof. It's tough being VOIN. But this is a good start for them now. This is a good start for them now. So, so far so good. I mean, VOIN, as long as they have a good start, then they definitely know towards the late game. Not like, you know, we haven't seen them playing as a trio to get the chicken dinner, so still able to do it despite. But if they have a 4-man squad still towards the late game, I mean, VOIN is just unstoppable.
Vampires closest to actually finish off 1, 2, 3 here, because all 1, 2, 3, this is gonna be the last game. VOIN, Hill, 7-9. It's down to the side of Vampires to make a change when it comes to the top 3. It's going to be devastated for VOIN Hill and 7-9 Vampires managed to push in the last minute tomorrow. It's all down to the other players and other teams too. When it comes to the last day, nobody have anything else to lose anymore. It's down to, you know what, I'm just going to pick up the courage and just go in and have it a go. Get those numbers up with those kills.
I really want to see like PBE, how far they can go. They still have one day tomorrow. But then again, those teams around them are also playing tomorrow. GEEK, Boom, Vox, PERSIJA. So for them to come out of that 19-20 spot, it's tough. But looking at the current performance, I think GEEK have trouble trying to catch up to PBE. So if that continues on, then maybe we might see PBE. Most importantly, is to give focus on the teams on top of them rather than GE. Unless GE really wants to play that, well, however they've been playing, which is to just drop onto teams' hotspots, and maybe they will. If GE is desperate enough, they don't want to be the number 20 team, they can choose to fight with PBE the entire day tomorrow.
Now, GE do have the firepower. They picked up those kind of strategy to, you know, start to take on the bottom frag of the teams out there. But I'm not sure about shared disposition though. I mean, this is a bit iffy, and this kind of started. There you go. Thank you so much. Coming from Noise just now, who pushed that minivan into a better slot and better parking. But Bacon time, you definitely part ways with DX. I was looking forward for their skirmish just now. I was really looking forward to see who's winning over Mirama this time, because when it comes to DX, they lost Pachinki against Bacon time the entire week. And now Bacon time, you know what, they want a bit of DX still. You got fight from afar on top of Monte Nuevo. Chua straight away going indoors, trying to loot whatever there's left for them. TS on the other hand start to move outside and away from Hacienda due to the circle barely making it in on top of Hacienda right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, you asked for it and you almost got it. So now with their position compromise, I wonder will they, like what you say, right? Like ego plays a big part and they take down their opponent. But to be fair, they don't know that it's Xavier, and Xavier don't know that's Bacon time. If only they knew then that their decision might change to be a little bit more aggressive. But since they don't know, they'll probably be like, okay, it's just another team until they get the explanation. Then they'll know, it's them. Then by then probably they will change the ways they play.
Sure. Sam 9. Taking a bit of a longer stalemate between DX and them. Raby's definitely gonna see ice from this angle. Bit cautious this time. I think they know exactly who they're fighting against for DX. Boom and GEEK on the other end, taking the blue zone for a bit more. It's gonna be on the junction. This is gonna be interesting circle. Look at how vacant coming off on the left side because of how nobody can actually jump up onto those mountains. PBE taking on the valleys. So many valleys around here. We're talking about Chumacera coming out from their box gaming, Alter Ego, BTR, Sam9, all clustered as heck. Right on top of Chumacera town just now. And Montenuevo is just nowhere. Nowhere of any sort of a breather in there.
Yeah, right now looking at the circle, he has the best position. It's one of the prime spots in that circle with that high ground. And right, the far left, that sort of a curve, is actually unplayable. There's no way to climb onto it. So we can say that 20% of the current circle is cut out as a playable area. So with that, yeah, it's going to be a little bit crowded on the right instead. But PBE, as long as they can hold on to the mountain for now, this will be a good spot for them. But because this mountain is so good, Alter Ego wants a piece of it.
For PBE, they can take a fight. I mean, like, these guys know how to fight. They are super smart. These guys are playing cerebral PUBG, definitely playing out of the box sometimes. But it's just coordination-wise within the team players, a bit of miscommunication will just put them down in shambles just within seconds. That's what happened usually. Yoodo Alliance reposition for Olio to be the scouter, making sure he's trying to go for the flank side. Adit's being knocked down, trying to finish off the kills entirely and translate into 1 point. Olio going in for the push. Slowly but surely close the distance between them. DX on the other hand now have a glimpse on 9. We do remember there's sort of bacon time around that corner before, but I'm not sure where bacon time is right now.
Yeah, not sure. Hopefully we get a visual later on. But look at how precious this mountain is, or this high ground is, right? This prime position. BTR wants it, Alter Ego wants it. And I remember there was one time that Yuhai gradually got a chicken dinner here, but here we go. BTR, Alter Ego. Mary gets one to BTR.
Rosemary is always trying to clutch for the entire time, but Yuhai see that through. And Yuhai being such a sneaky guy coming up from the back line, jumping up and down. And he got himself even a ghillie suit to work around with, but will be spotted out by Octa. Octa trying to shoot from above, down below. But Yuhai is trying to make so much play here. Potato on the other end. Yuhai fighting against all the other teams of Alter Ego. Where are the others of BTR? They're still not climbing up here. Liquid holding on to us at Octa, but Octa already cooked up the nade. It's going to be a perfect one if you can drop it right on top of Liquid. Almost close enough.
Ooh, and look at how Yuhai navigates this hill. I remember there was one time, I think in PMPL Season 2, he was playing with Team Secret time. He infiltrated this hill and his opponent didn't know it. So he knows this hill very well, how to navigate around it, and he's just showing it again with BTR.
SLD squeeze into the circle. Not really in, just outside of the blue zone with Boom stuck in between Boo Boo, who have to fight against Gosu. They're playing in the blue zone. They're playing a very risky game here. As Gosu trying to toss another, cancelled it out, trying to spray. He hurt the gunshot. He hurt the knockdown, but he couldn't spot out one. But Yummy with a DBS. Mirama or no, DBS always a good gun.
Absolutely, with the kind of distance. Definitely a Yummy weapon. Gosu still alive, pops out the smoke, gets away to safety. He is one man down, so with a one man down, not favoring him right now. BTR still holding on to this high ground. And Gen Force down. Gen Force can still be safe, but Team Secret eliminated.
Rosemary again trying to make so much work for the team, buying them time to reset themselves. Down to Satar for the side of BTR. Liquid is just too far off. Rosemary will drop those nades on top of Satar. Akobi! And it's going to be Octa pushing in. Oh, Yuhai and Liquid is just too far to give support fire. Octa might spot them out as well, but Yoodo Alliance just beneath them. Right on top of each other. Octa going in for the push slowly, but spotted out Yuhai again. Clip a bit on those helmets. But Octa have to have a go for a reload, having another go. Spotted out Yuhai silhouette within those pillars, right beneath those tanks. And Octa heard the Odo Q coming out from a Yoodo Alliance. They definitely know there's another team down there.
Yes, look at the amount of teams that won the area, but because right now BTR is down to 2 men, there's no way they can finish that high ground that was precious to Alter Ego. But at least this area is kind of for them as well. But we can look at the number of teams wanting this kind of area with the long range coming in for Liquid on Long. Long immediately gunned down just like that.
Liquid, even though they lost 2 men, heavy casualty on their side. They make do with what they can. Spotted out 7-9, might as well get those points before they're being decimated by these teams. You do whatever you can do best. That's going to be shooting whatever there is to move outside. Rosemary taking on Hill Tiger next. Rosemary again.
Ooh, again and again, Rosemary, like what you say. Definitely want to stand out, play out the ego. And look at Alter Ego's position, it's great. PBE unfortunately holding to the high ground. That was a good vantage point. Just look at the amount of teams that went in that area. But now the circle may change that. No! The circle still is on that high ground.
Again, the circle ended up right in the center where the mountain will be at. And Alter Ego do have the vintage spot. They got the prime paramount for them to hold this ground as well. But Hill closing in. They want to force the fight. They want this place as well as much as Alter Ego wants to. Bacon time. Exchange fire with PBE possibly. Bacon time spotted out. PERSIJA now. Zaxi in trouble. OnStar didn't spray just yet, holding his ground, holding that trigger discipline. He knows for a fact there's going to be an entire cavalry following up towards Zaxi. Now he shot it. And no, spotted out the rest of PERSIJA Esports for Bacon. DX on the other hand. Compressed Sem9 on the other end. BTR on the other. Sem9 hammed down.
Yeah, not only hammed down by Xavier, but also BTR. With a high ground onto Sem9, the last saw them, they managed to get a knockdown onto Low. But Low managed to be saved by teammate. But Xavier is moving here, but Xavier shot by Loyu.
DX 2 down, double down. Long finish off the job with that. Alongside with that, Sem9. They just go in, and whatever there is, they want to get those kills. Now they want to push to a side of Lamborghini. Definitely they heard the gunshots early on. They know exactly. They spotted out the death boxes. They want to go for the loot. They want to have an upgrade. But Lamborghini is still there. Final finish off by Truongzen. SLD. Where are those shots coming up from?
That was definitely off screen there. Long range inside a mirror. Definitely a thing still. Despite the weapons like Sniper or Car 98 not that popular, but hey, you can always do it with one of your in fact, it could be anything but except DPS, of course.
Liquid resetting himself. BTR been holding on those high grounds for the longest there is as a duo. Bacon time moving in a line. Want to push towards the northern side, but have to be extra careful those behind them because the gunfire is just now. It's big too hectic for them to ignore what's happening behind. Bacon time OnStar just try to spot anybody on that horizon right now. BTR, they cannot even pick out. Again, Liquid chucked quite a number of HP. They are starting to dry out when it comes to their resources here. No more nades. 3 smokes, 1 first aid. That's it for you, High. BTR have to save and salvage whatever they have to work for the next couple of shots of next couple of war, because Sem9 is planning to push in.
Yeah, even if you want to trade ammo, they only have 2 players. Normally, if you are or you can still trade it healthily, but because of 2, it's a little bit tough for BTR. With the AGA3, uses a lot of ammo, and now PERSIJA EVOS on. We got 3 teams close by with each other, including Bacon time.
Ice tossing the nade over to the side of PERSIJA. Clip half of FaZe HP right now. Vampire's taking on BTR. UI on the ground, leaving only 1 player for BTR right now. Not great for them. But here comes the circle, shrinks even furthermore. Box getting themselves almost at the center. GEEK just gonna play the low ground. You know what? We want to be the TS last game. They want to be just like how T-Sim plays, but they are not the only one who's thinking the same sort of a mindset. We're talking about Yoodo Alliance, Vampires playing the low ground as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with the GEEK's position. If you can't take that high ground position, it's the next best one, because it's hard for those on high ground to actually spot them at the low ground. They will normally give a little bit more attention to the ones behind, to the ones on up north. That's where the terrain is a little bit more slanted. That gives a better view instead of where GEEK is at. So GEEK should be okay there.
I have to be extra careful. Too many latches here coming from the teams that are playing the high grounds. It's a very slippery slope down there. Very steep indeed. But Rosemary, as always, opening for the team. With Octa along his side. But Rosemary secures 2 eliminations. Out of all 2 eliminations, he's the only one who's clutching for the team right now. But Octa have to be giving support fire from the back, making sure nobody breaching from the back line. Sem9, lucky they are covered by the terrain. Loyu trying to flush out. Yuhai is back up on his feet, but he's running low. I swear to God. BTR, they don't have first aids anymore.
Yeah, BTR, I believe they're super low as well. Like even in terms of ammo. Sem9 from behind by Hill. And here they are in the circle too. So Sem9, though you wanted to find a different exit, but unfortunately Hale was there, so it's gonna be tough for them. Don't have any other exit.
Saudi, they realize a bit too late now if they want to overstay themselves there. They have to move. Alter Ego just keep on spraying, but they are the ones that are running low as well. We're talking about the nades are going dry. 1 hand grenade remains with 1 molly, last first aid. Got a couple of energy shot, yeah, why not? Sam9 start to move against BTR. They want to take this compound. They want to finish things off. They go in for the flush and rush. Getting on one, left with only Yuhai trying to save Liquid, but it's just too far. Too risky as that toss the high nade up. Almost clip it down. Here comes the Molly to burn them alive. And they have to force out and beat BTR. Down in the drain. They couldn't hold on much longer.
That is it for BR. Number 48 still can be caught up by Box Gaming. Now the long range coming in for the other side. SLD PERSIJA gets a knockdown to Bacon Time. Beautiful knockdown there. Homestar still active. Trongzin at the forefront. Right now they want to secure their elimination point. Nate will be Trongzin tossed on to the other side. Will it land onto Bacon Time nicely? Looks like it will. It did. But now Ghostu's coming in at the forefront.
Ghost is just going to finish off the work here. He definitely wants to sweep the floor clean. Coming out, we're following up with what a timing with that grenade just now. Goes with an AKM across the window and down he goes. PERSIJA, can he do damage control? Armstar with the DPS, finish off, holding his ground as long as he can. Bacon Time, Armstar still have the fight in him. He will not go down easily as Rosemary now taking on Hill next.
Even the pre-fire didn't help him there. Unfortunately, the DPS just too strong. Right now, look at the circle. Alter Ego still has part of it. VOIN as well has that high. GEEK SLATE still on the lower ground, will not be spotted through that angle. So it'll be okay for them. Right now, PERSIJA, EVOS, they need to fight their way up to the high ground.
Ladrilera circle make it so hard for the players with the valleys and the mountains in between them. They have to figure out which place they should be staying the most. Important one, do they have any structures in between? Can they take covers? Because if they don't, Max is just going to pin them down. PERSIJA caught themselves off guard. Zuxi and Luxy, the twin remains for PERSIJA right now. Can they make a wonderful clutch here? This is going to be the legendary twins, the veterans in PUBG Mobile. Can they clutch as a duo?
Ooh, it's a tall order for them considering they're still on the outside. So we pressure with the blue. 7-9, King of Miramar at some point. Number 10, 4 eliminated was this time around. Zuxi Luxy combo against the newcomers VOIN.
VOIN, Maxius, Lapa in a triangle mode right now. They are forming a strong formation. But Maxius making sure he got an eye out for the side of PERSIJA Esports. They are barely in the circle, but Rosemary again take it on Hill. Oh, Rosemary! But at the same time, first eight's running low, and Octa have to give support fire, following up what Rosemary have to offer. That's going to be last first eight coming out from Rosemary. He had got nothing else to use with. And Octa bleeding out and Sky start to breach in. That's going to be loss of Octa as Rosemary still holding on for Alter Ego.
Oh, but the duo Luxy Zuxi eliminated. Number 96 elimination points taken out by VOIN. VOIN still a full squad and they still have this high ground. Alter Ego eliminated. That means Rosemary was out. And now shots taken out by Zealand. GEEK SLATE starting to make their move.
VOIN know for a fact they need this really a huge number of leap and trying to break the 200 record so they can sit quietly and calmly tomorrow. Alva trying to push forward. Hill, Sky visited by Bacon on the behind lines. Armstar with the DBS, Sky with the UMP, but Hill got himself a bit of a high ground. Bacon Time don't have support fires. The last survivor have to go down there as VOIN now next contender. It's going to be Box Gaming.
Ooh, Box Gaming now at the lower ground, but VOIN still holding strong at this high ground. They really know how to pick their prime positions. Hale coming in for the other side, but Hale playing as a trio. They'll play without nothings. And now Hale on to VOIN. Hale has the highest ground possible at this point, but VOIN not bad as well because they got the numbers. Yoodo Alliance on the low ground. Try to spot our members of Hale, but can't see a good shot.
Yoodo Alliance still playing it low. Spotted out Hill just now with a micro Uzi in their hands. Changed to the ARs. Alva is just around the corner. Olio pick a fight against Stone. Slowly with that pixel shot. Close enough to get down on Stone. Close enough there. Stone get a bit of a reset. Lucky enough he got some barricades between him. Now gonna be a bit of exchange of fire between a GEEK SLATE and Vampires from afar, but GEEK, they have to move. They definitely have to move. Less than 40 seconds away, they will be chipped down by the blue zone. Hill, on the other hand, barely hanging on these high grounds. They have to climb down as well. But the moment they climb down, Yoodo Alliance waiting on the other end, VOIN on the other. He'll compress every way possible.
Ooh, Hill, despite them having that super duper high, but VOIN is no pushover. And speaking about pushover, VOIN is pushing right now, and one of them getting into the circle. Vampire on the other hand, being shot down by GEEK, SLATE, Zealin. Together with the snipes, the combo that was secured at elimination point by Mika, gunned down by News. The counter fire coming from Vampires, but Vampires, toughest position possible in the circle because they need to cross the road. It doesn't help that Newsy is the last man.
Damn good kick the pressure. Newsy, by both players of GEEK, SLATE. There's no way Newsy can get out from there. Two off angles they have to deal with. Down to 5 teams. The Yoodo Alliance have the strongest compound right now. The circle favors them. Everybody else on top of the mountain, time to climb down now. Down to the from the high horses. He'll have to face against VOIN. Like it or not, this is the time. They have to cross their path with Box behind. Winning the last play for Box down. We're down to maybe 4 teams now.
Ooh, we the number 4 in this round. Now at the same time we get 4 and 5 elimination points, and Hale has the high ground still. They know that VOIN is right, but they can't seem to get a good angle because if they overpick themselves, GEEK, SLATE could shoot them down, or maybe even Yoodo Alliance from the other side.
GEEK, SLATE been pinned down from VOIN and Hale at the same time. Yoodo Alliance have a glimpse of them. There's no way. They are in a pickle for GEEK. They caught themselves in a trap there. Yoodo Alliance on there, nobody giving him enough attention. Here comes attack coming from Luke, but you have to be extra careful. They can spot him out. But GEEK managed to reset himself, now climbing down, trying to find himself a better view, a better spot. Splitting into 2-2 formation. VOIN on the other hand, still thinking about how to get out from here. Hill chasing their tails. Alva holding out the back line, while the rest of them try to buy time for the reset in the front. But Hill want to go in for the push. They need to move for VOIN. If not, they caught himself in the death threat. Yoodo Alliance spot again. GEEK, SLATE on the ground.
Ooh, shots fired by Adilu, putting pressure on to GEEK. But we can see that the pixel shot isn't favoring him. Yoodo Alliance still part of the circle. So right now, it's mostly for the teams on the high ground. They will be forced to move down, and Yoodo Alliance is ready to take them out.
Can he pop the smoke so he can actually run away from the angle? A bit awkward for him to stay longer, but here he comes. VOIN trying to push to the side of Hill. Hill still got the elevations, and Gatslow really trying to hold his ground here. It's really low. He got nothing else. He got no nades, nothing. He tried to reset himself and replenish from all the desk boxes, but there's nothing in there. Oh no, Gatslow is really low right now.
Oh, where did the shot come from? It was from Mika. Still able to find a good angle. That one player of VOIN, but they'll reset. Should be alright for them, but Alva in trouble. Mika will be blown up. Mika almost got in Alva, but then again, actually evade himself. Mika failed to do the business, but it's okay. As long as GEEK, SLATE, they still maintain a full squad. That is what's more important for them at this point.
Flax is making so hard for GEEK fam to outflank them. They're holding this so well for the side of the Yoodo Alliance. You know exactly where the pick should be done. Olio just gonna be giving support fire on the side of Flax. Flax on there, they're holding the ground against GEEK, SLATE. VOIN still forcing Hill to be MW, so you cannot get in here. If not, you're gonna die. That's what Lapa giving up that statement, making sure that Shaq will be punished.
Oh.
And now Gaslow is on the ground. Lapa make an entry. There goes the Roger. Want to go in, but it's gonna be 1-2-1 trade. Make it 2. Hill down to last member alive. But VOIN is for Sky, the jump shot from above.
Yo.
Oh, this is down to Lapa to clutch it out for the entire team, but there's no time. Blue zone shrinking. It's burning him off alive in Lapa. The shots coming from GEEK, SLATE already start to move against them. They don't have the space. Yoodo Alliance pushing upwards as well. VOIN have to just settle down with the third play.
Oh, it's now in the Yoodo Alliance on GEEK, SLATE for getting the chicken dinner. The chicken dinner for today. Yoodo Alliance on the other side, GEEK, SLATE on the other as well. Another neighborhood red up. Yoodo Alliance tossing on the side of GEEK, SLATE. Will it land nicely onto them? 2 nades, 3 nades, 4 nades. Now they're connected just yet.
Kenny going in with a nade. Sailing Boy trying to respond to that. Flax going in for the front line. Damn good. Going on for the flank as well.
Oh, fire!
Down at ground. 2v4. The entirety of Yoodo Alliance is there. How to fight this? with not having that terrain for themselves. Only can spot them easily from above. Oh no, here comes the rush. They spot out everyone. This is going to be it. It's going to be Yoodo Alliance chicken. There's no way they can flunk this one out to 1v4. No way. Yoodo Alliance is back here for another chicken.
Man, when the boys were surprised that they got a chicken dinner, this is Yoodo Alliance wrapping up the day with a chicken dinner. It's been a while since we saw them perform like this. And you know what that means. We're going to get a text soon.
I forgot about that. But you know what? This was exactly how the circle, like how Team Secret won just now. Exactly like the same. It's always the low ground being favored by the circle in the last minute. And Yoodo Alliance know exactly where to stand. They stay there, be patient. They heard the gunfires on top of them. But you know what? They're not being baited about it. They're not curious enough to pick out until they needed to.
I wonder who's going to be the MVP for this round. So it's going to be Luke. Oh, it's been a while since we last saw him being the MVP. 4 eliminations, 1,106 damage. Ade Luke from Farang Led Yoodo Alliance keeping it strong. Nice post there.
Not intimidating. Look, when you're that shy, I mean, nobody's scared of you. He's super shy with the camera. But back to as a team to watch Yoodo Alliance. They didn't make too much of a distance. They didn't travel as much like how Team Secret did just now. That was exactly what they mirrored when it comes to this map. But VOIN holding on as long as they can. Still a good consistency, but will it be enough for them to maintain till the end for tomorrow? Because right now, Hill, they still got themselves a couple of eliminations, but they are in jeopardy as well.
Yes, I believe. I wonder how many elimination points did they get. Not too sure, but a 3rd place finish. Yep, with the estimated elimination points. Yeah, tomorrow, like what you say, the number 1 spot will be in jeopardy. But you know what else? Hale did mention that, oh, we want to do the business. We want to take the number 1 spot by the end. Oh, unfortunately, they'll need to try again next week.
I'm more worried if they'll be pushed down later, because if you're not in the 200 marks for the teams who will not be playing tomorrow, which can be VOIN, Hill, Sam9 and Alter Ego, if they don't hit that 200 mark by end of today, hate to break the news, but Vampire is going to catch up tomorrow.
Oh yeah, very, very potential for tomorrow. Oh my goodness. And who knows the Alliance as well, but we'll need to tabulate the overall scores later on. Right now, let's rate the chicken dinner that Yoodo Alliance just got. No high ground, no problem. They pay patiently from the low ground. They let everyone at the high ground just sold each other. They came in at the right timing to get that final chicken dinner for.
Everybody were trying to fight for the high grounds just now, but the one that's winning is always the lower ground teams. We're talking about in the previous map, in this map, both me on my map have very similar sort of the circle. It's just different quadrant of the map, that's it. It's either on the left or the right side. But DX definitely, we can see the devastation, disappointment in their performance right now. They're not happy about it, but at least they get to play tomorrow.
At least they still have tomorrow to pick themselves up. But they really need a big reset here. Back to their hotel. And Yoodo Alliance, wow. A GEEK SLATE as well. Gotta give. They picked the right position at that low ground. They played it really well. Played up to a 2nd place finish. They don't need for the high ground tussle. And that position where they're coming from, it's pretty good because the high ground cannot detect them. So they kind of slide into the circle through there and up to a 2nd place finish.
But here comes 8 eliminations with 10 rank points, total up 18 points here for the side of Yoodo Alliance. Definitely will have themselves a bit of a push. They can still push a lot for tomorrow because they are one of the top contenders to take that podium spot by the end of week 1. VOIN, they have to settle down with only 13 points. Did they actually break the 200 mark? I feel like it's very close enough, but not there yet.
Yeah, if it's only 13, then perhaps not. But we'll of course get a confirmation after this. But I'm also curious to know the other teams. How close are the other teams? You think they did?
They did. Yeah, they did. They barely make it in like 203 by the end of the day. But I'm not sure if that's going to be enough.
Okay, there you go.
To maintain their podium spot. Yeah, there 203. But the most chicken dinner right now is going to be Hill, Sam9 as well as Yoodo Alliance. Now Yoodo Alliance, Vampire, FaZe. They definitely have a bright day tomorrow, because tomorrow they're going to push up. I'm not sure how much they can go for those eliminations. but it's just 50 points sort of a gap between Vampires and VOIN. It's doable.
Absolutely doable. So not only that, Hale may lose their second place spot. 7-9 as well may lose their spot. So, okay, they didn't open up enough of a gap there. Well, unless something happens and only page 2 teams perform tomorrow, then it'll be a totally different story. Like, DBD, PBE, maybe even E turning up tomorrow and taking over the place to focus. But today itself, it'll be Alpha, Rosemary, and Tiger.
Rosemary! Almost hitting that 10k already. Tomorrow he gonna close it up with a 10k, make it a 5-digit by the end of first week. Alva got 44 eliminations and Ale Tiger 27 assists. There's a lot of knockdown coming up from Tiger and a lot of helping up the rest of the team. But Alva and Rosemary, this is going to be the top contenders when it comes to week number 1. I have to give it to these guys. This is just incredible plays by these 2 players.
And that is only the for today. Yeah, so it's not mixed up with the days before. So can you, like, only today, Alpha got 44 eliminations. That is a lot there for a player. He's been working hard, and despite VOIN getting like their first few rounds on track, but the moment they got on track, it's like, oh, they all the way, and they continue on their stability. 3rd place finish, not too bad. 2nd place finish, too bad. They did gather a good amount of elimination points along the way too, so that's okay for them. But you know what, Chichu? After this, as usual, we will be going in for an interview. Okay, I know it doesn't matter, but what's your wish list like?
I want to ask VOIN, do you think, like, because can they be overtaken by the sort of Vampires? Because I feel like tomorrow it's going to be a different story. They'll be number 1 the entire week. But at the last minute, it's going to be Vampires taking over. It depends on if there's anybody else targeting Vampires. So.
Okay, this time around, I don't know who will be interviewing. Maybe we'll be interviewing a group instead. But we'll find out right now.
PMSL, the PUBG Mobile Super League. My name is Fava, and of course, we're joined in by some amazing individuals here at the interview station. On your left, you can actually see here we have Newsy from Team Vampire Esports, and of course, we have our amazing teams. We have Jangs, right, from Team VOIN joining here. So we're going to start with Vampire Esports, and of course, we have our amazing translator standing on the most end. Now, Newsy, congratulations on winning your 3rd match here at the PMSL SEA Spring Day number 4. Could you tell us how do you feel and what is the current state of the team right now?
ก่อนอื่นต้องขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยสำหรับวีคที่ 3 นี้นะครับแล้วก็ณตอนนี้มีความรู้สึกยังไงแล้วก็สถานการณ์ของทีมเราเป็นยังไงบ้าง
ก็สำหรับความรู้สึกตอนนี้ก็โอเคดีครับก็มีข้อผิดพลาดให้แก้ไขอยู่เยอะอยู่พอสมควรแต่ก็สำหรับความรู้สึกของทีมก็โอเคอยู่ในระดับที่โอเคครับสำหรับเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ของทีมก็จบในหัวตารางก็ประมาณท็อป 4 ก็ถือว่าดีครับ
Right now he's doing great. Even has some mistake, but he's gonna learn from it. And the team is doing well as well because they are make it to the top 4.
Sounds like very positive energy right there. And of course, as we all know, you guys still got 6 more matches, a full day waiting for you on the final day of week number 1. So do you have confidence that you're able to actually be the top 1 of the leaderboard?
และที่ทราบดีว่าก็ยังเหลืออีก6แมตช์ที่เรายังสามารถทำผลงานได้คิดว่าเราจะสามารถตีคะแนนขึ้นไปอยู่ในอันดับ1ได้ไหมครับ
ก็สำหรับคะแนนตอนนี้ก็ดูจากน่าจะเป็นที่1ที่2ก็ที่1น่าจะยากอยู่น่าจะประมาณที่2ที่3ได้อยู่ครับแต่หลักๆก็อยากจบที่2ครับถ้ายากเกินไปหมายถึงว่าถ้าที่1ยากเกินไป
He's not about sure for the first ranking but anyway he's gonna make it to the top 2 or top 3.
Wow, I think he's being very realistic on what he's able to actually do as well. And of course, many friends were very curious that did you change your position or role in the team as we didn't see you play as aggressive as you used to be. So is there any changes in your position or roles?
อยากทราบว่ามีการเปลี่ยนตำแหน่งในการเล่นเกมหรือเปล่าเพราะดูว่าในรอบนี้เราแบบเหมือนไม่เล่นแบบโหดเหมือนก่อนหน้านี้พอจะแชร์ข้อมูลให้กับแฟนๆได้บ้างไหมครับ
ก็สำหรับสัปดาห์แรกนะครับก็เป็นในรูปแบบของแผนมากกว่าก็ยังไม่ได้ศึกษาข้อมูลของคู่ต่อสู้มากพอก็สำหรับสัปดาห์นี้ครับก็เป็นแบบดูเล่นเอาแผนเอาเก็บข้อมูลการเล่นครับของแต่ละทีมว่าเป็นยังไงแล้วก็นำมาปรับใช้ในสัปดาห์ต่อไปครับ
So he's just like for the first week he's observing the plan of other teams and he's gonna make it better for the next week.
Wow, I guess you haven't seen the real deal coming out from Luzi or from Vampire Esports. And of course, last but not least, last question here for you, that since there is a lot of fans in Malaysia, and there's also a lot of fans who wants to meet you in the upcoming watch parties, do you have something to say to all the fans out there who is from Malaysia?
มีอะไรจะฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวมาเลเซียบ้างไหมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกผมทีมแวมไพร์สปอร์ตนะครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่สุดในการแข่งขันครับ
so for Malaysian fans just keep supporting them and they're gonna do it their best for this game.
Right, there you have it. Of course, thank you so much, Nuzi. And of course, we're not done just yet. We're also joined in by our representative from VOIN here, Jungs. All right, so Jungs, thank you so much for joining us for this interview. Now, question for you is that congratulations in topping the list in 4 days in a row. So, did you expect this amazing result for your team?
Nak kena jawab bahasa apa ya? 13 ya?
Yeah, can.
Okay, pertama Alhamdulillah, syukur puji Tuhan karena kita berjaya berada di 4 besar. So kalau tanya kita expect apa enggak, ya sebenarnya kita enggak expect, tapi kita bersyukur aja karena bisa mainnya lebih bagus. Jadi untuk player-player saya, dorang bersyukur lah sebab dorang boleh main dengan lebih better. And dorang tak expect pun dorang akan dapat good result, tapi dorang akan cuba sebaik mungkin untuk dapatkan good result.
So basically, based on John's response, is that this is something that they did not expect, but they, as a team, they are truly grateful for what they have achieved across the 4 days, with hopes they're able to actually retain this position in the upcoming week as well. Very, very great response. And of course, what is your plan to keep your performance on the same level? So are you going to keep playing the way that you're doing for the upcoming games, or are you going to be making any adjustments for the upcoming matches that's coming for you?
Okay, untuk kalau perubahan-perubahan taktikal kayaknya nggak ada. Mungkin kita bakal tambah baik aja, yang mana kurang, yang kita bisa perbaiki, kita bakal perbaiki. Tapi overall mungkin enggak. So sebenarnya kita orang takkan ubah apa-apa gameplay. Yang mana kita orang rasa okey, kita orang akan kekalkan. Yang mana kita kurang, kita akan perbaikilah. Supaya minggu kedua kita boleh kekalkan lagi prestasi kita macam minggu pertama.
So basically what Jung's mentioned is that at the current moment they will not be making any changes, but for any anything that needs to be fixed, they will try to actually make those fixings. But anything else that's actually doing well for the whole team, they will just retain it until the end of the whole competition. And of course, Jungs, you guys have already played 24 matches, and you will not be playing tomorrow for the whole team. So do you think that you guys will be able to actually hold this first place position in week number 1?
Kalau kita lihat dari performa VPA, mereka kayaknya bisa mengejar dan membalap kita di posisi 1. Tapi kalau tanya pribadi, harus tunggu match besok. So basically kalau ikutkan performance dorang memang boleh potong. Sebab beza dalam lebih kurang 56 poin, which is achievable untuk pasukan Vampire. Seperti yang kita tahu, dorang line up yang sangat solid. Tapi apa-apa pun ini PUBG, kita kena tunggu besok untuk tengok performance dorang.
So basically, based on Jung's response, he mentioned that based on the performance of Vampire Esports, they've been very consistent, and because of the point difference of 56 points only, there's a very high chance that they might be able to actually overtake them. But to get to know more about this, they will just have to wait and see tomorrow's results themselves. And of course, last question, Jungs, for you is that finally, is there anything you want to say to all those fans out there who are supporting you and your team currently right now?
Untuk fans-fans VOIN Esports di luar sana, teruskan menyokong VOIN Esports agar kita bisa lebih bagus di minggu kedua. Dan untuk fans-fans di Malaysia yang mana ada sokong VOIN ataupun yang sokong saya pribadi ataupun yang tu, teruskan lakukan apa yang korang suka. Apa yang saya nak cakap adalah jangan lupa berpuasa.
All right, so basically what he's mentioning to all his fans out there, be sure to continue supporting the team. And of course, for those who actually would like to support the team, as well as himself, as well as which I have no clue what he's talking about. Anyways, do continue to listen. Also, don't forget to, for those out there who's fasting, don't forget to continue on fasting and supporting the whole team. All right, thank you so much, Jungs, for the amazing response. Thank you so much to Lucy for the amazing response. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. That is the final interview that we have for you today. And for those who have been tuning us and being together with us throughout the whole day, thank you so much for tuning in to PMSL. We hope to see you tomorrow with more PUBG Mobile actions. And that's it from us. And take care, everyone.
But yeah, I mean, like, I saw the cheekiness of Newsy. He definitely understands the question and he definitely knows the answer. You saw just now, it didn't tally out. I'm sorry, there's so many drama from that interview just now. I have to break it down, okay? we saw for the fact that Jung's already shaking his head. No, Vampires cannot catch up to us. But realistically speaking, they can. But Vampires just, we're gonna give you a bit of a respect. You know what? We're gonna say it's quite hard. You're just gonna go for second and third place. But second and third place is not that far off from first place either.
You know what attracted me in the interview is the fact that Flavor 2-second pause to look at Jung's like, oh, okay.
I hope he didn't break his neck. I hope he didn't break his neck as well.
I know, right? Today, so Tony K was tall. Jung's is super tall, so he had to like do this like twice today. It's like neck exercise.
We need a taller host just so that the talents will not be looked down on.
Yeah, but anyway.
We need you. You're tall enough, so yeah.
Yes, maybe to try to compare heights with them, but maybe we should take a break after this. We will be seeing you guys again tomorrow for the last day of week 1 in the PMSL. So that will be all from us at the English desk. We love you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Totally appreciate your presence together with us. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo. Love you guys so much, and we'll see you again tomorrow, same time, same channel.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!